Hello, everybody. And we are back, of course, with more online 2020 Olympiad chess. My name is Roland Prusers, and I'm here with David Prus. Hello, David. How are you feeling this morning?
Hey, Roland, I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Yep, well, still working on the waking up part. So, yeah, I got some coffee. Hopefully, that will boost me up. But
Hmm.
otherwise, yeah, of course, I'm very excited to see who will qualify for the stage two playoffs. So, if you
Yeah.
take a look at the standings, everyone, then you see that the top three teams, they are highlighted a little bit. As you can see, these teams will qualify for the stage two playoffs and they will fight for the medals in this whole Olympiad tournament. So we're going to start with Pool A, and throughout the day, this will be once again a 12-hour stream, just like we did yesterday and the day before. So we'll start with Pool A. China, India, and Germany looking very strong. We'll see if they can clutch it out, of course, in this pool. But before we start, what exactly is the Olympiad? Well, actually, let's first take a look at the format, how these teams all qualified. Well, we started off at the end of July with the base division. Teams qualified from the base division to Division 4. Division 4 teams qualified for Division 3. Division 3 qualified for Division 2, and Division 2 qualified for the top division. And we are now at the top division. And as you can see, there were 5 seeded teams, 20 continental spots, and 15 qualified from Division 2. These are all divided into 4 pools, 10 teams, 10 teams, and the 3 best teams of each pool advance to stage 2. So, what is the format of the playoffs? What is this stage 2? Well, here you go. First, we have the preliminary round, and actually, what is kind of important is that the first team in each pool will be seeded into the quarterfinals. So, and the numbers 2 and 3 will play a preliminary round to see who will be in the quarterfinals. That will be a knockout system, a knockout duel of 2 matches plus an Armageddon game if necessary. And so 4 teams advance to the quarterfinals and so on. So, yep, that is stage 2. But first, of course, Pool A, and we're going to start with round 7. Is there a big clash in round 7?
Well, I would say that there's Indonesia versus Iran. If these are two teams that have a chance to catch Germany, whichever team loses this match will be less likely to catch Germany. So Iran had a great run yesterday, in particular. I think they won all 3 of their matches yesterday.
Uh,
No, I'm wrong. They lost to India, probably.
let's see. Let's check that real quick.
Yeah, I think they lost to India, but they scored a lot of points yesterday. They seem to be in good form, and they should have a chance to try and catch up with Germany today.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, they lost 4-2 to India, even though Marsutlu really played a very good game against Vishwanathan Anand. If you remember that exchange sacrifice that we saw yesterday with Rook takes c3 and Knight takes e4. That was absolutely spectacular. I'm 100% sure that there will be big analysis from that game. So, yeah, Parham Marsutlu looking in great shape. So, yeah, what else happened yesterday, David?
Well, Germany had a good day yesterday. Their matches are always close, but they drew with Georgia, and then they beat Vietnam, which is another important team, and then they lost a tough match to China. So this was enough to hold their third position. Today they're going to have to face India at some point. That's going to be their big hurdle.
Mhm. So, do you think that the other teams have a good shot? So, you said that Iran was doing very well, but they do have to play against Indonesia. And do they still have to play against another top team? Let me check. No, they don't have to play against India, China, or Germany anymore. So, what do you think that they have a chance to catch Germany? Because Germany still has to play against India, I believe.
Right. I mean, if we assumed that Germany was going to lose to India, which isn't guaranteed. But if we did, then the gap between Germany and, let's say, Iran or Indonesia is
Mm,
really quite small. It's just one more match. So the
yeah.
Indonesian team looked pretty good so far this series. Um they've won a couple matches and looked pretty good. I mean, I would think that Germany's a small favorite to still qualify, but it's within reach certainly for Iran, Indonesia, or Uzbekistan. Any of those teams I could see coming out on top today.
Yeah, and there's a Uzbekistan still have to play against Germany, so if they win that, then they still have a shot maybe for qualification. Okay, so not everything is over in this poll. China and India also still have to play against each other, but yeah, it's unlikely that either of the teams will not qualify for the next for the stage two division. What might be interesting is to see whoever will be number one. So, who will be seeded into the quarterfinals. So, the first team in the pool will qualify for the quarterfinals in the stage two playoffs. So, they still have something to play for. And I think it's beautiful because they will play against each other in the last round. So, that will be epic.
Yeah,
Um,
that will definitely provide some excitement, even if we don't get an upset along the way.
mhm.
It looks like you searched for exotic princess, and he wasn't playing this round.
No, he wasn't, unfortunately. No, but let's start, with one of course, the most famous players in this whole pool, which is Viswanathan Anand. I think he has been playing extremely solid, not doing anything fancy, not. Let's see what his scores are. He has two draws in round three and round four, and a loss against Marsutlu in round five. So he's not doing too hot, but then again, he has a great team behind him to make sure that they are well in first place in this pool. So, what do you think about his position right here?
Seems solid enough for black for the moment. Um, I mean, I've played a lot of French defense and semi-Slav, and to have the c8 bishop traded off is nice, and I'm not too scared of white taking a small space advantage or a noticeable space advantage with e5, since I don't have a c8 bishop. So I'd feel reasonably comfortable here.
Yeah, I was immediately looking at some tricks like Queen H5 and then H6 and Knight takes E6, and I would say, yay, we did it again. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, there's Knight of 6 still in the position.
right.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is just a very comfortable position for black. I mean, if you play E5, Bishop E7, Knight needs to go, then C5. This looks like a dream French, yeah, like you said.
Yeah. I mean, there's still like the black knights are a little bit passive there. So it's not like 100% perfect. I mean, I don't think that Anand's opening is bad or anything, but I would be comfortable to play this as black. You'll often see the knight on d7 have to go back to b8 and c6 when people end up in the French by transposition from other openings, and they have one of those knights on d7 and they want to ramp up the pressure against d4.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think this white should never play a move like E5 here, and then white maybe is okay. Well, and then maybe white can make use of this knight on G6 somehow, for example, G3, H4, H5. Sometimes that's an idea. Although first, of course, we have to take care of this. So probably the knight just has to move back.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just a very solid position. I like black. I think the black has no worries whatsoever. Really missing the bishop on D3 here to make something going. All right, let's
All
move
right.
on to another game. We've got here Chess Warrior, which
Mm.
is no Diribek Abdusatorov. Wow, how old was he again? I think he's 15 years old now, yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
yeah, one of the talents from Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan also still got a shot on the third spot in this pool. That right, nicely.
Yeah.
Uh, Knight B3, how is he doing? This bishop is a problem. This is a stone wall.
Mm-hmm.
And usually you want to have this sequence, but that's not really in the makings right now. So I'm thinking white just has a nice solid advantage here.
Yeah, I usually think that white has a small advantage against the stone wall, unless something really special has happened for black. Um,
Mhm.
that said, I don't think it's like an overwhelming advantage. I think it gives you a lot of room to put up a tough defense as black.
Yeah, I agree there. Yeah. So yeah, but it's very uncomfortable because you want to solve this problem, but if you move the knight away to allow the bishop to get at least some space, there will be 95 on your house. So, and that's
Yeah.
something that you also don't really want. So I'm thinking that black is struggling to find a comfortable plan. If you play b6, then it weakens the queen side position. For example, I'm thinking about a4, a5 opportunities, or maybe c5, creating an
Yeah.
extra opening over there. Yeah, you see ideas like this very often, short castle, but there are always 95 ideas to block any attacking potential for black.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
and one other plan for black would have been g5, g4. That happens as well. It's tough to push that pawn before white castles. Um, sometimes you can play e6, e5 for black. Um, the knight on b3 is a little bit unusual for this opening. Usually you'll see that knight try to go to d3 if it's on d2. It's a long maneuver, but usually you see white play a move like knight f5 and then knight d to f3 and something like that. Other times it'll be on c3, putting pressure on d5. I don't often see it go to b3, so it might be possible for black to play e5. But I guess he's gone queen g6 to make room for the other knight to come to f6.
yeah, a very solid idea as well. Yeah, the problem with e5 is that I think white's going to be very comfortable after all these exchanges.
Mm-hmm.
It means that the dark squared bishop is out of the picture, and we've got a very nice square for d4 for our knight.
Mm-hmm. And if
Uh,
black immediately plays f4 and lets their bishop out, I'm not that scared.
I'm also not that scared. If this is on the board, then it's very double-edged. Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. Maybe e5 was a very good idea there then.
It's
Um,
yeah, it's a slightly rare idea for black to like control e5. It's supposed to be your big weakness, so it doesn't come up that often that black can play e5, but
hmm,
when you can, it may be playable as an option.
looks interesting. Maybe I
Um,
have to ignore it with short castle and let you take on d4 then. Let black take on d4. But okay,
yeah.
it's a very interesting position. We're moving across all the uh, matches. Let's take a look at Parham Maghsoodli. For me, the
Ooh.
yeah, this opening I've seen that a lot before. Actually, there was in the Netherlands a match between veteran player Ivan Sokolov and youngster Lucas van Verrees, the current Dutch champion. And after knight g3, so white
Wait,
sacrifice.
your champion is a little kid?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's 18 years old. Yeah, it was a sensational match because Lucas van Foreest had to play against the then Dutch champion, Jordan van Foreest, his brother. And it was the young brother that actually beat the older brother
Oh
to
my
become Dutch
goodness.
champion. Yeah, it was awesome to see. And Lucas van Foreest was like, I don't know what happened. I just beat my brother, who's like a 2650 player. And I'm like a 2500 player. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but hey, I'm a Dutch champion, everybody.
Wow.
Yeah. But to
Did they
finish,
play the match at home or did they go to a tournament?
they went to Amsterdam. It was held
They
in
went to
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam to play.
Two brothers live in the northern part of the country, so not in Amsterdam. But yeah,
If I got to play a championship with match with my brother, I would insist on playing at home. I mean, what an opportunity.
well, it wasn't actually scheduled that the two would play a match for that because there was first a tournament in Amsterdam
Yeah.
where 8 players in total played for the Dutch championship. But these two were tied, at the end of all of it, and with the same amount of,
Amazing.
and then yeah, Lucas van Verrees clutched it out in the individual match there. Yeah. So yeah,
Okay, so black. So Magsudlu playing an interesting game here. Castling queenside, which you almost never see here. His opponent, I've seen just a few snippets this weekend, right? But I can tell his opponent is a very aggressive player. Loves to make things sharp, loves to get attacks going. So Magsudlu obviously saw there was an attack coming on the king side. If he went there, white was going to put the knight on h5, bishop on d3. So he castled queenside. Surprise, surprise.
yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, so I brought Lucas van Verrees up because yeah, he played a match against veteran Ivan Sokolov in this line, and you saw very often the king side attack from white to compensate for the pawn loss. Yeah, but black always castled short in that match. So yeah, that Maksutlu castled long is maybe a very interesting idea because
Yeah.
it's very hard for white to make to get a kingside attack going. For example, with a4, b5, because if you play b5, it's simply met by knight a5, and you cannot really make progress on the queen side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never seen this before. Castling queenside in this kind of structure. And I've played this with black before, so it's a cool extra idea to have.
Well, maybe you can add it to your repertoire, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
5 h4, g4, and then just say that it's going to be mate in a few moves.
Yeah.
Looks very
I
spicy.
even like the idea of f5. And I just slowly was decoding that last move where he played g5, he didn't play f5 there.
In this move, okay. Well, the problem is maybe the e6 pawn. So if you take, were you planning to take with the g or with
With
the
the
bishop?
bishop.
And if I take,
Yeah, I hadn't really thought that that could be a problem, but perhaps it can be.
yeah, maybe it's okay if you, so rook h e8, which looks
Right.
very devastating, queen
Queen
f4 check,
f4.
tactical justification, and
Right.
now you could play, yeah, I don't know, just king a8, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. It just
Okay.
seems like black's better, right? I mean,
I don't know, knight h5 is coming. This bishop looks very solid, but I
uh-huh.
don't, I don't know. I think you don't have to.
Right.
I like g5. The problem
Yeah,
with
I do too.
you're asking white, what is your plan? What will you play next? Because if you take this pawn, then it opens up the bishop on c6. So, for example, queen takes, rook takes, bishop c6 at some point, and the
Mhm.
bishop is very well placed. This ending looks very, very comfortable for black, I believe. Just
Yeah.
maybe,
Maybe even bishop a4 to make sure you get the d file.
yeah.
But either way, it should be a very comfortable endgame with the bishop pair for black.
Yeah.
Um, hmm.
Yeah, so let's see what happened. Knight e2 on the board, h5, just cruising on the king side.
Wow.
Takes, and I'm expecting knight takes. That's actually not so bad because the problem was that the bishop would come to c6, but like you
Right.
said, if you take here, you get bishop a4, which
Right.
looks very annoying.
That looks quite awkward.
Yeah, rook d2, and then probably maybe even rook d7 and rook hd8 and say like, yeah, I got the d file, dude.
Yeah. And what does white have? He's like the knight when it fights against the bishop pair, it's often depending on having a protected square in the center. So if black doubles on the d file, that d4 square is not stable at all. Um,
Also, look at the time difference, by the way. Black
mhm,
has over 10 minutes, and Joseph Taher has 4.5 minutes, more or less. So, big time difference there as well. I
mhm.
think Parham really prepared very well on this line. So, rook takes d4 instead, bishop c6, queen e3, rook takes, knight takes, and bishop a4. Yeah. I think black is so far in the driver's seat, white needs to be very careful not to get very much worse. By the way, we got a first result. I always like to mention that. The first
Yeah.
result of the day is Matthias Bluebaum. Actually, I think Matthias for Germany is making his first appearance, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like they brought in a whole new team for today.
Yep.
They've got Matias playing for the first time and also Daniel Friedman.
Yeah, they did not play yet in this top division. So yeah, what's striking me is that every team lets everybody play. So every team, every country has a 12-player lineup with substitutes for the boards, and every team is letting everybody play. Maybe that's actually a rule in the Olympiad, but I have to let me check my people behind the scenes if that's true.
I don't imagine there's a rule forcing you to. And I think there are teams that don't have the full 12 players as well.
All right.
Um,
Well,
my
yeah.
knowledge of the US team, I think, tells me that the US team does not have 12 players. Checking that, they have 9.
Uh-huh. In this pool, everybody has 12 players.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to check. If that's a rule, then that explains also all the rotations, the question that we had yesterday, for example. So let's find that out. This is, by the way, so this is the first result. Matthias Bluebaum being a piece up, and it's probably going to be made in a few. So first result, we've got the second result of the day, Vishy Anand. Yeah, very solid on board one. He's making a draw against Levan Pantsu Laya. So
Mhm.
that is yeah, very much okay. And yeah, all right. So these are the first two results. Let's take a look at another team. Let's check China if I can find them. We've got here Hui Fan playing against Letao Nguyen Pham from Vietnam. It's morning and it's Vietnam. I'm gonna say it at least once. Good morning, Vietnam. All right, just I cannot scratch that off my bucket list just yet, but it's an inside joke, everybody. So just let me have it, okay? Okay, free. So is Hui Fan doing well? I mean, I see an awkward knight on a7. I see a pawn on a5, which is nicely protected. I see e5 is not really a potential break here. I see knight c5 coming on the board. I think Hui Fan is doing very well here.
Yeah, I think the point of the pawn on a5 is to secure the c5 square, and it's going to be a long time before black can challenge that square. She could follow up with b4 as well if either a5 or c5 needs more protection. So it seems pleasant for white.
There is one problem though. For example, if white played it here with knight c5, then
Mm-hmm.
black had e5 as a countermeasure because if you take it, then the knight will fall on c5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not the end of the world, but still, I would definitely try to avoid this, and that's
Right.
why.
I think the
Why?
reason it's not the end of the world is that white can take it with the pawn, and then if you take the knight on c5,
Oh, that's
play
nice.
bishop e3 to a7.
That is very nice. Yeah, yeah. Queen needs to go. Then we take here, and after take, and now also actually these two pawns are hanging. So this should be a pawn up for white. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, we've got confirmation. There is no rule that everybody needs to play. It's just that the teams are saying that everybody gets a chance to play. So it's more of
Mm-hmm.
yeah, let's say a solidarity thing in the team, I believe. So no such rule, but I'm glad we checked. So thank you for Mira who's supporting us from behind the scenes. Thank you so much. Let's see. Do we have more results? We've got another draw between Hampi Kuniru and Mira Arabice from Georgia. So two draws in the India versus Georgia match so far. And actually, it's two black draws for Georgia. So they're not doing that bad. These results are pretty much okay. Also, of course, holding Vishy Anand to a draw with when Vishy has the white pieces, it's also very good for Georgia. So
Yeah.
I want to
And
keep an eye on this match. Maybe there's an upset in the making.
and Canera is very strong.
All right, I think we got all the all the matches covered. So the
Yeah.
most interesting match seems to be Iran versus Indonesia. So I'm gonna go over to that match. Let's see if who will play for the third spot because both teams still have a chance, but they do need to win this match in order to get have a chance there. I see some sort of King's Indian attack going on the king side. And white is preparing to move all in on the queen side, but black is nicely preventing that so far.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. G4 is also not really happening. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's a tough battle.
Very positional battle. So what you want ideal is to open up the b file and get some rooks in over there. But the problem is the black can take with the knight here, and then the knight is suddenly well placed. So with that in mind, white is struggling. Maybe a move like queen a4 is good to chase the knight away and then take on c5. But then
Yeah.
I would even consider knight b8 because there's
Yeah.
a6
You
ideas
might
here.
have to worry about the a6 threat wherever that knight, whether it goes to c7 or b8.
Yeah.
Might need to retreat to deal with that, and then the knight can always come back to a6.
Yeah. So I'm struggling to see how white can make progress here. So another idea you sometimes see is b takes, knight takes, and then you start a minority attack like this. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would be really reluctant to give this knight such a good square on c5. I think black is doing fine. I don't know. The computer is saying white's better, but to be
Yeah.
honest, I think that black is having the chances here. I would play rook g8, maybe g4 in one of the future moves.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I would maybe even start doubling the rooks perhaps if possible.
Yeah, it's not really clear how white's going to prevent g4 either. So it does seem like eventually that move will come. White will have to be ready for it. Yeah. So an interesting game, uh, if you can find it, is Diana Lomaya versus Divya Deshmukh. Whoa,
Uh,
there's some decisive things happening already, maybe.
in which match is that?
It's in the India versus Georgia match, and since India already drew 2 of their 3 white games,
Okay. So that is
this
the
game may well be decisive. Looking around in the match, the one Indian player who really seemed to have a bit of an advantage was Pragnananda. And every time I think that a team has a chance to get an upset against India, they score on their junior boards, especially Pragnananda. So, but this is his position that you've got now. And then this is the one that
yeah.
looks like it's reaching a decisive phase.
This looks over. I'm trying to find a way for white to defend against the queen h2 idea. So first of all, you need to protect f4. So you need to move the queen either to e3 or to d2. Let's say you go to e3, but then there's another possibility. That rhymed. Nice. Rook h3. That
Mm-hmm.
rhymed too. Very nice. And then, yeah, rook f3. The queen needs to move again, but then
Right.
rook is clinching the win like this. So probably queen d2 is the better move then.
Mm-hmm.
And after queen h2, queen f2. How would you try to win this? Maybe just rook h3 again. No, it seems not, yeah. Yeah, my idea was once again to play rook f3 on the next move, but I guess or queen g3 and then put the other rook over here.
So it must be. Oh my goodness! I mean,
Knight
so the
b4.
knight's hanging on b3 as well, and if you play knight d4, then you have your idea of queen g3, king g1, and double rooks. So that doesn't look sufficient. Um,
22 on the board. But it's strange because the computer is saying that this is not rook
that it's
h3 is
not
not
good.
strong.
So is it rook c3 maybe as a defense on the third rank?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I was thinking you can just take, and play queen takes f4 and be happy, but it
Yeah.
seems white has good compensation after king g1, and then maybe rook takes f7 or queen takes g7 on the next move.
Aha.
So
Suddenly one rook trade and we've blown our initiative.
rook h6 on the board, though. Okay, let's wait. I'm very curious to find a win here. What happens after king f2, king f2? So it's not rook h3. The other concrete move is bishop
Yeah.
h3.
If you just want to look at aggressive threatening moves, there's bishop h3, rook g1, rook h4.
Yeah, this looks like it's the way to go. Yeah, just rook takes f4, trying to win this piece. Just get in there with all your pieces. So in the other line, we won a pawn, but white got a solid position in the initiative, maybe. In this position, you are winning a pawn, but you keep the initiative.
Right.
Because, well, you can play f5 if you want, but you can, well, actually, you can even take this guy, so because it's pinned.
Yeah.
This looks like a much better move sequence than rook h6. Here, I would even consider playing something like rook c3 once again. Oh, actually, it's on the board. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I'm once again on fire. I feel good. Um, okay, but
So is
it's
black tripling on the h file or playing rook g6?
if rook g6, f5 is always a problem, maybe.
Yeah, more likely the last piece comes in.
Yeah, I like that though. I mean, if I'm always teaching my students, you should get all your pieces into play. So that's what she's doing right now. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, so I think black is doing fairly well. King f2, you do have rook h3 still as a resource. King
Yeah.
f1, I'm guessing bishop h3 looks still very interesting. Yeah, black is doing very well here. So India against Georgia looks good for black here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move over. We
Well,
got
if India wins both of these junior boards, that's gonna make it. That's gonna get them 3 points. I mean,
yeah.
with the
Well,
two draws they already have.
speaking about the other junior board, Praghananda making his appearance against Nicolosi Kakharava.
Yeah, I didn't look at this too closely. It was just my very instantaneous evaluation that it seemed pleasant for white.
Mm, mm. His bishop is super annoying. This bishop is going to be super annoying. I guess the bishop is going to go over here at some point, or maybe even reroute it like this.
Yeah.
This
I would
pin.
like to play knight d3 if I'm not blundering any tactics.
Yeah, the problem I thought might have been knight a7, but
Right.
actually
Then I was going to play bishop a6 and if b5 knight c5. But that gave me this feeling like maybe I'm blundering something cuz I wasn't very careful.
this is good enough. This looks this looks extremely good for white.
Okay. Well, if I can just move all my pieces to good squares and I'm not hanging anything, then white's doing well.
Yeah, knight d3, bishop f4 looks really good. Black, white side to play it slow with h4. Why not? You have a stable advantage with the bishop pair. And then knight e7 on the board. I like it. The knight was not looking too hot on c6, so why not try and move it to a better square? But I think that is exactly what Praghananda was looking at, that the knight wants to go to a better square, and then he's going to say like, nope, I'm going to try and prevent all that. g4 and h5.
Yeah, he's going to try and take every square away from the knights. This is very, very classic, bishop pair 101 to take all the squares from the knights with your pawns.
Exactly. Okay, let's move over. So we got board 2 here, Pentala Hare Krishna versus Luca Paigatsa. And actually, black is a little bit in trouble, but it's 2 versus 3 on one side of the board. Usually that means it's a draw. And of course, Hari Krishna has studied all rook endings possible, more or less. So I'm pretty sure that he can hold this to a draw. But you never know. We saw Grishuk, I believe, yesterday winning an extra pawn ending, even though it might have been objectively a draw. So it is. There's always some play left in rook endings. It's not always a guaranteed draw.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that Georgia is giving India a hard time at the very least.
Yeah.
One match we have not really taken a look at that I want to address shortly is Germany versus Zimbabwe. We've got here Lara Schulze versus Christine Makwena, and that is board 4 of the match. So Zimbabwe not doing too well in the pool, but yeah, they are, of course, they might create an upset in the standings if they beat Germany. Chances are not very likely because Germany has overwhelmingly got a better lineup. But yeah, I think White's a pawn up, but Black has got very nice c-file action going on here. And knight c6 was an interesting idea, but then okay. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like White's claiming victory after something like this. Yeah. Okay, just very slow. We're closing in on time trouble, everybody. So yeah, I think Germany is doing very well in the match, and the results are dropping in very slowly. So take a look once again on the left side of the board where you can see updated results. We'll try to update everything as much as possible so that you can see how your team is doing, the team that you're rooting for. And then let's move over to if we find something interesting. Yeah, the most interesting match is Indonesia versus Iran. So I want to see how that match is going. We've got here another rook ending between Mobina Alina Sap versus Warda Aulia Medina. And this looks like a very good rook ending for white. The rook is nicely keeping this under control. But if black can start pushing this pawn with, for example, like this, then there might be drawing margins for black, the
That
Indonesian
G3 pawn is nicely placed to keep the black king from
advancing.
attacking the rook on E3 and pushing through.
Now needs
So white wants to play king.
Oh, it's with check. Rook D3.
Uh-oh. Just trade and queen.
Yeah, the only way to maybe play on was rook b2, king c8, and now get the king in there somehow. But even then, the king is very safe on d8. I think this was a lost position.
Yeah, on king d4, white has the move king to d8.
Yeah, exactly.
Leaving the rook on e3, right?
So let's move that one as well. Here you can even play king d8 because there are no checks on the board. Could play rook c2. But then after rook e1, let's say e3, c8.
G4.
Yeah, and it's over actually. So yeah, white won this game. So good start for Iran. Mahsudlu drew against Yosef Taher. So not a bad result from the Indonesian player there. We've got
Nice.
this game still going on board 2. Actually, that might be an upset because the Indonesian player has a queen and white does not. So this looks like one half advantage for Indonesia.
Wow.
We got more results dropping in. We've got here black winning, so another point for Iran, so tying the match. We've got here yeah, another point for Iran. So Iran doing good so far, it seems. Let's check the other two boards. Iran doing good here. Pawn advantage. Pawns are going to advance as well. I think technically it might still be a draw for white, but it's an ending that's very hard to defend. And then we've got this board lastly, and we've got G5 on the board.
Oof.
Oof. So that means that this is a really close match. A really, really close one if black manages to win this. I think Indonesia is at least going to have 2.5 points. Okay, so Iran really needs to win this game. If Iran manages to win this game, I think that they have won the match. So
I was thinking about this end game. As I was lying in bed trying to sleep, and because I was thinking about the bishop and 2 pawns versus 3 pawn endgame that we saw yesterday, and I was wondering if you sacked your bishop for 2 pawns, if you could win this resulting rook endgame. I've been analyzing it in my head for much of the day, and I'm not sure that it can be won.
yeah, me neither. I'm wondering exactly how to defend this. I think one of the ideas is to give checks from the side and also from the back. So I think I've seen this before. There's also constructions. The king, I think, needs to move over here somehow, and then you can play rook e2 and try to get your king forward. But usually with the back checks and the side checks, I think it's really hard for black to advance here. I think it's quite an easy draw now.
Now, the position that I was thinking of from yesterday, the white, everything would have been over 1 file to the side, like the pawn on g2 and the other pawns would have been at e4 and f4, and I couldn't make progress. But here the white king can't come around the h-pawn, so there are actually some checkmates. If you get the king to the back rank, he doesn't have like the square I2 to get out. So if we could get the king to f3 for black, we would probably be winning. And in the other endgame, I couldn't win even when I got my king to that square in front of the pawns.
Yeah. Well, this looks already like a draw because
attacking the g pawn does it.
Yeah,
right.
Good king e2, but then there's rook e8 check, and then you can just move back. This looks like a draw. No, the g4 pawn will fall. Well, I would at least try one more shot with
Yeah, how about this trick? Rook d4. And then on rook takes g4, I'm going to play king e2.
Okay, king h. Okay, check. Yeah, you always have to check. I guess I'm gonna play rook g8.
Okay, f3.
It's probably bad, but let's go. King
If you
g3.
go to the back rank, you're mated. So king there. Now f2. And then I go hide my king on g1.
Yes, that looks winning actually. Oh, it's a draw.
It's been drawn.
Yeah. So, oh, that means probably Indonesia is clinching a draw at least then.
Yeah.
Wait, but this is interesting. Yeah. So what happened in the game was, oh, exactly how you played it.
Oh, really?
G8, F3, King G3, F2, check. Wait, really? This was a draw? A draw by agreement? Really?
Maybe you need to click a button to revert to the game variation.
I think this is... Ah, okay. So I'm mistaken, yeah. King E4 played, rook takes, rook E8, and it was a free-fold repetition, it seems.
Right, just between E8, E8, E8.
Black could have played on here. Maybe the idea is that after rook D4, I just have to play King F2.
King F2, right?
And rook takes G4 on the next move, and if you play F3, I can simply play H3, I think, with a draw. Yeah, King F2 was the safe move there.
That's a nice move, yeah.
Black could have just tried at least. It's not an ending that's easy to defend. You do have to know your stuff. It seems, if I'm not mistaken, I think the match ended in a draw, but we'll keep the results updated, of course. So keep an eye out on the left side where you can see the results. And oh, we're gonna have a field day. We got another one.
Wait, Hare Krishna won that endgame?
Yeah, seems like it.
Wow.
All right, so where did we end?
Well, that means India's doing well. The juniors are still trying to wrap up their games.
Black won this? Oh, white over pushed and allowed E3.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to allow E3 here.
Yeah, I mean, Hari had been down a pawn for 30 moves. That's why I was surprised when I saw the result.
Now it's very unclear.
Yeah.
Still be within drawing margins, but I guess why try to push too hard here? And after Rook G6, King D7. I think the problem was Rook H1 and Rook and E1.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that was brave, but yeah, I'm always, yeah, no, never mind, we're not going into that. So yeah, just over pushing by white, and yeah, a win for India. Unfortunately for Luca Baigatse. So we've got a few more games going on. We've got another, yeah, this is what I just saw. This is very easy to, I think with the pawns being further away, it's a lot more easy to keep to a draw.
Right. But it's exactly the same structure.
Yeah, also the A pawn, side pawn against two like this. And we've got one more game going on. Sindarov for
What
was
if black brought the king to A5?
All right, let's take a look. Yeah, if you put the king over here, then there's a drawing maneuver with the with just putting the rook over here and then actually mating on A8 if possible.
Okay, so you come to the 8th rank once black is at A6, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's easy enough. Yeah, I think that this is just a very easy draw. And now there's this very well-known drawing mechanism where you put a king over here and then you put a rook on B3 if possible. I think that's in one of the books of Dvoretsky actually.
But here you're saying rook H8 is the only.
Yeah, here rook H8, of course. But if black tries to put a rook over here, then you can simply put a rook on B3 without any problems. Yeah. Look, so don't play king A5. Okay. Oof.
Right, king A5 would draw this match. India only has one extra point.
Really? All
Yeah.
right. So then, okay, but yeah, try to win this. Why not? Okay, so what you absolutely need to avoid is losing this pawn.
Right. So maybe the king, well, if the king comes to C4, then there's rook to A3, rook.
Winning now. I think it's winning now.
Rook check, king B7.
Yeah, it's over. This is winning. This is winning. Yeah, this is winning now. King C6 though. Wait, is it over? Is it over? Yeah, it's over because rook E8 is king B4. And if rook B, oh, don't play rook B4. Don't play it. Don't.
Oh my goodness, that would draw the match as well.
Play rook H4 though.
Rook H4 is a very good move.
Cut off behind the pawn, and that should win the rook ending.
Yeah. Same thing, just Mout slipped G4, but it didn't matter.
So let's discuss how this is actually a draw then. Because, okay, white did a good job here, but I think the problem was around here. I think white needed to check. King B7 and then move back so that the king cannot come in like this on A5 and B4.
That makes a lot of sense. You should never tolerate that king getting active if you don't have to.
This was the final mistake because after
Good
check,
call.
and if you move back, then the king can come in like this.
And come to B4 is very, very dangerous, if not lost.
And yeah, I see a comment in the chat. The opponent is playing for a disconnection. That is absolutely still on the tables. I think India did have some internet connection problems yesterday. But yeah, of course, this is already over. Just king D1, rook D2 is over. Okay, so yeah, that was very instructive. And India winning the match with 4-2, it seems, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No disconnections, checking the internet bars. Yep, all white. So India winning the match. And
Yeah.
that is it for round one, everybody. All the games have finished. And I think we see, yeah, Indonesia, Iran was a draw. So that means
Right.
that both are not doing well for the race for third place. And actually,
Yeah.
isn't it all decided now? Because Germany won the match. A miracle needs to happen for Germany not to qualify for the third.
Only Iran could still catch them by winning the last two matches, while Germany loses the last two matches.
Yeah, because
So
Uzbekistan also lost against Mongolia with 4-2. Also kind of an upset there, yeah.
yeah, so a draw pleases nobody in this Iran Indonesia match, or I mean, nobody in the match. The Germans are probably fine with seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely. They are now 4 match points ahead, and with 2 rounds to go, that means that they are almost certain for qualification, and also they've got a lot of board points. So, yeah, looking good for them. Let's take a look at the standings, which have been updated, everybody. You see China, India, and Germany clenching the first 3 spots. If everything goes right, Iran does have a lot of board points. So if
Insane
Germany,
board points.
yeah, if Germany loses the next 2 rounds, then Iran still has a shot if they win all the matches. So
Yeah. And they're
yeah,
playing Mongolia and Vietnam. It's possible for them to win both matches.
yeah,
Um,
Germany needs to
Germany
play
is playing
against.
Uzbekistan as well as India.
It might. It's on the cards. It's in the cards. It's on the table still.
Yeah.
All right. Amazing. So okay, we do have some excitement left in that case. So, all right, everybody, we will be going on a short break, and after the break, we will be back, of course, with more action in this pool A. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hey everybody, and we are back with more online 2020 Olympiad chess. My name is still Roland, and I'm still here, of course, with David. Yeah, not a lot to play for in Pool A. I mean, um, place 1 and 2 have more or less already been decided, but we got still at least some fight left for place 3. And let's show everybody what I mean with that. So here we've got the standings. So throughout the day, we're gonna, of course, discuss all these pools. All these pools will be played throughout the day, but in this morning, we are going to check Pool A, of course, mostly. They have started their games, and Germany is in a good spot to claim the place 3 in this pool, but Iran still has some chances to qualify as well because Germany has to play still against India and they also have to play against Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan has been upsetting some of the teams also. So there is still a chance for Iran to qualify if they win the upcoming matches and Germany loses the matches. And there is still a real chance with that. Okay,
Yeah.
by the way, everybody, we still have. Okay, let's show everybody real quickly the schedule. Yeah, let's put it in there. So we are on the last day of the top division, and next weekend we've got a big weekend coming up with the playoffs. And so yeah, we still got a lot of chess going for you. As you can see, the 27th is the preliminary round, the 28th the quarterfinals, August 29th the semifinals, and the finals will be August 30th. Awesome stuff right there.
Yeah.
All right, so let's
Those
talk.
matches are going to get exciting.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to see USA versus Russia, for example, or India versus Ukraine? Those will
Yeah.
be awesome matches to watch. All right, what do you think about round 8?
Well, if Germany can upset India, they will clinch a spot in those matches next week, and then I'll get to open my celebratory Lebkuchen, which are waiting here for me.
Wait, what? Leekuchen?
Yeah, German cookies.
Ah, Leekuchen. Okay, yeah, I knew the word Kuchen, but what does the word lay mean?
Yeah, Leb. I mean, I don't know. It seems like it might be short for Leben, which is life, cookies of life.
Live
But
cookies.
yeah. But I've got a package here that I've been waiting to crack open, so we'll see if Germany can qualify.
Yeah. All right, and otherwise you're gonna, of course, open up some Iran delicacies if they manage to clinch it out in.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, you have a German background. Yeah, that is maybe also why. All right, Germany versus India, definitely the match to watch, and otherwise Vietnam versus Iran. That's also a tough cookie to crack for Iran. So we'll of course see if that's going to happen. Those are the two matches to watch. All right. The games are close to starting. Let me get the game link on.
Yeah. I see Rasmus Svan against Vidit Gujarati.
Mhm.
That will be an important match.
Oh, C3, yeah. I've had C3 against me once. So this all started in a Grunfeld, more or less. And we've got once again this fianchetto symmetrical position. And we saw a few times that C4 was countered by C6. And then after Queen B3, which has been played a few times already, A5 was played, and then we've got some counterplay for black. But in this case, white decided to play this very securely with C3. And it's not that bad. I mean, the idea is that if black plays a move like C5, you can take it and try to hold on to it with a move like B4.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, C3 is a tricky move. You try to keep it extremely solid. You want to maybe play bishop F4, queen C1 to try and exchange the dark squared bishops like this. And after knight BD7, A4 was played. And A5 as a counter. Yeah, like I said, yeah, I think this is going to be the idea in the position. and if c5, then we got knight a3, knight b5 ideas. So yeah, very solid line. White is just waiting to see what black is going to do. Yeah, how would you approach this? I mean, with white having this chance with queen c1 and bishop h6, I don't know. Well, chance, like, how would you? Because I played this line with black at some point, and I just copied what my opponent did. I also played bishop f5. I also played queen c8. I also played bishop h3, and it was more or less okay for black. But now that
Yeah.
they're knight on d7, I don't know what the black plan is.
Well, maybe a queen on b6 would keep the white queen defending b2 and prevent bishop h6. Maybe you could play knight b6 to c4 as another option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is an annoying move. I don't really know. Rook a2. Bishop
Yeah.
h. Next move.
Well, we
Nah.
could play queen b3, queen b6.
Yeah, this is kind
I'm,
of a.
I'm not claiming that this is exciting.
It really is not exciting though. So queen b3 on the board instead. Computer does not like this. Maybe there's a knight h5, e5 idea, for example. But
Mm-hmm. That could be fun.
okay. Let's take a look at also a nice clash. We've got Liam Lequang from Vietnam playing against Parham Maghsoodloo. Also important, Iran needs to win this match in order to still have a chance. So queen e7 on the board. It's a Benoni structure, but I think it started with a King's Indian setup. So here after e3 was played, very solid.
Okay.
c5, boom. And we got some sort of Benoni type structure right now.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Black's up a whole tempo and got to play bishop g4 without h3 with that tempo.
Yeah, and bishop g4 on the board.
So
h3.
this position gives black some chances to get a slight disadvantage.
A slight disadvantage.
Yeah, as opposed to a major disadvantage in the main lines.
I guess. How would you approach this? I would maybe play something like c4 or knight c5. Would aim for that. Yeah, c4, I like it. If you play knight e5, then simply met by bishop e2. I don't know. It seems like white is in control. How would I play this with whites? I think just rook e1, queen c2. Try to get the bishop to a slightly better square. Just try and play this very positionally. Black is solid, but white has the long-term advantage with the bishop pair.
There's two different approaches with the queen. You can put her on c2 and just tuck your bishop on h2, or you can put her on d2 so that if and when black plays a move like knight h5, you can play bishop g5 and just sort of dance back and forth between f4 and g5 and harass the black pieces a little bit.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's the queen position. And would you maybe, with black, would you maybe try and get some queenside action going?
With black, yeah, you want to. There's two main plans for black here. One is to play for b5, and the other is to play for c4, knight c5.
Okay, yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Just
Usually I put the queen on c7 or b6 instead of e7. So I'm not as familiar with playing it this way.
Yeah, because the queen is not really supporting this pawn, but I think if you try to attack it, then you've got moves like knight e5 or rook fc8.
Yeah.
So it should be fine to have this pawn here. Also, if white plays bishop e2, then the e4 pawn is under challenge, maybe.
Yeah.
Because you do have the queen there to attack it, but on the other hand, I'm not sure if this is good because you are giving up the d6 pawn as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you get b2 as well, so it's complicated. Often you get a lot of counterplay suddenly. So you go rook e8, hitting e2 maybe, and then after rook e1, play bishop takes b2,
Yeah.
and black should be good here, either with c3 or bishop c3.
Yeah, this looks actually quite terrible. So yeah,
Yeah.
c4, bishop e2, not the best move because of that. Yeah, so, and if you attack it like queen e2, then like we said, we can just play rook fc8 or rook ac8 and put the other rook here, for example. And then on one of the next moves, you can play knight c5 or knight e5 and knight d3, which looks quite okay. I guess that black is doing just fine here. I mean, the opening was loss of tempo for the Kwang. I mean, white's position is definitely still solid, but I guess that if you're a King's Indian player, then you are very happy with this position. There are more dangerous lines than this.
Yeah, I think both a King's Indian player and a Benoni player, either one, would have to be satisfied with the position black has here, because it is clearly better than what they would usually get.
Yeah. All right. And I'm trying to.
Maybe given what's already happened, white should play the maneuver of bishop e3 to d4, and then with rook to e1, and you're probably not going to be able to keep black from following up with b5 as well. And I don't know, it's not going to be very easy.
Yeah, because this pawn is protecting a lot of good, a lot of the action on that side. Yeah, I'm trying to find my favorite username.
Oh yeah, I promised you that he would be back this round.
Yeah, let's see if he's here. I don't see it. I did hear that Georgia started later today. I don't see him, to be honest. Are you sure that he's? Because I think that this. Okay, yeah, this is
Let me
level.
see if I can find him. I don't see his game up yet either. No.
All right, maybe they just started later. The the player that we're looking for, everybody, is Badur Yobava, of course, the legend from Georgia. He is supposed to be starting his game, but we're having a hard time finding it. So we are stuck
Yeah.
with part two for now. Maybe we can find this game a little bit later. Um, Yakuboev. Actually, I think that he's not playing because in the pairings, Yakuboev is board one, actually. So maybe Yobava is not playing. Yeah, he's
Really?
not playing. He's not playing, unfortunately. This is board one. Yeah, there was a change in the pairings, and now Levon Pantsulaya is playing on board one against Yakuboev. Yeah, they
Okay, so
started
that's
later.
changed it.
D3. What do you think?
Well, the knight on b8 is awkward for a moment. Otherwise, black's position is pretty comfortable. Queen on b3 is not amazing when rooks are going to be coming to the file. That's basically, it's not like an extra tempo that you have your queen out. It's a tempo you're going to lose that you have your queen out. So I guess black just wants to play d6 and knight bd7.
Yeah, and Yakuboev agrees with you there. Yeah, I think so too. By the way, everybody, just a quick reminder. I'm trying to do this after whenever the round starts again. The ratings that you see next to their names are not their official ratings. These are their Chess.com ratings. So if you want to see their official ratings, then type in the chat !Olympiad and you will find more information on their ratings. But keep in mind, they are grandmasters, so they have at least about 25 or 2600 rating. Yep.
Yeah.
So black is doing like
So
the knight on d7, and white is trying to grab the b file before black does. I think white is slightly more comfortable. I mean, I would put the queen on a3 where it cannot be attacked. And if I was black,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what I would do. I would feel a little bit uncomfortable because the queen on a3 is slightly annoying. This
Mm-hmm.
queen does not have a good square to go to. If you go here,
Right.
then you can be attacked by the knight. And if you put the queen with e6 and queen e7, for example, then you are creating a minor weakness on d6. So,
Yeah. And you're not available to defend the a7 pawn then.
yeah,
Um,
there you go.
ooh.
I really am on fire again. All right. So, but queen e7 is not defending a, and actually queen a3, queen a6 is also really annoying because of the bishop on c3,
Yeah, to
c6.
me that seems like a really bad sign for black that they had to play e6 there. I thought they should somehow be able to make queen c7 work.
Yeah.
But now it looks like black's really going to struggle. I mean, white can double on the b file. You can't counter because of a7. Plus, white can play the move knight b5 at some point, touching both pawns. White can play queen a6, disrupting the bishop. Another thing that would be defended if you had a queen on c7.
I think the answer is a6. If you play a6 and then queen c7, then you are securing the square for the queen. Sure, the rook is defending the pawn and is not doing anything else with that, but at least you are very, very solid, and you can keep the queen on c7. There are no entrance points for the rook on the b file, and later you can maybe reroute the knight to e5 or something. I don't know. I do feel that white is just a little bit more comfortable. There are some slight annoyances in the black position, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but let's move on.
So I'd be interested to see the Hari Krishna game.
All right, let's see if I can find it. Hare Krishna. Let's see how Harry is doing. Oh, wow. Okay, pulling up for white, but um, nice knight.
Yeah, it seemed like Bluebaum sacked a pawn on d5 on purpose to
Yeah,
open up the game,
few
and
moves.
Hari Krishna accepted the sacrifice.
Okay, c8. Some action over c file. I don't see entrance points other than this. Okay, bishop being taken off the board. I would be really scared here if I were white. Because rook c2 is maybe on coming. Queen f6 is maybe coming.
Wait,
So
on
you can play knight
on
e6.
knight c2, rook c1, rook takes d3. The
Oh,
queen seems to be trapped,
ah.
and like rook c2,
Oh, rook c2. Yeah.
rook c2, rook d1, and the rook can come back to d8.
This looks very good for black. Still, white's got nice compensation with the bishop here, but looks like
Mm-hmm.
black is in the driver's seat. I do have a fancy. I just want to show this for funny
Yeah.
sake. Play queen e1. If I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is more or less the same thing because if you take rook d8.
You want to play rook takes e1 in this position?
Yep. But after queen d7, I think it's more or less the same, although you do have the chance to play rook c7 and
Mm-hmm.
extra pair of rooks on the board. Looks
Yeah.
interesting. By the way, after knight c2, rook c1, you can also take with the bishop on d3. Maybe that's a little more solid.
Maybe a little more solid. Yeah.
You don't want
Because
to
that
play.
other position, actually, I could see it somehow going wrong for me, even with the queen versus rook and bishop. Just the white pieces were all suddenly well coordinated.
Yeah, with the bishop and the rooks, yeah, very good. They can still work very good together. I mean, this looks really awkward. I mean, I don't want to play a move like this, you know? I mean, look at that rook. It's amazing. Okay, it's still not over yet. I
Yeah.
mean, this knight on c2 is very awkward for the moment. It's nicely covering the rook action, but you want to push somehow.
Okay.
That's
Well, this looks like it would have been good for black. Bluebaum chose to put his rook on c2 instead. If you want to
yep.
go
Rook
to the
c1.
game, we can see what we think of this option for black.
I like it. I think keeping the knight on d4, not caring about this d3 pawn is actually nice because the d3 pawn is a permanent weakness. And rook c7, not a big deal because you can just play queen f6 without problems. So then the bishop needs to go, and you look like it looks like black is just grabbing the pawns on the queen side, and this pawn is not really alive. It's just blockaded by the knight on d4. So after that, you can just start running.
I'd like to find a chance to play the move h5 for black. I feel like I'm pretty close to getting back rank mated. It's time to
Yeah,
spend a tempo getting rid of back rank mate, and h5 white's probably going to have some issues with.
because
Like
yeah,
they may want to respond to
you do need
that.
is a pawn sacrifice after g takes.
But an h pawn is hardly a pawn. Then you just play bishop f5 or something.
Yeah, that's true. Well, white does get a chance to win.
Takes another pawn from me too. Yeah, maybe I don't quite have time to do it yet. But I'm definitely worried about the back rank.
Yeah, I would be too. I think so. Bishop g3 on the board, and then knight e6. Okay, at least, yeah, with the back rank, you can put a knight on f8, but that's of course not the point of knight e6. Isn't this very good for black? What about bishop takes d3, rook needs to go, and then you can win. You've got a nice
Is there somewhere where you can go to win that piece?
bishop e4. But
Queen
yeah,
b3, knight c5.
yeah, but I would be happy just to take. I mean, you got a nice bishop pair. The knight is not
Yeah.
open. But yeah, maybe you do have some, I don't know, some tricks or something. But the knight in open position is usually not worth a lot. So these bishops and the rook are very nicely coordinated. So maybe there is some chances like this. But to be honest, I think that white should be more or less okay here. We can check what happened in the game. Rook takes, bishop takes, rook e1. Let's see what's happening on the board here. Yeah, bishop e4. Will white take that bishop? I think white needs to.
Seems
Or queen
so.
takes d8 first. Yeah, but looking good for Germany here. Let's take a look at Schachfein versus Elegance. Heike Dronovali versus Lara Schulze. Nah, seems to be a draw. Yeah, symmetrical position. No weaknesses in either camp. I think I would like black a little bit more because of these pawns versus the white color pawns here, but that's really a minor thing because they are not really weaknesses in the position. So this looks like a draw. And let's move on to butterfly. Filiz Osmanoja from Germany versus Bhakti Kulkarni. And white is an exchange up. But black has got some counterplay. There is this construction that's annoying.
There's a passed pawn already on the board, which is part of the compensation. The e4 pawn is undefended.
If the queen moves here, the knight takes e4. The queen moves here, then protecting the guy.
Rook a2 could probably get that pawn.
Takes, knight takes e4. Seems to be all right for black. Two pawns, pass pawn, opposite color bishops, active pieces. Looks all right.
Yeah.
I guess white has to play queen c2. So yeah, India not with the best lineup, by the way. Yeah, Bhakti Cook. Oh, that is interesting as well. I did not see that.
Oh, the knight on c6.
Yeah, black does win e4 back in the end. Let's wait a little bit to see if that's going to happen. I think it needs to be played, so I'm expecting some quick moves here.
Some trades.
Some trade, some grabbing of the pawns.
If the queen retreated to b7, then the queen's worse placed, and white has time to play something like knight c3 and save the e-pawn, right? So it's just the wrong kind of thing to look at.
Yeah, it needs to be taken off. This needs to be taken off as well. And then you take on e4. And I think black's chances are still okay. It's white is a rook up versus a piece, but black has 2 pawns. Opposite colored bishops. This pawn is nicely defended. The e5 pawn cannot really be attacked at the moment.
Yeah.
Black is okay, but I don't know if I would pick black if I had the choice.
No, but I think you can draw this.
At the very least, yeah.
If you have to play this game, I think you can draw it without too much trouble. The knight does seem like it could be a little worse till you realize that white only has pawns on one side of the board. So the scenarios where black loses, there's not that many with opposite colored bishops as well.
Yeah, one of the things I would be worried about is if white gets 2 rooks on the 7th rank. Oh, nice in-between move. If knight f6, you have bishop takes h6. And if... Oh, this is actually quite an annoying move there. I think you have to play knight g5.
Do we need to go knight g5?
Yeah, not the end of the world, by the way. You can just move the...
No, I mean, e6 would be an ideal square, and on bishop g5, hg5, it also looks pretty safe for black.
Win a pawn, though.
Rook a...
No, rook a2 saves everything, because king f2 is just with check then. Yeah, seems to be all right. Seems to be all right. Don't see anything after this.
Oh, knight f6, bishop takes h6 happened, though.
Ay, that is not ideal. That's a pawn. Can black somehow make use of this extra tempo of the knight? You could play knight d5 and b4 perhaps, but the bishop is just going to retreat to d2. This looks pretty good for white with this extra pawn. White might have some winning chances here.
Yeah. Maybe use the tempo here to play e4 to try and trade a pawn. Yeah, okay, black went for knight d5. That makes sense too.
It seems to be...
bishop d2, rook a2 is what we could expect.
Yeah, bishop... Yeah, then okay, black still has some compensation here, yeah. I mean, if you put the bishop g5, f6, bishop h4... Let's put it on the board, by the way.
Oh yeah, please do that. Please do that.
Got some activity on the queen side with knight c3 ideas, maybe bishop d3 and rook a2. I don't know. I think this this looks quite interesting for black still. Bishop d2 on the board. Rook a2 next. Yeah, by the way, chat, if you want to see a game then or a match, then let us know in the Twitch chat. We are keeping an eye out for that. So if you do have some suggestions, let us know. And then we will take a look at your suggestions and we will find the corresponding game.
What's going on in the Hare Krishna game now? If you bounce back for a second, he didn't trade into that rook and piece against queen, which we thought looked quite okay for him. Instead, he did something really funky that we hadn't seen he could do. Queen b3, where we thought knight c5 would win for black, probably. But
here is that after queen b4. I was thinking, no, that's not true. Wait. What is the problem here? Oh, queen e3 is the problem. And then you have mate. So if you take with the bishop, it's mate on the back rank.
Right.
If you
play and if you take with the knight, then queen e4. Okay.
That is why knight e4 is played with knight f3 ideas.
So instead he went knight d4, knight f3, king h1, and again, if bishop b7, there's queen e8.
Yep, some nice tactics here. Instead, he grabbed the rook. Bishop takes e4, still big bishops. And after queen a1, king h2, I would play that instantly. I think white's all right. These bishops are nicely controlling the knight. Like I said, in open positions, knights are usually more or less dead pieces. So I'm wondering if black maybe had something better around here to do.
Maybe queen. No.
Yeah, I was also eyeing this move, but
Yeah, it doesn't work after queen e1, rook e8, bishop h7.
yeah, rook e8, bishop h7, and you win the rook. Yeah, I don't think this was that great. Queen d1, king h2 played. Oh, king h2, and now queen d1 on the board. The knight needs to get into play somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Queen d1, I think, is aimed at if you play queen takes a7, then at least you get knight f3 as an option.
Yeah.
It looks all right. These bishops are menacing. And
This is a very weird game for sure.
yeah, absolutely. Very complicated stuff. And the rook, I think, needs to be put on f8 at some point. No, yeah, it needs to be put on f8. So good composition for white. Black is having the better chances, but it's not over yet by a long shot. By the way, this turned out to be a draw between Harika Dronovalli and Lara Schulze.
Yeah.
So yeah, first result of the day. Also here we got a result between board one, Susanto Megaranto from Indonesia, winning his game against Bilgun Sumia from Mongolia. So good results there. Let's quickly check. Let's see which game is interesting.
You know, Rasmus Sven always starts the game out with something kind of passive, his opening, right? Something pretty passive, but then eventually
He starts pushing.
he starts really playing. I mean, this game here, his opening looked so solid and safe, but then he's sacked a pawn in order to go for, pretty aggressive play finally.
Yeah, eventually he also played c4 in the opening.
Mm-hmm.
So he started to be a bit more aggressive. He exchanges, not much going on here. Really not much going on here. So I like how the queen moved. So ding, ding, and then to c1.
Yeah,
Okay.
very comfortable for black at the moment, to my view.
Yeah, to me too. So black started pushing on the f2 pawn. Looks quite annoying. So bishop takes, king takes, rook f1. Very passive, but still okay. Takes,
Yeah.
takes, queen takes e2, winning a pawn. But after all this, the pieces are being pushed back, and f4 as compensation. So I think white did not mean to sacrifice that pawn, but it turned out to be pretty good because black's pieces are all kind of awkward right now, and f5 is going to come into the position.
Vidit was trying to punish him for being passive. And
Yeah.
then, when you're trying to punish someone, you see some line where you win a pawn and you think like, yeah, that must be the punishment. And then sometimes it doesn't work out. It can be hard to punish people at times.
Yeah, exactly. So you do always need to calculate and be careful because a punishment might be winning a pawn, but it could also be just something slow or something passive.
Whoa. Vidit just played f6, to which Sven answered with knight takes g6.
I saw this. F6, very logical move, but to try and push some white pieces back, but white is just
Yeah.
going forward. Let's go.
That queen on a6 is reminding me of these scenarios that come up in Fisher Random, where the queen starts on, a8 or b8 or something, and someone just leaves it there for 6 or 7 moves too long and just can't get back that fast once things show up.
I think I would pick white here.
White
Yeah, taking
feels
was,
like they can't really be worse. He does like to trade, doesn't he?
I guess. He's like king g7, f takes, rook takes. How to continue here? Probably just doubling on the f file, yeah? Rook f5, rook h5, perhaps. But there's queen d. No, queen d3 is also not on the board because the b pawn is hanging. This looks very nice for white. I don't know how black is gonna. Black needs to hold this. Rook f5, rook e8. If rook h5, simply rook h8, but it's all very awkward.
Yeah.
It looks like white is okay at least. But okay, I don't see an entrance point for white either. Rook h5 is met by rook h8. And
Well, you
if
can.
there's always queen d3 threats in the position, so.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If rook f1, normal move, then queen d3. That's the problem.
Well, then queen f4 could be played there.
It is very dangerous to get the queen off the e3 square though.
Yeah, that's true.
e4. Okay, he's going for it. So if you take, then rook takes b7, looks extremely dangerous. I would not recommend that for black.
Mm-hmm.
But what else to do? I mean, every piece is very passive at the moment, and the queen is a beast on e3, eyeing this h6.
Yeah. Okay, he covers b7 to free his queen. That's a good and fast defensive move from Vidit.
Yeah. So what to do now? I don't know. This looks rook c1. I don't want to give up this pawn. I don't know. I think white needs to be very, very careful here. Rook c5 attacks everything. h5? That would be too much. Yeah, g5 simply. The queen is nicely offside. If b6, rook takes c6, so no worries there. I would just put the rook over here and offer a draw after rook h5.
Mm-hmm.
I think a draw is the best that the black can hope for.
But you wouldn't recommend h5 for black, right? Because the other white rook would be faster to come to the g file after g takes h.
Yeah, or g takes h and then king h2.
And then just looking at either rook b2 or king h2.
Yeah,
Yeah, so black shouldn't get too frisky. He's pretty discoordinated.
Yep.
He should be happy to hold the balance here, honestly.
I think so too. So I would offer a draw of rook d8, or maybe move the rook somewhere, and then rook h5, rook h8 back. Then it's a draw. The results are dropping in, everybody. So keep an eye out for the results on the left side of the board. Queen a7. Yeah, black is very solid. All right, let's move on to another game. We've got here a nice clash between the youth boards. Nihal Sarin for India, one of the child prodigies. He has been mentioned a candidate for future world champion. He's playing against Roven Vögel, and I think that Sarin is doing pretty darn good. Because b4, the knight on d5 is a stable piece right there. And yeah, these pawns might get dangerous. Queen a7 is a good move though, but rook b6 is a very nice answer.
Yikes.
If you take the pawn is going to start running. It's over. So actually, I think that black is winning.
I mean, it doesn't seem like white can attack the knight or the rook.
Try and go for a mate.
His dream is to get a perpetual on g6 and e8.
There you go, but there's always knight f6 and knight g8. No, I think, yeah, this is a good move though, but rook b7, maybe this is still good enough for a draw. So what we're hoping for as white is b3, queen takes, and then queen g6 and queen over here.
Mm-hmm.
Perpetual. But I'm sure, yeah, rook b7, so queen c8 is more or less a draw. Or queen c6. Is there an easy way to win this?
I think maybe play b3, and after queen takes pawn, play rook b8.
Rook b8, huh? Yeah, but queen a7? I don't still rook b4, but now queen f7. I think the knight needs to go to f6, to be honest, and then we put to g8, yeah. I think that's the winning maneuver here. Knight f6, queen g6, king h8. There are no checks anymore. What is he doing? Okay, you can repeat moves for one more
Yeah.
time. I think that's the idea. Put a knight on g8, push the pawn, and you win. Knight f6.
But knight f6, queen c7. Same idea.
Uh-huh. That's annoying. And then knight d7. It was
Drawn.
winning. It has to be winning. Knight f6. I'm gonna try it.
Queen a7 or c7, knight d7. Ho 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 ho.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm missing something. Oh, it's with jack, of course. b3, queen e3, then queen d8 actually.
No.
How is this winning? It should be winning somehow. Oh, maybe it's knight e7. Yeah, knight e7. If you take here, then it's b2, and you're. Yeah, this was
It was
winning.
almost knight d7. Wow.
I had the right idea, just needed to find the right execution here with knight e7.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, that's hard to find.
Yeah, you're blocking the queen c7 move like this. Amazing. All right.
Hard to find.
Yeah, but it's a draw, and they were playing on increment, so yeah, hard to find. It's easy for us commentators. Yep, let's just move on to another game. I'm trying to find. Yeah, the games are coming to a close, everybody. Now we've got here. No, let's not do that one. This one looks maybe interesting still. Yakubayeva play it versus Diana Lomaya.
Okay.
Interesting pawn structure. So materials equal, but white has a knight here, and black has a beautiful bishop on a8 for the moment. Black has e5 as an idea to push the knight away. And yeah, what would you pick? I think I would pick black because this construction is quite fragile after e5.
I would. My instinct is to take white and to play f4.
And after f6, you've got rook e1. That's a
Yeah.
good idea there. King d6, but now threatening f6 and e5 again. Because after rook e1, you can just push. So f6, I would play that. See how it goes.
Okay. I'll play rook h1.
Trying to counter that way, huh?
Yeah.
And then e5, knight goes, and then there are some threats for either side. Very double-edged here. Yeah, so Georgia and Uzbekistan started a bit later. That is why they've got some more time on the clock than the other matches. Let's quickly move back towards what happens to Hare Krishna versus Bluebell.
He's defending it.
Looks like a draw. Yeah, rook versus bishop is a draw. And with the bishop eyeing the g5 pawn, it seems to be quite easy to defend this. If the king tries to move over here, you just put a bishop on e2 when the king is on h5. And then you cannot come any closer. So this looks like it's a draw, in my opinion. Yeah, bishop f2. Why not show already what you want to do? Yeah, looks like a draw. Let's see if we've got something else going on. We've got.
Yeah.
This is an interesting construction.
We have a scheduled 15-minute break that's between round 2 and 3 of the A group. We need a couple little breaks to make it through 12 hours.
Yep.
So the last couple games of this Georgia-Uzbekistan match, we'll have to recap when we come back from the break. We'll leave this board going for you to watch. And we'll be back in 15 minutes to see round 3 of Pool A live with all of you. Well, I guess round 9, but the third and last round of Pool A for today.
for today. See you in a bit, guys. Hello, everyone, and we are back after a 15-minute break. We walked the dog, we got ourselves some food, and now we are back, obviously, with more online 2020 Olympiad. Yeah, my name is still Roland, and I'm still here with David, of course. How are you feeling about the last round? We got a nice last round. There is still something to be decided, yeah?
Yeah, they've definitely saved the best for last. You know, people have probably been wondering for many rounds now what it would look like for India and China to clash, and they will. And this is a preview of what every match might look like next weekend, right? Would just be powerhouse versus powerhouse, GMs all over the place, 2,600 13-year-olds on the kid boards.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so this is, yeah, how do you say, a pre-course for the main course next weekend, you know? Yeah, so India versus China, those are going to face off in this round. But first, let's take a look on the left side of the board. Let's see. We've got the results from last round. We've got Vietnam losing to Iran. Iran still in the race for third spot
yeah,
in this pool. Mongolia losing to Indonesia 2-4. Georgia winning against Uzbekistan 4.5, 1.5. Germany losing to India. That was the big match there, but India showing that they really are the favorites in this pool 4.5, 1.5. And China winning against Zimbabwe with
yeah.
flying colors.
So
Yeah.
neither China nor India will be upset by any team other than, you know, by any team. They will only clash with each other, favorites as expected. And Germany maintains a small lead over Iran, but if they lose and Iran wins, then it'll be Iran who will seize that third spot for them. So it's a precarious situation for the Germans. If they can score 3 points against Uzbekistan, that'll be enough to put them through.
Yeah, India did lose one match point, and they had a draw against Mongolia in one of the
Yeah.
previous rounds. So that's the only upset
And that
in.
was with 2 players out of 6 disconnected. To put it
Yeah,
in
that's why.
perspective, that nobody's really upset them. Um,
Yeah, I agree there. Germany and versus India and China, those they were defeated with 4.5, 1.5 in both matches. So no upsets there. Yeah. So China and India are definitely in contention for the win in this whole Olympiad. And
do you
yeah,
have do you have any feeling which of those two teams has impressed more over the first 8 rounds, or is it about equal to you?
I think China, to be honest, because, for example, Anand is not doing too well so far. It might
Mhm.
also just be because it's the, yeah, more or less the top division. It's not yet the stage two division. So without Anand, then India is a bit weaker than, for example, when Ding Liren is playing for China. So you would
Mhm.
want to have your best lineup as India. But in the other hand, if Anand is not playing too well, then you still got Vidit, as you can see right now, and also Hari Krishna, who are top players. They've been showing that they can handle themselves on the highest level. So maybe that's not a big thing. Then, of course, we've got the women's sports, and those are also fairly evenly matched. I would say that China is doing very well there with Ju and June and Hu Yifan. I'm not exactly sure how the results are there, but and of course, maybe the youth board could make the difference there because I think, like you said, Praghananda is doing very well for India there.
Yeah.
China, the Chinese player, I don't know what's the difference there.
I mean, I think Pragnananda is showing himself to be the best junior board in this section with 5 out of 5 at this point.
All right.
But I would favor China a little bit. As you said, Dingley Ren is, I mean, incomparable. He's a little bit better than anyone they have. But then also, I would favor China a little bit on the women's boards and the girls board.
Yeah, and the youth girl board. Yeah, there's a
So
difference there as well, I believe in. Although Vantika Agrawal for India has also got a pretty nice score, 3.5 out of 4. And Dashmuk has 3 out of 4 as well, so she is not doing that badly either. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a close call anyways. We are basically basing our opinions on details there. Of course, if Dingliren is getting beaten by Hare Krishna or by Vidit, then it makes a huge difference as well. Speaking about that, do you think that Vidit is on the way to beat Dingliren, or do you think it's far from that?
Is he on his way to what
Beat Dingliren here.
in
Talking
this
about,
game?
yeah.
I was very surprised by that knight a7 move that he played, but of course, it was just a tiny little tactic that left him with a full extra pawn pretty safely. Um,
Here.
Ding also played through it quite quickly, as if it was still just theory that he knew, and Black has enough compensation just by having 2 developed rooks. So we'll see if that's the case. Um, I can imagine there's something pretty concrete here from Black in the next couple moves, attacking b2 or a2 or b3, because otherwise White will be up a pawn eventually if given time to play, a3 rook c1.
Yeah, I agree. I think Queen f6 would be a good try to
Mm-hmm.
try and get some pressure going here. Also, f2 might become a weakness in the long run, perhaps. If, for example, if you play this and I'm playing a move like this, which is
Mm-hmm.
of course horrible, but
Yeah.
yeah, 95 is more or less illustrating my point here. You get f2 as a potential weakness, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes, bishop takes, per is not possible yet, but well, you catch my drift. Queen
Yeah.
takes is still problem while white does not have any attacking possibilities like this.
Yeah. And I think maybe just knight d4 might be simpler than knight e5, but we'll get at the same point you're making, that White's b2 and f2 points are going to be under instant pressure, and that'll be the compensation for Black. And I guess we have talked quite a bit about the opposite colored bishops. It's been one of our themes this weekend. And looking
Yep.
at that e6 pawn versus the e4 pawn, the e6 pawn does restrict the power of White's b3 bishop, whereas the c5 bishop is unfettered. And that we also really see illustrated in that queen f6 line. So
Yeah, so if you could make a move, if you could move pawns backwards, then maybe the best move would be to put a pawn back to e3 to
yeah.
get some more dark square domination.
Yeah, and then
But
maybe then you could prove an edge for White, actually, because you wouldn't be so weak on the dark squares.
yeah, and yeah, that's where the compensation is. Let's move on to board two.
Mm-hmm.
Hare Krishna versus Yu Yang Yi. Also a clash of giants, of course, both firmly in the 2700 rating. Yeah, by the way, just a reminder, everyone, the ratings that you see next to the board are not their official ratings. These are the Chess.com rapid ratings. So just so you know, Hare Krishna is not suddenly number 4 of the world or something. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Queen c6. And this looks like a some sort of Nimzo Indian. I'm wondering what's going on here. White has the bishop pair, but black is extremely solid. And what black also has got the developmental lead here. So probably e3.
Mm-hmm.
And then black would try to aim and play c5 at some point, I believe.
I feel like Black needs to come up with something, because I will prefer White's bishop pair in a few more moves.
Mhm.
Normally in these Queen c2 Nimzos, you try to prove something with your development as Black when White's sort of slowly castling eventually.
This is surprising to me. Rook c8. It seems not to be theory anymore. They both have fought for a few minutes already. Oh, an idea would be knight e7, knight f5, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Try
Yeah.
and get at least one of the bishops off the board.
Yeah, I'm happy with that idea.
Rook c8 is very slow, though. I mean, white has the chance to play something like bishop d3 to be aimed against this 95, 97, 95 idea, but they both know better. Rook c1 on the board.
Yeah, they definitely seem to both have their eyes on the same kind of thing here. Something must be going on with the c5 move for black, and somehow it's preferable for black to stay flexible with where the knight's going for one move.
Maybe bishop g3 is the idea so that you can attack the c7. I don't know. Or bishop d3 is still on the table. I mean, you don't want to put this on the board, right? This would be kind of horrible.
Right. And now that the knight's on e7, I think bishop e4 blunders to bishop f6.
Yeah. Or just take and take the knight.
Blunders either way.
Yeah. So bishop d3 looks like okay, maybe g5 needs to be played at some point. I don't know, very interesting. Rook c1, very quiet but solid move. I guess there is a bishop g3 idea on the board at some point. Although, for example, after bishop g3, I would consider even sacrificing that pawn with a move like knight e4. And if you take, there's knight d5, and you are losing a piece.
Yeah, seems losing.
So, yeah, interesting opening. Bishop d3 on the board.
Nice.
Okay, so that's what we predicted. Maybe just a move like rook e8 and then knight e4 would be the way to go, just to protect this guy. This knight on e7, and then you can play knight e4.
If we played knight f5 here, white could trade both knights and give tripled isolated pawns.
Yep.
That's probably not quite tenable.
You lose a pawn already like this, so yep, this is not good. So yeah, I think rook f8, sometimes a quiet move like that is the way to go. Or otherwise, if you want to be bombastic, then you can play g5. Okay, never mind, he's playing c5. This is kind of a concession, but this pawn structure might not be the end of the world.
He might also play rook d8 first. Is there anything going on? I guess king e2 is not really a problem, and it defends c1. So he just plays rook c5.
I really like black's position now. I mean, it's not necessarily this pawn structure because this pawn is weak, but this pawn is weak as well. But it's the bishop. White can, with the bishop on g3, it's more or less eyeing the b8 square, and therefore c5 pawn is weak, but the b2 pawn is not that much weak. So yeah, I think white's definitely having an advantage here. But we'll see, of course, how it goes. Let's take a look at the other fantastic clash that we have in this battle. We've got Hampi Kuneru versus Hu Yifan, two of the world's leading female players. Looks like this is okay for black, though. I think I've seen this structure before. So yeah, this opening. And here black is aiming for an e5 break, which happened. And now things are traded off the board.
Humpy just offered a draw.
Yeah. And it could very well be a draw, actually, because it's totally equal, to be honest. Rook takes e5, c takes d5, rook takes d5, and there's symmetry all over the place. I would play a little bit on, I think, because after rook takes, c takes, well, if c takes, rook c7 is devastating. So rook takes d5, but now after bishop c4, you do have a little bit of pressure with rook d1. For example, if the rook moves here, rook d1, the bishop moves.
Yeah.
It's hardly anything. It's hardly anything. Rook d8 is necessary, actually, so that white does not have any entrance points. Maybe white's a little bit better after f3 and e4, a little more space, a little more freedom, but it should really not be too much.
Right. Black may just have to play bishop e6 at some point there and let their pawn structure get slightly split.
Apologies, let me move back. Black has to play bishop e6 at some point.
I think. I mean, I was just speculating that at some point the bishop would be better off there than on g6.
Yeah, I think
Take a
so.
small pawn weakness, but
maybe king f8, king e7 supporting that.
Right, but we can't get there in time, can we?
No, after king f8 you have e4 already. And after bishop
Yeah.
e6 you do have a little bit of a pawn structure problem, but this might not even be the end of the world. You can just play e5 next move.
Yeah.
And if I play e5 myself, then you get a rook d5 square over there. So yeah, I would not be surprised if the draw gets taken, but actually Hui Fan took the queen, so maybe she's aiming to play on there. All right,
It
we'll
was a
see.
nice it's a nice move to offer a draw. I mean, I'm not a fan of offering draws, but when you offer a draw on a move like queen takes queen, you get a lot of information about what your opponent thinks about your draw offer based on how much time they spend, because obviously black's not thinking about rook takes queen.
We see
we
some, we got some mentions maybe of an internet problem for one of the players, but I don't think so. I think the connection bars are more or less okay for both players, although I don't understand why Humpy is not taking back on e5, so.
Well, that's because Hoi Fan's considering the draw offer.
But it's who you found is black, of
Yeah.
course, of course.
Yeah.
I had Humpy as the white player.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. Like when she plays queen takes queen and offers a draw, then however much time black spends lets you know what
Oh,
black thinks of your draw offer, right?
the black is playing on.
Yeah.
That's surprising. If anyone was better, I believe it would be white. Okay, surprising, but nice decision there. So we do have a draw in the top board. We do have a draw between Dinglieren and Vidit,
And
and
never got his pawn back.
never got his pawn back, but white never got control over the dark squares either. So a draw was very much in the making. We got another result on this board. Vietnam versus Zimbabwe. Black won. Yeah, so Vietnam, of course, the big favorite in this match. And it seems like C2 is just going to promote and black selection.
Yikes. Yikes. What an opening.
All right, I'm trying to find more games. So here we got Novendra Priasmoro versus Luca Paikhatsa. And the Georgia match, yeah, it does not account for anything anymore, but this is board two. And it seems like black is doing. Oh no, no, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh my goodness.
Queen b5 played. No. Oh, oh, puzzle rush.
What if black's
Yep.
thinking? No.
On the board, and it's over. All right. All right, all right, all right. Next game. So let's also check real quickly Iran, how they are doing, because if they win, they still have a chance to qualify. So they are playing against Mongolia, and Maksutlu is currently, he just played bishop c5, and if black takes the pawn, then white has rook e7 and rook takes g7. I think I would prefer white slightly, but it might not be that much. Yeah, I think I would definitely prefer white, by the way, because I think maybe I would even consider not even taking this pawn. I would maybe consider playing rook e8 here.
Mhm.
Because it looks so dangerous if you take the pawn, rook e7. King needs to go to the back rank first of all. And after rook takes, this h-pawn might become under heavy fire pretty soon as well. So I would maybe play rook e8 there.
And what about pawn takes a4 here? Oh, rook d4 is check.
Oh, first check.
No,
Check.
no. After taking it, rook d4 is check, so the rook can get back.
Maybe it's all right because the king is coming in.
Wow. Well, that wasn't my intention, but wow.
Yeah, maybe it's okay. Bishop d4. Maybe you even have time to play a move like g6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the rook is totally busted over here, and the king is still a long way from moving over all the way to b2. So
Right.
maybe this was an easy drawing attempt like this. Also c5, an okay move. It's risky though, because white can simply maybe start, and if the king ever gets to b3, then white has c4 as a defensive mechanism. So
Right.
but yeah, it looks okay. The computer thinks this is okay for black at the very least, but I think rook e8 is the more natural, humane solution here, because
Uh-huh.
this is going to happen soon. White's a little bit better because of the good bishop versus the, well, I would say okay knight, but I would definitely prefer the bishop here because it's a slightly open position. But yeah, I think this should be more or less equal, but I guess the not Praggnanandhaa, Maghsoodlu is going to try and catch his opponent off guard somehow. Okay, how's board 2 doing? So black is Iran, white is Mongolia. Another knight c3 London, it seems. Yeah, Yobava London system.
Hmm.
So it's black to move. We could simply play a move like e6 or d8 to protect this guy. The knight on c3 is a really awkward piece. That could be attacked with b5 and
Yes. That
b4.
sums up this terrible opening.
It's okay. It's not a bad opening. I
What?
mean,
You just said it was the knight was on a bad square. Well, that's because he put it on a bad square.
yeah, but it's not a bad opening. I mean, the knight is not well placed on c3, but the opening itself is pretty interesting
But
because
the thing that characterizes the opening is the one misplaced piece. You could play the same position with the knight on d2 or the pawn on c4, and then you would have a good opening.
that's true. That's true. But the knight on c3 has its merits as well. I mean, you are putting immediate pressure on d5, and if you play this well, then it could be okay for white. So to say it's a bad opening would be a bit too much. But yeah, the knight is, at least in this position, not well placed on c3 now.
Yeah.
It's an interesting discussion, though. Yeah, we could talk about it after that.
I'm fine with disagreeing about it. I think some openings are just bad, and this is one of them.
All right. Um. Yeah. Okay. So, but here we can agree that black has a slight advantage.
Yeah, unquestionably, maybe even more than slight, because there are several unpleasant things about white's position. There's the knight on c3, the backward pawn on c2, the h4 you've already highlighted for me.
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly.
which is already on an awkward square. And if you play g3 to defend it at some point, then you've put every pawn on a dark square over there.
Yeah.
Black has more space in the center, the b5, b4 plan. Queen or rook coming to c4, hitting the h pawn. Queen b4, maybe winning a pawn at some point if we had a rook on d8, or e6. I think you suggested as a move for black at some point with
Yeah.
threats in like queen b4.
Yeah. But
So I see so many small factors that aren't good for white that it might be a sizable advantage for black.
all right, I agree. At the very least, it's extremely unpleasant to play this. I really don't like the c2 pawn, which I would rather have exchanged it to any other pawn in the black position. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. A good position for black. We've got board 3, Mongolia versus Iran. Yeah, and everybody, let us know if you want to see a game, or if you want to see a match. Then we are happy to oblige, of course. So let us know, and we'll see what's happening on that board. Right now, board 3, Sarasadat, Kadamal, and
Sharia.
I need to find the rest of Sharia. All right. Against Munguntul Bhakti
Munguntul?
Baktuyak. Baktuyak.
Baktuyag?
Baktuyak, yeah.
Yeah, I've played her once.
All right. So both players are international masters. So this could be a very important board. The one who wins this one is giving the team a big advantage. I like the bishops over here. I like that white manages to catch at least one light squared light piece off the board, and it's a bishop nonetheless. So I think white's doing well. After knight takes, if queen d3, are some knight g5 ideas in the position, but
Whoa. Trade both knights.
all right. So bishop takes. Wait, takes. H
Mm-hmm.
takes. Bishop takes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's all right.
Well, there's the rook on c8 that'll be hanging.
Yeah, you're right. So takes. Queen h7 and queen h8. Winning a rook. All right. So yeah, I think I like white then. Queen g3
Mm-hmm.
looks good.
Yeah, it seems like white should be good. They've got the bishop pair, and both pieces are well placed. The black bishop b8 is really placed for aggression. It's not great for defense at the moment, so it's a little bit committed. And if it's going to be about who's got better aggression here, I would imagine that would eventually go to white. On queen d3, like you played before, does black have the move knight e4?
Aren't you losing a pawn like this?
Yeah.
You
Yeah. All right.
could play this with the idea to play knight c3 and at least grab one of the pawns, but bishops, I think you
Mm-hmm.
have to take.
Mm-hmm.
After taking, it's a opposite colored bishop ending once again, but here there is a pawn on e3.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the VDET game versus the England round. But yeah,
Yeah.
this
I
looks
wanted I wanted to play bishop e4 here, and you wanted to play bishop f5, but
that's
rook
that's
c1.
a mate. So I
Yeah.
think the move is rook d1 then.
Yeah, so it looks like the only move is rook d1, but still white keeps a nice edge here.
Yeah, just a pawn up, even though it's opposite colored bishop. So queen h4 on the board though. Talking about aggression. Nice move, I like it. You're threatening bishop takes f6. And yeah, okay, this is necessary because now maybe you have knights. No, that just loses a pawn. How to deal with this threat? Just the knight needs to move somehow, but probably to an awkward square. Yeah, I really like white. I think white's doing extremely well. So that's once again a good board for Iran. Okay, let's move back towards the India match. Of course, that
Okay.
is very interesting to follow as well. By the way, we've got a result in the Germany match as well. We've got a draw between Roven Vogel and Saidakbar Saidaliev, the youth board. I
Okay.
think black should be very happy with the draw here. White's
Position
got
looks
all.
rough.
Yeah,
Position looks rough for black.
right. But a draw agreed. Roven Vogel is an international master. The white player is a FIDE master, so rating and could maybe be a factor here that white says like, okay, I have less rating. My opponent is better than me. Why not
Mm-hmm.
just take a draw?
Yeah.
Okay, this yeah,
So
we need.
let's see the junior boards in this India China match.
Okay,
Either Pragnananda
Yang
or
Liu.
Ju Jiner. All right. So Yan Liu
Yeah, Yang Liu.
or no, Liu Yan, I guess. Liu Yan.
Okay.
He lost one game earlier in the competition, but overall has a respectable 4 out of 6. And then Pragnananda at 5-0.
Yeah, and he's a grandmaster as well, so this is just a very interesting match. The weakness is the pawn on f5. It cannot be protected right now, so f6 is a nice move. White cannot play e6 because of rook takes f5. Bishop h4 is pinning this is the f6 pawn, but it seems well, how would you deal with it? I think I would just play bishop d8 here.
Right. We can't develop rook e8 because of pawn takes f6.
Yeah, well,
So bishop d8 makes sense.
Yeah, rook e8 is met by e takes f6, and there's another pin. So, but yeah, bishop d8 is the very safe move here.
Mm-hmm.
If takes, simply g takes, I can imagine, and then the f5 pawn will fall. So that is what black is playing for here.
I'm not seeing much juice for white, you know. I'm not seeing a lot of energy to mix things up during the time it takes black to go after the f pawn.
Yeah, well, rook c4 is a very energetic move, though. Yeah, and talking about more energetic moves, here you go.
Mm-hmm. There
g4.
it is.
Um,
So there's still like e4 as a move.
oh, just bishop f6. Nice.
Oh, very solid.
That's clever, yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, now what's white doing with 3 isolated kingside pawns and a pawn down?
Look at the time difference, though. Praggnanandhaa has 10 seconds left. That's huge. So I think that young Leo is doing very, very well here. I mean, look at Good Knight. It has got nice options as well, perhaps to go to f4. Praggnanandhaa is in deep trouble here. Knight g5, weird move, but I guess the knight wants to go to e4 at some point. But it's a solid pawn up for black. This rook needs to get in there somehow, so rook d8 would be a very normal move here. But then h7 is hanging, so you do need to be careful. h6 therefore, all right. But knight
f7?
Yeah, I'm thinking you might win a pawn now, right? Rook f8, takes, and takes. It's an awkward knight, but at least we know. Yeah, okay, so Praggnanandhaa putting up a good fight. h6 on the board. We've got one more draw on the women's board between China and India. So far it's 3 draws in the match.
Wow.
And this might be the first decisive result. Do we have... Yeah, so what we're getting it on the board. Nice prediction there.
Okay, so white got the pawn back.
This might be a big pawn at some later stage.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, it's time to double, I guess. The
Okay, that knight needs somewhere to go.
I think the idea is... Oh, this is a nice move, by the way. You could have played rook g8, but that would have lost material. Wow, quick play now. Just knight f4 looks pretty solid, but I guess takes on rook g7. So e4 would be my move. Yeah, e4 would be my move, and then maybe you got some... Yeah, just protect the knight. Maybe even c5, c4. It also looks very nice. Just try to run these pawns off the board. You got some action going. Okay. Yep, I think, everybody, that we are going to take a short break because we got actually a surprise guest for you. We've got an interview with one of the players in this Olympiad. So stay with us for a few seconds, actually, and we'll be back shortly with an interview. Hello, everyone, and we are back with a special guest with us. We've got Ju and Jun, the current world champion, with us today from the China team. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling about today?
Well, today is the last round of this Pool A, and I feel very exciting. And this is a very a global and high level. Every country has brought their most of the strongest player to this online Olympiad.
Yeah.
Is your team especially excited for the match with India, which is such a strong opponent?
Yeah, well, this match will decided who will be the first in this group, and well, we sent our maybe I will not say the strongest, but maybe the highest rating performance, because we have three together woman world champion, and a lot of Olympiad gold medal player.
Yeah, exactly. So you are ready to qualify, of course, for the stage two playoffs. How do you feel about your chances in general? What do you feel about, for example, Russia as maybe an opponent at some point?
Well, actually, this tournament so far, I just focus in my team and in our opponents. And for Russia, I just checked their results. They're playing very well so far. And, yes.
All right. Last question. How do you feel about the match currently? Do you think they have a good shot to get into first place? Because you made a quick draw with Harika, I think. So
Yes. At the end, it is Rook ending, and it's very solid position. So we both agreed ending a draw. And the last three they are still playing. So we will see and who will win this match. And I believe Liu Yan, that young, the junior player, he had some advantage so far.
yeah, he does actually. All right. So thank you so much for coming on the broadcast with us to share a few words with us. And of course, congratulations with qualification for the stage two playoffs. And yeah, good luck in there. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and we are back. And like Ju and Jun said, the big game in the India versus China match is actually this one you see right on the board. Praghananda is trying to defend this with the black pieces, with the white pieces. I'm saying that totally wrong. I think Praghananda is trying to play this for a win, actually,
He
because the
somehow turned it around during our interview.
yeah, he was doing not so hot in the game, but right now he is absolutely pushing the F pawn, and then it needs to be black needs to be really fast here, but it seems like I'm trying to count a little bit, but it seems like
I think Rook G5 should win.
Rook G5 is a nice move. Yeah, threatening Rook F5. And yeah, on the board, Rook takes F7 needs to be played. It seems that this is going to be a win for Praghananda, if I'm not mistaken. Then there are all draws in the match.
Yeah,
And
that'll
then
win the match for India. The other position I've been watching is something that only India could win. They're up 3 pawns on the other board now.
by the way, Germany lost. So if Iran wins,
Oh my goodness.
they are qualified for the next division.
Oh my goodness. Well, how did Pragnananda win that game? It was
Oh,
so bad for him.
the king just needs to come off to b4. You sacrifice the rook, and then the king is all the way on c1, and then this is over. This is a win for Pragnananda.
Yeah.
Wow. But okay, I
Oh.
would love to analyze this game, but on the other hand, we also have got an important match going on between Iran, because if Iran manages to win this, then they are through to the stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah.
So this is a win for Pragnananda. Let's quickly move over to the Iran match. Seems like here Iran is winning the game because, well, don't allow
Yeah.
crazy rook, please, but otherwise just move. Yeah, just keep it moving. Keep it grooving.
Put the king on g6 and that's it.
Or just like this, an f7. Looks like a win for Iran. Iran is, well, actually it's 1-2 for Mongolia.
Wow.
And if Iran wins this, then they are on 2-2. We'll update the results as much as we can, everybody, because we're very excited to see the results here, of course. All the games have finished. We're just waiting for the results to come in. And this is the only game that's still going on between India and China. It seems that India is clinching this match. All draws. Pragnananda winning the game on the youth board, and now this game looks also over. So it means that India will qualify for first place. They will qualify for the quarterfinals in the stage 2 playoffs.
Wow. 4-2. 4-2. Amazing.
It was the youth boards that clenched the victory there.
Yeah.
Pragnananda winning on the youth board and Deshmukh winning on the female youth board.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So I'm pretty curious to see what the results are for the youth players. Then Pragnananda has a 6 out of 6 result, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. Yes. That's pretty dominating.
And Deshmukh has a 4 out of 5 result. So that's also not too shabby.
No, that's fantastic. And this game she just played against Ju was really impressive to me. Very complicated Sicilian. And Ju put a lot of pressure on her.
And
She absorbed it all.
I just got word.
Yeah.
Iran lost.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Iran and Germany both choked together in the last round. And so Germany limps across the finish line.
Wow,
Time for some Lebkuchen.
Time for some Lebkuchen. Oh yeah. Go Germany! Congratulations. Wow, but that was a spectacular last round. 2 upsets there. Germany losing to Uzbekistan and Iran losing to Mongolia. Mongolia really upset it in this. You could say that they had a big influence on the in the standings, because I think Mongolia had a few very clutch results there. Yeah, Mongolia drew against India. Okay, that was because of disconnections, but still. They drew against Georgia, and now they won against Iran. So, yeah. Well, all right. Mongolia, not to be underestimated. They're clenching the 5th spot as well. So not badly done there.
And Mongolia also was half a point away from drawing with China. No disconnections, no funny business. They had that endgame with 2 extra pawns. Was the final game, and then weren't able to convert it. Ended in a draw, and they fell half a point short in that match. So they really played up their best against some of the toughest opposition.
Yeah, so let's first the final results of round 9. Okay, first the standings. Never mind. We got India and China and Germany qualifying for the stage 2 playoffs, and India clenching the quarterfinal spot in this pool. So congratulations to all of those teams. Enjoy your Lebkuchen, of course. I don't have anything German in my house, I think. even though I'm in the Netherlands, so I should have something, yeah, but I don't think I have anything. Oh, yeah, do I have something Chinese or Indian? Okay, I can cook something Indian maybe later, to celebrate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, congrats to them. And yeah, let's move back to the final results. Thank you there. We got Vietnam winning 6-0 to Zimbabwe. We got India beating China 4-2. The last two boards, the youth boards coming in clutch for India. Uzbekistan beating Germany in 4.5, 1.5. That is some solid result for Uzbekistan. It didn't matter for them, and it also didn't matter for Germany because Iran lost the match against Mongolia 2.5, 3.5, and the final result is Georgia 4-2 to Indonesia. What a lost round, really.
Yeah.
I
The
was
Indian fans are psyched. They're excited. They get a bye in the first round of the elimination matches next week.
yeah,
First place is a big deal.
yeah, they are avoiding some of the heavy clashes there. Yeah. All right. With that, Pool A came to a conclusion. Once again, congrats to India, China, and Germany qualifying for the Stage 2 playoffs. And well, yeah, but of course, we've got a lot more chess going on. In a few minutes, Pool B will start. And we will, of course, go for a quick break there before Pool B starts. And then we will be back, of course, with more chess action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's fine. I think one in.
Hey, I
Okay.
think we really shouldn't do an interview when there's like 20 seconds left in a match.
Yeah.
I think you've left the audio.
Yes. Still here. And welcome back, everybody. We are back, of course, with more online 2020 Olympiad action. I'm still Roland. I'm still here together, of course, with David Proust. So, yeah, we are going to start a whole new pool. Yeah, what do you think about this pool B?
On Pool B, let me reload my brain from what we
Yeah.
just saw. Pool B is the pool where one of the favorites is not in the top three right now.
Yeah.
Our two expected rating favorites in this pool were the Ukraine and Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan has slipped all the way to 5th place after an exciting upset yesterday. Kazakhstan has surged out of nowhere with, not to be rude to anyone, without any really famous players on their team, on the back of some little known players, several of them juniors, who are really playing up to a high level today, or yesterday.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so
And
two upsets from yesterday were actually Ukraine losing to Hungary 4-2, Hungary stepping it up there, and also Azerbaijan losing to Kazakhstan with 3.5, 2.5. That was the biggest upset of yesterday, where Kazakhstan really showed up there and claimed at least the third spot for now, because there are still some interesting matches today, because Hungary still has to play against Kazakhstan, and Ukraine also still has to play against Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan still has a long way ahead of them before they can qualify for the next division. Azerbaijan is on 5th place, but they already played against most of the top teams. They
Right.
only have to play against Spain today, and after that they play against Norway and France. And France, that might seem like a big team, but they are playing without Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and all their top players. So they're basically playing with a B team in this tournament. So Azerbaijan still has got a big chance to qualify, and yeah, I'm still
The
rooting a
only-
little bit for the Netherlands, but it's going to be tough.
The only match I could see Azerbaijan losing today, or struggling in, or maybe drawing, would be this first one against Spain. Spain was not so good on the first day, and then the second day, Shirov came in and scored 3-0, and they were much better yesterday with Shirov playing every round.
Yeah.
Though on paper, you wouldn't think there's anything wrong with having Vallejo Pons and David Anton Guijaro, neither of whom has played badly. But Shirov was what, 8 out of 9 in the prelims, and then 3 out of 3 yesterday. So somehow, although they often say the younger players are better online or more used to playing online, and you see a lot of other players from Shirov's generation struggling to fully transition to this format, somehow Shirov has the gear that he needs. And if he's playing for Spain, they will be dangerous today.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, they will have two of the top players in this whole tournament in their arsenal. They got, as you can see on the left bottom, Timur Rajabov playing in the candidates tournaments, and we've got Shak Mamajarov in the bottom middle playing for Azerbaijan. So they got two big guns on the top two boards. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting match to follow. The other match to follow is, of course, Kazakhstan versus Hungary, the number 1 and number 3 playing against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering
and matches should start in a minute. We've got 3 rounds to go today, rounds 7, 8, and 9, which will wrap up which 3 of these teams qualify for next week's elimination matches. One quick note about Azerbaijan as they go into this match with Spain, which we'll be watching, is that for all the imposing power of Mamedyarov and Rajabov, Azerbaijan's substitutes, Rauf Mamedov and Gadir Gusenov, together have scored 4 out of 4. So actually, percentage-wise, they've outscored the impressive top guns.
God.
And yeah, Azerbaijan's results on the women's boards have been a little bit more touch and go. Not bad, just not, dominating first place scores.
Yeah, and they're actually also with the youth board. Spain has got a big gun there with Lance Henderson de la Fuente, and he is one of the top scorers in this pool in the youth board. So they've got a big gun there, although they do have a grandmaster. Azerbaijan does have a grandmaster to put against this cannon of Spain. So yeah, I mean, Spain has got Alexei Shirov and Lance Henderson, two of the big guns there, and their female boards are not too shabby either with Anna Matnatsa and Vega Gutierrez. Those are international masters to put against. Yeah, the Azerbaijan international masters as well. So basically, what Spain needs to do is hold the first two boards and then strike on the youth board, actually also the female youth board, because they've got an advantage there as well.
Yeah,
International.
I would really favor Spain on the two female boards, and I think that could be a real key to them because both Matnadja and Vega Gutierrez that you mentioned scored 4.5 out of 6, played every single round, very consistent, not rotating those boards, and yeah, I mean the only players that have subbed for Spain have been Vallejo Pons for Shirov. Other than that, the whole team is playing all 6 games. They're a very compact team with only one substitute, 7 players on the roster.
Yeah, so that means that they have, yeah, so we talked about this a little bit before, like all the teams are rotating, every player has been playing, but this team of Spain has been playing with a consistent group of players, and that might be an advantage because they know how to play this time control with 15 minutes and 5 seconds increments. So maybe that's actually an advantage there. Maybe that's a good strategy. But that's definitely a very interesting match to follow. Spain also did very well in the previous division where they clinched. Did they become first in the pool? I think so, but let me check
Spain,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, they became first in the pool in front of the Netherlands and Italy. So, yeah,
Oh,
it's
I'm just seeing the lineups, and I'm seeing that Shirov is not playing today. So we'll see what that means for Spain's chances.
he's not playing.
No.
Oh, that might
Or
be.
would he be board 2 behind
He's
Anton?
board two.
He's
Yeah,
board 2. Okay.
board two.
Okay, then maybe he is playing. I can only see board 1 here at the moment.
Let's quickly check that.
Let's check.
Let's see the man on fire, the man who puts fire on the board. Oh, actually, I need to find the correct link, of course. Let's see. All right.
Yeah, sorry, I was mistakenly thinking of Shirov as board 1 because of him, winning every single game, but actually he's board 2 now.
Yeah, so we've got board 1, which is David Anton Guerra versus Taimur Rajabov. So this is the first board. I'm waiting to see the Shirov board, but I'll update as soon as possible. Yep, here you go. Shirov is with the black pieces versus Rauf Mamedov. So actually, you said that Mamedov had a 4 out of 4 score, right?
3 out of 3 personally, yeah, and Guseynov 1 out of 1. So the
So Alexei Shirov has an 11 out of 12 score combined in all the divisions together.
Yeah.
This is really maybe the match of the.
This is a huge matchup. Also, not that we care about how the Netherlands is doing anymore, but Giri is back today, so you've got a pretty huge clash right now between Giri and Anton Korobov. That's just like a game of titans going on over there. So that'll be of interest to many people as well to see how that turns out.
Of course, especially to me. I'm Dutch. I'm rooting for the Dutch team, but it seems that they are, in a really, really rough spot. So yeah, hopefully they can pull something together. It would be interesting to see if Ukraine can qualify as well. They were one of the favorites, but they still have some matches to go, and they have already lost some games. So yeah.
It's bad news for them that the Dutch brought such a good lineup today.
Yeah, I think they brought their top lineup. Well, the one player that they're missing is Max Warmerdam.
Exactly.
He has 7.5 out of 9 in all the divisions combined. So he was really playing very strongly for the Dutch team. But now they have got Leon Vrolijk on with the black pieces right here, playing against Kirill Shevchenko, who's doing very well for the Ukraine team, by the way. Yeah, I would have loved to see Max Warmerdam participate. That would also be a youth board clash between the two titans there.
Yeah.
But Leon Vrolijk is not too shabby either.
Shevchenko and Warmerdam actually had the exact same score so far, 4 out of 4. So it would have been within this pool, I guess.
Yeah,
Warmerdam had played some games before in the previous pool, but here they were each 4 out of 4. It would have been really awesome to see them play each other. Ukraine by its standards is not doing amazing yet in this pool. I mean, they're doing fine. They're certainly in position that they could qualify, but they're not doing amazingly. And Shevchenko has been their strongest point so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering also about the first boards, how they are doing so far. Seems like Ivanchuk is not doing too well with a 0.5 point out of 4 in this pool.
Right.
Anton Korobov is doing pretty well with 3 out of 4, with only 2 draws and 2 wins. So, and yeah, Kirill Shevchenko, 4 out of 4, definitely one of the strongholders in this team. Yeah. All right, so yeah, they have got a Berlin on the board, knight e7, the old main line being played. But okay, we'll get back to this game in a bit because we've got some more action, of course, going on.
And presumably a low percentage of our viewers want to watch a Berlin defense.
Yeah, Berlin defense. Yeah,
just guessing. I mean, I'm not saying I'm biased against it, but
it's one of the most interesting openings if you consider it for the battles of equality. But yeah, it's considered very often to be a pretty much boring opening indeed. Okay, I'm gonna indulge myself for just a second here because we've got a Dutch opening. Between Hungary and the Kazakhstan team. Tang Trang Huang has, I've made a few DVDs on the Dutch, and I've been playing this opening myself for a long time as well. And actually, Tang Trang Huang was very often in my games to watch list because she has been playing this for a long time. And what's different from how I would have played this from the black side, I would have played h5 already, and I would have postponed castling, because after castling, it's very clear what white needs to do. And white has already played b4, aiming for a knight c5 idea here. And then some action on the queen side might be very dangerous for black. For example, if you play knight c5 now, the queen cannot move because of the f5 pawn. It needs to be defended. And after taking, you've got a nice b file to work with. So yeah, that's why I like to postpone castling and just play a move like h5 first or h4 to see where white wants to go. What does white want to castle short? Does white wants to castle long? And then I'll see where I'm going to go with the king.
Maybe here the move f4, however, is still interesting for black.
Yeah, I just figured that too, indeed. Yeah, so if you take, you have knight takes d4. And now black has got some counterplay in the center, actually. So knight c5, maybe white needs to wait. Maybe needs to play a move like queen d2 first.
And then black will probably trade on e2, right? I mean, she didn't spend all that time bringing the bishop to h5 to let white play knight f4, did she?
No, absolutely not. No, the bishop is it's good to trade that thing off the board. Yeah, actually, there's also a little trick in the position with queen takes a4. So maybe knight takes d4 is very good. So actually, white is in trouble a little bit. It's good that white takes a think here. Maybe the best move is actually c3.
Wow.
So that f4, you just play e takes f4, and if you can take with the bishop, and then the knight is protected on a4.
That move is hard to find.
Then knight c5. So let's see. She played f3. That's not a move I would like to play as white, because now e3 is a permanent weakness.
Yeah, the whole reason I wanted to play f4 was black was with black was to have something to attack on e3. So you've prevented f4, but I already have what I want, so I don't even need to play f4.
Yeah, there is a little trick in the position though. So if you take now, then unfortunately are getting trapped. Yeah.
All right, better
Black
avoid that.
Yeah, but I think that with f3, black's chances are more or less okay now. After c3, I think white was doing very well with a clear plan with knight c5, and black still having to find a weakness on the king side somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, interesting.
yeah, this was my indulging moment, but we also, of course, have to keep an eye out for this match because it's the number 1, Hungary versus the number 3. So let's move over to maybe board 1. Yep, Viktor Erdos from Hungary playing against Rinat Jumabayev. What's going on here?
Magic Master.
I see a few awkward pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this is not really an awkward piece of the night before.
A weird King's Indian, is that what it is?
Seems like it. Another e3 King's Indian.
Wow.
Quite popular, yeah. We've seen this quite often, also with the Liam Lequang versus, what was it again? Who did he play against? Trying to remember. Vietnam versus. Well, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Right, same opening more or less, but black. So in the other match, this was played. D6, knight D2. Knight D2 is a new move, actually. In the other game, I think it was short castle.
Yep.
Takes and bishop G4, and then after E4,
And then E4.
we got a position like this on the board. Bishop F4, Rook E8, C5, stuff like that came on the board. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was against Maksutlu.
Ah, yeah, Maksutlu paid this. You're right.
Yeah, so, yeah, but white played knight D2, which is a deviation from that game.
Mm-hmm.
After knight A6, black is trying a different strategy because the bishop cannot get out to G4. So short castle, Rook E8, E4, knight C7.
I've done this.
Knight C7, A4, knight A6. The knight is saying, ooh, I got a nice square now on B4. Let's go. Yeah, okay, the current position is takes, knight B3, awkward knight, I would say, but the difference is the pawn on D6. So white wanted to open up the D file as soon as possible to try and catch this pawn, which is actually possible right now.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, does it work? Because we've got a weakness on C4 as well.
I think 95 might be the response going after the C4 pawn.
Then I guess we'll have to play takes, knight D5.
Ah! All right. Forgot knight D5. So let's not do this.
Yeah. What is black's idea then? Black is queen takes D6 is on the board. What's black's idea then? How is black going to win back the pawn? Maybe is black going to take on C3? It would stop knight D5, but you're losing a big bishop there. And actually, you don't even win a pawn back because after takes, white has knight A5 to protect the C4 pawn. What's black's idea?
Plus, even if we won a pawn back, ooh, our dark squares.
Dark squares there, yeah. So I would not want to take here. Oh, this is hard to figure out. Okay, we could try something like queen H4.
Okay, see if white lets you play bishop E5.
Yeah.
After. All right, let's say white plays F4.
Yeah, then Rook A8. I'm trying to get some initiative like this.
Ah, tricky. Trickery. Yeah, the queen's got nowhere now, really.
Problem is not F4, but the queen
so
moving.
Queen back, right?
Queen G3 or queen F4.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is also not it. I'm trying to find something here. Black must have played 97 with an idea in mind, but I don't see it. Maybe F5? It must be too much. Not seeing it. I'm really not seeing it. So maybe just knight. Nah. I'm trying everything here. Knight b4 is also a tricky idea because if you take here, you got bishop f8 perhaps, but knight or takes, queen takes, and then bishop f8. Because if the queen retreats, you've got knight c2.
Okay.
Complicated stuff. We'll have to
Yeah,
get
I mean,
back to this game to
I
find
really
out.
don't find it very believable
No.
what Black's doing. It seems, I mean, he's completely not played this the way I would have expected. I think White's played e3 and he had his chance to just trade on d5 and do fine. He could have just put his knight on b4. That was the point of moving the knight 3 times. And instead of doing that, he just sacks the d6 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, he's also thinking, so maybe he miscalculated or something, because if you usually play this move with a clear idea in mind, but if you see something that disrupts that plan, then maybe you start thinking again. Yeah, by the way, everybody, I'm doing this after every round. Just a reminder, the ratings you see on the board next to their names are not their official ratings. These are Chess.com ratings. So Rina Jumabayev is actually a 2600 player. So keep that in mind when you are checking the ratings. So yeah, Chess.com rapid ratings. Right, let's move on. A big thought here, which is I want to check how Spain is doing against Azerbaijan. Let's see how, I think this is the youth board clash. So this is also interesting. Lance Henderson performing very well for Spain with the white pieces so far. Can he maintain his nice streak? I like rook c7, by the way. Queen e8, rook fc8 idea. That's a nice way of getting all the pieces in there. Maybe white should do the same, just rook c2.
Yeah, it's a good idea. So let's copy it. Why not?
Not much going on here. White has got the slight space advance for b5. But
the position looks beautiful to me. I mean, everybody, like all these pawns can capture, but they're reluctant to capture because when they do, they just bring the opponent's knights onto fantastic outposts. All 4 of those pawns are on squares that would make great squares for the 4 knights. So no one really wants to do that.
Yeah, for example, if you take here, the knight's gonna be nicely placed on c5. You don't want to help black like that. If you take like this, then knight takes d5, the knight is going to get a nice square on b4, and the bishop is getting out. So yeah, and for black, of course, the same. If, for example, I play queen b3, and you take here, then I'm going to play knight takes, and the knight is very nicely placed here, eyeing the b6 pawn. And if you take on d4, queen b3, c takes d4, you got knight takes d4, and knight c6 is now one of the possibilities, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
White
okay.
White can now prepare the move bishop f3 as well, which wasn't possible before. So no one wants to take.
Well, Lance Henderson wants to take. He took on c5.
Whoa.
There goes our point. All right.
Well, I mean, he should have listened to us, I think, in this case.
Always listen to your elders, yeah? So knight takes c5 on the board now. Nice square for the knight. I'm wondering what White's idea was. Maybe he wants to open up this diagonal before this bishop gets active somehow. Maybe just a move like knight e5, for example. Right. Oh, well, bishop b5, but I don't think this is good. Rook d7 and the rook is still okay placed there.
I mean, he must have predicted rook d7. He's attacking the piece. Where's it going?
Yeah, queen c2, I guess. You don't want to stay. You don't want to keep the queen on this file. So I'm really guessing queen c2. Very normal move. What have you achieved here? Just queen a8 and then rook d8 looks very sensible to me. Maybe c takes, knight takes, and knight c4 is annoying. Okay, maybe it's not the end of the world. Maybe Lance has an idea in mind of the rook d7. Right.
Yeah. Let's hope it's not taking on d5, because he can only give so many good improving moves to black before he loses.
Yeah, I think it has to be queen c2, and after that, black needs a good move. Right, let's move on to the the first female board here in this match. Gunash Mamadzada versus Anna Matnatsan.
All right.
Looks good for black. Slightly better pawn structure, 2 groups versus 3 for white.
Mm-hmm.
So this pawn is weak. A nice square on d5 for the black pieces. If bishop d2, because it's under attack, you don't want to let black take. Then computer is already suggesting something, maybe b5. Making use of this. Nope, computer doesn't like it. Let's move back. Maybe queen d3 is an option. I don't know. Seems like black is doing all right, but it's still a long way from a big advantage, I would say. There's still knight takes d5 on the board. Actually, that makes sense. The knight was very strong on d5, so why not just take it off the board?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, and whichever way black takes back, white gets a little something. C takes d5 looks pretty solid, but there is knight to d6 there. Looking at both b5 and the bishop on f5.
it does lose a pawn like this.
Okay.
But maybe that's not the end of the world because you are
That
getting.
knight looks trapped at the end, no?
Well, you do have knight f6 still, but
Oh, yeah.
after rook b7, you do get more than enough compensation, it seems. So, well, at least some compensation.
Okay, maybe I should play rook c8 check and then go to c7 so the f-pawn's hanging. But
yeah, you're right, by the way. So let's put that on the board just to illustrate again. You can also play check first. Well, let's be fancy, why not? Queen, oh, oops. Queen takes, rook c7, and you win back the f7 pawn. Yeah. Excellent, excellent. All right. So yeah, double-edged position. C takes d5 on the board. Well, knight d6 we played. You could also play a bishop f1 move first. I think that could be an interesting inclusion.
right, because the bishop does need to go to f1 for sure. I mean, it's just not good on g2 anymore. That's the point of cd5.
So I would take here, take, and now play bishop f1. Queen moves somewhere.
That's a lot of fancy in between moves. I like it.
And then let's say knight d6. Looks like this is okay for white. Yeah, I like it. White still needs to make a move here. Right, chat, let us know if you want to see a game or if you want to, if you're curious about a match.
Shirov.
Yeah, all right, let's move back to Shirov. There you go.
Fire. Oh, there's not that much fire at the moment. It's sort of positional.
No, it's very positional. I see a knight, I see a bishop, I see holes. Is it much though? Okay, white just has got the D file, but black's got the A file, so I think it looks pretty much okay for Alexei, for the man on fire. Yeah, I think it's pretty much okay. I think the knight needs to be put on f5 at some point. The bishop will get traded, and then white has got a slight advantage, I believe, because of the better pawns. This pawn is weak. Queen d6, very sensible move as well, by the way. Just active play.
Yeah. Can I just play king f7 if I'm black here? No, he just took it.
Yeah, I was thinking king f7 now, and if you take, you could simply have rook.
Rook a2, b3.
You do sacrifice a pawn. Maybe b3 is the way. It could be fancy. My idea with b3 is that if you take, yeah, b takes, rook takes, one, and you win.
Nice idea.
But after b3, what happens if you take? Bishop takes, rook takes c6. My idea was to then capture the b2 pawn, but if you play this very correctly with knight f5, rook takes and rook c7, it looks kind of scary like this. Maybe actually let me be a bit more precise with this so that there's no bishop f7 move in between.
Mm-hmm. Nice,
Looks like
nice,
white
nice.
is having a field day like this. So b3 seems a bit too much.
Uh-huh.
So I'm wondering how black is going to deal with the loss of this pawn over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seems like white has the initiative. Do you spot an idea?
I don't actually see a good move for black here. That's why I was thinking king f7 before, but
Yeah. Well, if you play king f7, then there's still queen takes c6, but then your idea was rook c8 and maybe capturing this guy, right?
yeah.
Queen f4. I don't know. Queen c5. Yeah, I think white is having the initiative. Black needs to somehow...
Yeah. This queen d6 move was pretty annoying.
I think it's really deep. I think it's really deep somehow. Or maybe not that deep. Okay, so let me play very calmly. Something like king f7, rook takes c6. Now I want to play something very calm. Calm is the word. How do you do this? What if I just play rook a2,
Mm-hmm.
3, rook a1, king h2, rook c1. Is there a way to protect b3? With bishop takes b3?
Let's see. Bishop takes b3.
Maybe this is something. Well, you do have knight f5, by the way, so
Yeah.
take this guy, then you got rook c7, and then at least you get a pawn at the very least, if not
And
more.
the king has to go to the back rank, which is not what he wants.
Yeah, now actually you lose already. Actually, let me do this the fancy way. Takes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, but what else was he supposed to do?
I don't know.
Oh, you have to go to g8. You have to go to g8.
Well, if you do that, then
Bonus
you've
check.
got rook takes g7, and you also lose the bishop. So
You
no,
also, okay.
yeah, I
So
don't
what
know.
possible move is there?
I don't know. I don't see anything for black here. Okay, just king of 7. Very calm approach. That's the start. Oh, maybe it's very... No. Yeah, rook a1, king h2. Is there something? Rook... Okay, but just f3? What's the idea here? I think it's a pawn. I think it's a pawn. I think Alexei also couldn't find it after a few minutes of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a drawn rook ending, but it's a long way from draw then. All right, we got our result. Our first result of this round is Marc-Andrea Maurizi from France, the board 1 player, lost against Frode Urkedal from Norway. First result, so congrats for Frode. And let's move back towards the Hungary-Kazakhstan match. Let me see if I can find something. We saw this position before. Let's see how this developed. So actually black did not try to win back the pawn, but instead played this positionally. If you remember where we were,
Yeah.
knight d7, we were trying to figure out what was going on here, but after knight b6, knight a5, I was thinking that this was just very well much okay for black, but this is what black chose. For white, this is what black chose. Knight b4. Black does have very good compensation now that I think of it. The bishop is still very active. The extra pawn doesn't really matter. Knight d5 is met by bishop takes b2. So I don't know. Maybe this is simply okay for black. The big thing is knight d5 is met by bishop takes b2, or knight takes a4 actually winning. So there is good compensation for black here. Maybe it's just a positional thing. Really calmly played by Victor Erdos. Maybe calm is the word, yeah? Also
Shocking.
for,
Shocking. And the knight had to go to a5, huh? To hold the c4 pawn in this line?
yeah, but this knight is really not badly placed there. It's eyeing the b7 pawn. It's protecting c4. It cannot be pushed away, so at least
Right.
temporarily that's okay. We found another result. Let me quickly show this. Charlize van Zijl from South Africa winning against, no, losing against Julia Movsesian from Slovakia. And those are all the results so far. Let's see. Let's move over once again to this game because it seems that Lance Henderson is doing a pretty good job here. So we left off here. Queen c2 was indeed played. And after taking knight takes c4, this was actually bishop e4, queen a2. The big problem here is the b6 pawn. That's what white wanted to make use of. Knight d3 just takes, rook e1, very calmly played. Bishop d4 maybe on the next move. Also knight d4, knight c6. So this is looking pretty good for white. The rook needs to get in somehow, but the queen is protecting the pawn. It cannot move. So what happened? Bishop e4 back. Knight d4, rook b7, protecting the pawn, trying to get the other rook in.
Those knights look good.
f3, bishop d5, knight c6.
Knight c6.
Bishop e6, e4, restricting this knight. This knight is such a beast on c6. It's controlling d8, it's controlling the action of the queen, it's controlling so many things here. Rook e8 played, queen f2. Look at this pawn now. Takes, needs to save it. Knight d7, takes, and rook d4. This looks over. This looks over. If you play
Pretty
knight
amazing white's position.
d8 and the queen is trapped on a8.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my. Black is being
Checkmate.
pressed away. Queen c8 on the board. Queen
Queen
b2
c8 to defend it. Queen b2.
Queen a2
Little
just
weakness.
tickling away.
Wow.
D knight. Why not rook? Trying to figure out why not rook, but maybe because rook d8, rook takes, knight takes, queen f7. Looks pretty good to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks winning for white.
Instead, knight d8 immediately. Okay, same idea with queen f7.
Sure. Looks pretty convincing.
e5, but now just
Oh, yeah.
knight d6, but then queen e6, but it's with check, so this wins the game.
Yes.
Knight takes on the board, queen
Oh, and he
takes,
played it.
rook d6. It's this is winning for Lance. Lance still
Yeah.
showing who's boss on the youth board in this pool.
Well, that's gonna be 2 points for Spain already. Jeez.
Yes, because on this board, Vega Gutierrez managed to win her game against Gulnar Mamadova.
Like
So that's
decisively.
would be a 2-0 advantage. By the way, big results on board one between Ukraine and the Netherlands. Anton Korobov beating Anish Giri. Poor guy. He's really not having a lot of fun in this tournament, yeah? Yeah, 2 pawns, it's too much in this endgame. It's very easy to win this. Just get your king over there, and black cannot control the 2 pawns, unfortunately. Leon Vrolik also losing to Kirill Shevchenko.
Oh man, this is
Landing.
This is what you would put in a diagram explaining White's goal if you're writing a textbook. White's goal in the Berlin is to achieve this king and pawn endgame eventually.
Eventually, yes. Trade everything off, and then you get.
Here are 15 steps to get here. Wow, if Azerbaijan loses to Spain, their chances of qualifying are going to start to get extremely precarious here.
Yes, and it seems like it 2-0. So we need to check how Alexei is doing.
And also Matanadze's game, I don't think we've seen yet today.
We briefly checked that, and this looks like oh, this is interesting. White played b7 here. So there is a thing that black needs to choose from. If the rook moves, then the king is simply getting in there. And if you move a little bit back, the king is right now stuck. But if you play king h7, then there's rook f8 and taking this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
That could also be very dangerous. So I think that it's over. I think the king is just coming in, and there's nothing that black can do.
And once the king comes in, black can't just check it?
Yeah, well, I think the king is going to go over here or here,
Okay.
and then just going to trade the rooks and with a winning endgame. So my idea, I think the king is going to go over here. The rook needs to get back.
Did white just miss the move king c2? No, he was going to defend with rook d7?
And rook g8 check. Yeah, white missed the win there, but this is fine too. b1, king e6. So my idea is to get the king to e8 and then exchange the rooks, and then it's a winning pawn ending, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, king e7 or king e6 is fine too.
Okay.
This is my idea.
And then rook e8 from this position.
Yeah, or rook e8 is probably more clear. I know, but then you
then there's rook b6 check. You were right to go to the d file, yeah.
So let's see if it's coming on the board. Rook d8 wins the game for Mamedov, and that's it's a necessary point. It's a really necessary point.
So when the rooks are traded on d7, if black plays king f7, then white just plays king d6, and the black king can't follow it to f6.
No, this is over. No stalemate traps. This is extremely well done by white. A slight advantage. Just play rook d7, Alexei, and it's over. Yep. On the board, this will be a victory for Azerbaijan.
And that'll be 4-0 for Mamedov.
Wow, what a beast. Who needs Mamedov when you got Mamedov in the team, right?
Yeah.
Let's check board 1. This looks over. So that's Rajabov versus David Antongiaro.
Wow, that's a lot of black pawns. I mean,
2 pawns up.
Black's got all the pawns. The B pawn might already be a queen. I'm not sure that there's any white piece that can get near there.
Knight goes. You can. B3 is not seems to be working, by the way. 10 seconds on the clock. Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it. If king takes b2, no way to stop the pawn. Knight c7, but simply king goes back, and then b2. There's no way to stop it. It's over.
So I think it's going to come down to the girls' board, because I think Spain is winning both of the women's boards, and Azerbaijan's winning both of the men's boards.
This is okay. This is the board that's important, but I quickly want to go over to Lance Henderson because it was a draw.
What?
Look at the king and look at there's a repetition on the board. What?
He had a rook first knight. You told us that he won.
I was thinking that this was over, but he was trying to mate black through sheer brute force, but it backfired. This is still okay. Just try to mate the king, but This was, oh, he forgot about the check like this, and now it's a repetition.
All right, so let's go back a second and let's find the mate. Just really quickly, let's just do a quick little puzzle for ourselves.
Okay, so
Put the black king somewhere here on f5 or something.
why not rook e8 with mate next, or with mate on rook e4 next move?
Rook e4 and
There's no way.
wow. So it wasn't such a bad idea to go for e5. He just blundered the discovered check. Oh. Well, if that keeps Spain from qualifying, that will be painful for them. But that is what Azerbaijan really needed this round because it's not going so easily for them.
Because Azerbaijan, if they win this, then they win the match and it looks over. It looks like this is, if I'm counting correctly, it will be a 3.5, 2.5 win for Azerbaijan. That's important. That's important. Yeah, 3 pawns. The bishop is nicely protecting all these important squares. Looks over. Anand needs to make a draw to claim a draw in this match. If I'm not mistaken,
Oh my goodness.
right? I'm not mistaken, right? No, I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I counted that correctly. All right, so this looks over. I think it's time to move on to another game.
Wow, so Azerbaijan has won this match.
Do we still have an interesting... We got France, a few games still going on here. Trying to find the important match games. We got Slovakia, South Africa. Looks like Slovakia is going to win this match as well. We got this game, Kazakhstan versus Hungary, but there's a bishop versus a rook. That's not enough, but there's also a pawn, so this is a draw. We'll see what that result is going to be later.
I think Hungary just won the match, I think.
And the Netherlands losing again, by the way.
I think Hungary just won 3.5 to 2.5 here.
Yeah, seems like it. South Africa, by the way, upsetting perhaps Slovakia. That could be interesting. So this is the last board, it seems, in that match. That would be exciting. South Africa, I think, on 0 points at the moment. So if they at least make a draw in this game, then they have at least 1 match point. And that would be, they would probably be very happy about that. They need to be careful though. The knight, there are a lot of knight tricks in the position. So I like that the queen is on h8. Like, I don't want to be in any knight checks. I just want to get away from that knight as far as possible. Let's put the king over here and the queen over there. No knight checks.
But king c8, queen c6, king b8, queen b6 is mate.
Wait, what?
I mean,
and then knight c7. I see.
Yeah. So we have to go king b6 here. Or b8. Okay. Does this work? Does this work? It's a close call. Queen b5.
King a7.
King a7. Ooh.
Seems to be okay. So don't play king a8 because that loses immediately.
Yeah.
Because of knight c7. And you win the queen. So you need to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
So king a... Oh, it's on the board? Oh, it's your mating net is on the board.
No.
Yeah, your mating net. So that means I think that Slovakia won the match. Ukraine won the match as well. Then we got the French team playing still against Norway, but that is not really of importance in the standings. And actually, let me check. Okay. Yeah, all right, I got notice. Everybody, we are gonna go on a 15-minute scheduled break. We will be back after 50 minutes, like I said. And yeah, we will, of course, update you then with the standings and the results of this round. So don't go anywhere. Yeah, like I always say, pet the dog, grab some snacks, feed your fish, and we will be back shortly with more action in the Online Olympiad 2020. See you soon. Hello, 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 and we are back with more 2020 Online Olympiad chess action. My name is still Roland, and I'm still here, of course, with David Bruce. How are you doing? And are you excited for Pool B?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how Hungary's doing. And I think that we owe some screen time to Adam Kozak, either this round or next. Because if Hungary is somehow at the top of the standings, he has been their most consistent performer, with 5.5 points out of 7 playing every single game. So I think we should try and watch him at some point.
Yeah, I'm already trying to find a game, but yeah, before we do that, let's quickly take a look at what happened in the previous rounds. So everybody, you can see that on the left side, we've got Ukraine beating the Netherlands with 4.5, 1.5. Anish Giri really not having a good time at this Olympiad, losing again to Anton Korobov. Slovakia winning against South Africa, 3.5, 2.5. Kazakhstan losing to Hungary, a big win there for Hungary because Kazakhstan is still doing very well. Spain, Azerbaijan, the other match 2-4, and Norway losing to France 4-2. That's also kind of a surprise. All right, what does that mean for the standings? Well, let's take a look. Hungary in first place. Who would have thought? And powerhouses Ukraine and Azerbaijan. Following Hungary in within a short distance, but Kazakhstan, Spain, and Slovakia still also have a chance to qualify, maybe. So, yeah, nothing is decided yet in this pool. So we still got a lot of chess action left. And what are the rounds here? Yeah, what do you think is the match to watch here?
I think it's Hungary against Spain.
Yeah, I think so too. That means number 1 versus number 5, I believe. Yeah. And actually, that's also Adam Kozak versus Lance Henderson, the two
Indeed.
youth powerhouses for the two teams. So that is awesome. I'm going to try and find that game right now.
It's hard to find because their names are Mr. Tataglia, which I don't think you could predict, against 731291. Also hard to predict.
Hard to predict. Yeah, so here we go. The two top guns in the Spain-Hungary match. They're both playing very well.
In a furious fight for this e4 square.
Yeah, the knight is looking very strong here, and white wants to take it off the board as soon as possible. I don't know this opening. Maybe knight d6 just. I'm going to take this pawn now if I could, but then knight b5 is grabbing the c7 pawn back. This all looks like just a bunch of theory. Yeah. Do you know anything about this, maybe?
I've seen the double fianchetto from black before that was played here. And I don't normally see knight e4 played on the move 7 like in this game.
Yeah. Also d5 on move 7 is kind of a rarity, I believe. I think we saw knight c3 being played before, and then knight e4 is a standard reaction.
Yeah.
Your d5. Restricting the bishop. But yeah, black pushing the f pawn, I like it. And after knight d6, knight a6.
Other knight to c5, yeah.
Non-standard play by Lance Henderson. And while you talk about the position, I'm going to put my blinds up. So
all right,
step away for just a little bit.
So a big question will be, since he's played knight a6 without a5, if he's able to play knight c5 without white having a chance to play b4, that's going to be kind of critical. If white has a move here that would allow him to answer knight c5 with b4, that would be very annoying to black. That said, black has another resource of playing h6 at some point to kick that knight back to f3, for example, and then play knight c5. That way, if white plays b4, black will always have the e4 square for that knight. So probably black is going to be able to justify the knight's development to a6.
Right.
And
What do you think about e4 then?
I think it makes sense. I think, yeah, if black's going to play h6 to chase the knight away, then this move will have helped white to threaten the g6 pawn.
Yeah.
So that side of it makes sense. Then there's the question of the bishop on b7, which is kind of blocked in. Eventually, once black has developed his knight to c5, I think the next thing he would turn his attention to would be the bishop on b7, and he would consider moves like e6. So for white to try and make progress in the center before black even gets around to that makes sense to me as well.
Yeah. It's a tough position. This is what I'm constantly looking at, the queen coming to h7 if possible. So there are also moves like h4, h5 sometimes in the position where you try and undermine the king side of black. And yeah, so e4 is opening that up. I think I would not answer that. Yeah, I think I would have played something like knight b4 or knight c5 and just say, you can take on f5, buddy, and then I'm just going to take back and play something like knight d4. So yeah,
right, so the knights are going to dance. Knight b4, though.
Yeah, this is a mysterious move. Then where's the knight going to go if you play simply queen e2? I don't understand this move. Usually you do want to get the knight to c5. So what I would have played was knight c5. And then after taking knight takes f5, this looks pretty okay for black. And then maybe, like you said, maybe an e6 or e5 move at some point. I don't know, this bishop is really worrying me constantly. I think the white did a good job there, actually. Not the night before, queen e2 on the move. On the move, on the board.
Yeah, what's this knight going to do?
What's his idea there? Is there some sort of combination or something? You got bishop a6. Oh, you got bishop a6. But I guess, yeah, I guess it's answered by knight b5. Because if you play b3, then the knight on c3 will fall, so you have to cover this in another way, and I think it's knight b5. But this looks a bit awkward. But then the knight on b4 also looks a bit awkward still.
Yeah, it's an awkward competition. Who's more awkward? If black trades on b5, it'll actually trap the knight on b4 as well.
Yeah, exactly. So this is horrible.
Yeah.
So black did not go for that and played h6 instead, but this is weakening the king side very much. I would really maybe even consider knight h3, knight f4. You see this very often as well. So let's see. We got, by the way, a first result, which is a bit of a strange one. We got a 0-0 result between Vugar Asatli and Banele Mango from South Africa. So that means a 0-0 start for both teams. But it's okay. I think if Azerbaijan wins, then they have a very good shot to win a spot for the next division. All right, 0-0. What else? What else we got here? Oh,
that game was just aborted because it was the wrong pairing.
All right. Thank you for the people behind the scenes. So yeah, it was just aborted. They started a new game. This is board.
This advanced French.
Yeah, with queen a4.
We've seen this twice now, this opening.
Let's check this opening.
Before today.
Bishop b7. Yeah, I know this line. Suppose this is a very nice idea by black. You try to get the bishop out of the chain, and then you start playing normal moves, and then it should be okay. But Yeah, this is on the board. A5. Imre Balog playing this very aggressively.
Yeah, wow. He didn't think he needed any minor pieces.
And this is currently on the board. So white
Now,
is
if he
have
played a5, why didn't he take last move?
that's a big question. So take on b4. I guess just take back. And after
Okay.
taking, and let's say bishop takes b4,
Mm-hmm.
you have to account for queen a8. And
Yeah.
there are some problems with the knight over here. White is a lot faster with development. If you, for example, play something like queen c8.
Knight b5.
There is queen c1. But I guess just king e2, queen c4, king e3. Just more just we're gonna walk. Okay, let's show it. Why not? Queen
Yeah.
c1, king e2. If you take here, it's going to be mate. So you need to give a check, but then king e3. And if black is trying to get some repetition going, then the king can simply run towards
We'll
g.
just keep running, and black still has this b8 problem.
Yep. So that is why. That's why black played knight h6. Black,
Wow.
black needs to develop something, but after queen h4, knight c6, rook c1, this looks very, very dangerous.
I feel like it's pretty clear that this a5 move from black has not worked out, right? And not only that it didn't work out, but it's going to have pretty serious consequences. If your position kind of needs development and you think that you want to play this a5 move and then white doesn't even have to respond to it, and you realize you can never take on b4, it's going to hurt him.
It's a very valuable loss of tempo because if you had, for example, bishop e7 on the board, you could play just short castle on the next move and development would be complete. But now the king is still in the center. Okay, what a fearless player. Oh my god.
Wow. Yikes.
How? I'm trying to find a win already.
Well, on 94, he has to go where? To a2, then you castle threatening rook c2.
There's nothing more direct, yeah?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's just the most concrete move as far as not giving a lot of options. I suppose there's queen d3.
Yeah, you also have queen d3. Yeah. I was trying to trap the queen somehow, but I can't, unfortunately.
I mean, she's keeping us from castling right now. If we play b5, then the queen can trade on a4, which we don't really want because pawn takes knight check. The queen can recapture on c6.
But this looks nice.
Oh, well then let's do that.
Well, the problem is here that black can maybe move the knight away somehow. So let's put it, for example, to a really awkward square, by the way.
Every square is bad. Just put it somewhere bad.
You could take and play knight a4 anyway.
Okay. And then see if that rook is trapped at home.
Yeah, it's not having a lot of fun over there. So maybe if I was a bit more secure, then I would put the knight over here. It's actually, let's see, we got here maybe just the same, yeah? No, but we got knight d5 this time, so we need to be a bit more careful.
Okay.
What about... Okay, this is making it a bit more difficult. I don't see it yet, but there should be something in the position. Yeah, very complicated still. Maybe just queen d1 something, followed by knight a4, knight b6.
Mm-hmm.
So we try.
There's the fancy move knight d5 to win a pawn, but I don't think that that's so.
What about queen takes?
So good. Ah, no.
Doesn't work. No, you need to be very secure here. Okay, but king d7, definitely not a good sign for black. It looks like Alexei Shirov is going to have a really nice field day. Okay, quick look at the finish from Jordan. We got to mention that he has a very nice finish there with bishop b5. That is a 1-0 for the Netherlands versus France. So the Netherlands trying to save the honor in this pool. They have not been performing so well, but maybe they can close this pool off with at least a good score.
Mm-hmm.
Right, let's move on. So the big match is between Spain and Hungary. So let me see how Magic Master is doing versus Victor Erdos, if I'm not mistaken, or the other way around. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
Victor Erdos is the Magic Master.
all right.
Looks
So
like he's got a kingside attack brewing.
it's definitely in the air. Like you do want to play Bishop D3 and then a Queen E4. That looks pretty nice. It's black to move, so black can play Knight D7.
Yeah, to prevent E5 among other things. Any pressure against the E5 pawn will stop white from playing F5.
Yeah, if F5, now black can take here. So what to do? You want to play Queen E4, Bishop D3 to weaken up the queen side. But if you play Queen E4, then there's a bishop hanging over here. So here you can play Knight takes E5, I believe, winning the bishop.
Oof. And,
So you
yeah.
do need to be very, very careful. Maybe even Knight takes D4 would have been good, but let's see. So instead, Bishop D3 is what I want.
Mm-hmm.
I just really want this construction. But here you can maybe even take and play something like Bishop C6.
Uh-huh. So
Looks
now F5, now that E5's not hanging anymore.
Yeah, but this is really scary, yeah. E takes needs to be played. Guess Rook takes. Maybe Bishop takes, threatening D5. Yeah, this looks a bit dangerous. Maybe black is absolutely fine after Bishop D5, but I don't know. You still have to worry for this construction the whole time. So yeah, Bishop D3 looks like a very interesting move. I'm not sure how I would react to that. Maybe just Knight E7 or something. Maybe just Knight E7. My idea is Queen E4, G6, and now there's no Knight takes. Well, it's there, but because you are hanging this guy.
Uh-huh.
I think, is it the end of the world after this? No, Bishop D3 looks like a good suggestion.
Looks okay. Looks okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
who needs cheer when you got Roland who's on fire? Yeah, Bishop D3.
But now the best defense for black we're not sure of here.
Yeah, I'm still thinking Knight E7 somehow, but yeah, it's not so clear. Victor Erdos also less time, 3.5 minutes less than his opponent. So yeah, looking very interesting. Let's quickly move on to. Okay, Shirov is still thinking. Oh no, B5 played 97 on the board. I want to stick here for just a little bit to see how Shirov is going to try and win this. There must be something in this position, but I'm not so sure what. We couldn't find it.
Huh.
I'm calculating 100 lines, but it's really not so clear. I'm thinking maybe something with Bishop takes H6. G takes, and now something nice. Queen D1?
Knight D2?
Yeah, you still got Queen D3.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe take and then Knight C8. Might save the day as well. Or just rook b8 or something.
Okay.
Wow, let's see what he's
Yes,
gonna do.
It's not
I was
convincing.
thinking takes, and maybe queen d1 with the idea knight a4, knight b6, but I guess rook c8 saves the day. Because knight a4 is just met by queen takes c1.
Yep.
I feel like I'm missing something so straightforward here. Yeah, and Shirov is also not finding it, so yeah. All right. Bishop takes h6 on the board. All right, let's see what he's cooked up for us. All right. So what you gonna do? He takes. And knight d2. He just took a knight d2.
Mm-hmm.
Winning
You can always win one pawn at least, I suppose.
Yeah. So if knight d5, I guess you just ignore it and take this guy.
Mm-hmm.
If you play rook c8, then simply knight a4. Or knight here. Oh, actually, that's stupid. I can just take here.
Just take on d5. There you go.
Easy. All right, knight d2. Very calm is the word. Really, just no spectacular mates, no queen traps. It's just grab that pawn, baby, like Yasser would say. Right, let's move on. Looking good for Alexei Shirov. Let's move on to... I want to quickly move over to the Ukraine match versus Slovakia. So we got Anton Korbov versus Lubomir Vtashnik from Slovakia. Slovakia need a win in order to have a small chance, but I think this looks pretty much over. After queen f7, rook g8.
He can't finish with bishop e5 yet because of d1.
Yeah, so this is what I want. Oh, it's on the board. Okay, nice. Rook g8. And now I would maybe just play e5 and start consolidating. Bishop e5, like you said, is met by queen d1 mate. So yeah, e5 just solid as a rook.
Nothing else to do.
No forced mate. No forced mate, but just be careful. Careful.
He's threatening queen g2, huh?
Yeah. So how to... Oh, there you go. Why does this window?
I was trying to calculate it. After king takes, rook check, king there. The move...
Oh, knight f4. Nice.
The move knight f4, yes. I was trying like knight d4, queen c1, f4 to set up knight d4. But knight f4?
It should be on the board. Yeah, knight f4 on the board.
Oh my goodness. What a beast Korobov is to find this so quickly.
Yeah, these guys know how to calculate.
Jeez.
Absolutely. So
Way too fast.
White is just gonna play 6e7 and say good luck with your trapped pieces. There's nothing you can do. Queen g4, f3. Nice. It's just over. Nothing to do against e6, e7. You could take the pawn off the board, but then you just take back. Maybe first rook a7 check. King here. And take.
I think rook f8, king g7, knight e6.
Ah, that's even easier. Nice. Winning the queen and the game. Very nice game by... This is a clutch move, yeah?
Yeah.
Immediately.
Wow.
All right, so Ukraine, Korobov looking very strong today, beating Anish Giri in the previous round. What is next? Yep. Let's take a quick look at Azerbaijan, how they are doing.
Okay.
We got here Vladimir. Wait, what? Oh, okay, this is Ukraine still. Let's move back to Azerbaijan. This is the youth board. Johannes Haug versus Fugar Asatli. It looks like this is how to evaluate this? Oh my god. King e6 last move. How to evaluate this? Well, when there's a pawn on f5, sometimes you just want to play f3 and say, all right, what you gonna do with those pawns? But
Yeah.
maybe you want to play a move like c5 or b5 or something. You want to push through at some point, perhaps. This knight is not looking so hot, while this knight is looking beautiful right here.
F4.
White should be better. It's not so clear. This is a weakness. Needs constant protection, and the knight needs some time to be rerouted like this to a better square. There might be something tactical in the position to connect maybe with c5 at some point. Okay, without maybe just bishop d4. Looks slightly better for white. Not much going on further. Or am I missing something? I don't think I'm missing something. I'm always looking for c5, yeah, but what happens exactly after knight d5? Oh, maybe just take, yeah. c6. Start pushing them pawns. Looks good.
Yeah, I guess that's good enough. It's very weird to give black these connected pass pawns, f4, and then the knight trade on d5.
Yeah, but it's nicely controlled. I mean, white's got potential with the pawns over here, while these pawns are just nicely blockaded. Seems
Yeah,
to
it
be all
seems
right.
secure at the moment. I mean, the big difference seems to be the threat to the a7 pawn, because
Also,
otherwise black could still probably blockade white's pawns just as well as white can blockade black's pawns. But
there's still b5. These pawns can still start running. Perhaps. Let's see. All right, let's see what happened in the game. So we got knight d7, therefore, on the board. And now knight e2. Well, that's a nice move.
uh-oh.
That looks
That's
devastating.
hard to cover. He needs to keep f5 defended as well, and he needs to keep the knight on d7 defended with his king after knight d4 check.
This loses the f5 pawn, or, well, white gets the choice. Which pawn would you prefer?
Well, I don't like black putting a knight on d5, even though apparently playing c5 was the key. So I would probably take on c6 just like he did.
Yeah, just bishop d4. White is a solid pawn up without too much trouble. I was a teammate of Johannes Haug at some points in the Pro Chess League for the Oslo Trolls, and actually I'm a little bit surprised that he has so few time. I know him as a very fast player. He for example drew Anand in the Pro Chess League at some point, so I know he's really good at online chess, but right now he's just getting slaughtered, yeah. White.
Yeah.
And Korobov won the game, more or less like we said, with 96, if you remember. So Korobov won, and the big match between the two youth board giants also ended up in a draw. What happened here? Whoa. Okay.
Wow.
This is a draw offer, and it was taken.
That was a very weird game. It ended here as a draw?
Yeah, here, just a draw offer, and it was taken.
He can't play knight takes knight because of bishop f2 check.
Yeah. So what about a move like knight e4? Bishop takes f2, knight takes f2? Maybe it works, by the way. No, you got queen takes g6, so it doesn't work. This looks okay for white, I don't know. There's also this construction.
This is
so weird. Now
so
there was
weird.
So much play left. Maybe bishop b5 simply. Protecting the bishop and threatening stuff like knight e3. Wow, this is too much. I have no idea what was going on. It seems like Black was doing all right. Yeah, I mean, in the opening, we thought that Black was having trouble, but I guess I don't like knight f3, by the way. Knight h3 shoots in the way.
Right.
Knight d2, knight
Oh, that's
b5.
why he did knight f3.
Yeah, knight c2. The knight's coming over here, so
He made it work. He made that weird knight on b4 work.
a lot of knight dances, and Black also allowed bishop takes a8, but White did not dare take it because of the weak white squares in the white camp. So knight e2, all right, just do it. And knight takes c4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4 with a draw offer. Guys, the action just started. Give us some entertainment, please. Queen e4.
Yeah, what?
Oh my god, this could have been such a brilliant game.
Yeah, it was halfway into being so. What?
Queen
What
e4.
was going on? What do they see? Queen e4, knight d2, queen a8. You just
Yeah, okay. Well,
just
that loses a
take on
full...
f1 at the end.
Yeah, so I think White needs to take back here. Bishop takes, and after bishop takes, also this threat to worry about. So maybe I can just take... Nah, not sure.
You want to take
back
on e6
like
and then
this.
take on a8?
Yeah, that's also possible. King goes, and I guess rook takes over here. Looks so weird. Oh. Well, you do have rook takes f2. Well, I think, yeah, too bad that this game ended because this could have been a blast to follow. But yeah, they just agreed to a draw. If you want peace, then you might get it. So yeah, all right. So here you go. We've got Ticia Gara versus Sabrina Vega Gutierrez. Gutierrez took scoring very well for her team.
Yeah, throughout the weekend.
So you're mating that. Maybe. This is actually a big threat. Black needs to be careful. So the computer says it's just a draw.
What? It's just a draw.
White is just...
Black's like down 2 pawns and about to get mated.
It doesn't make sense, right?
I mean, I imagine they could avoid mate by trading a rook, but then they should be down a couple pawns still.
Maybe it's just rook c8, yeah, because these are just checks, perhaps. Or well, actually, why doesn't this work? King c5.
Maybe rook c6 here.
Rook takes, king takes, rook take. Oh,
Wait, move. Oh, rook to e4.
Yeah, and then you're threatening to take and play rook h4. Well, I don't get it. Why is this equal?
So what's the defense for black?
Rook c6 on the board. I guess it's actually king c5 is run. If you check now, you've got king d4.
Okay.
King c5 is the way. Yeah, I guess the point is that the c2 can never be defended.
Wow. This is quite a move, king c5. You have to block the rook in order to make your threat on c2 unstoppable.
Yeah. Okay, but it's not on the board. On the board, oh, oops, my bad. It's on the board is actually rook c6, but now we've got this on the board, and now it's looking too much. 3 pawns is too much.
Yeah.
And actually, white's also quite fast, so the rook is stuck. So all white needs to do is push these 2 pawns, and it should be over. Just a5. Why not? If white had 1 pawn less, there might have been good drawing chances, but it's not. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, just push that pawn. The king cannot get closer, so in the end...
I can't catch up with it anymore. So that one's dead.
Yeah, this is fine. No problem. Computer went down a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I think just a6, a7, and you got 2 pawn lefts after black tries to catch that pawn, so... You can even maybe say, just play c4, get some more going. King b5 also. Looks over, looks like a win for Spain here. And with Shirov, let's quickly, where are we? Check his game as well. He was, oh, look at this. We also got a free pawn versus one and rook ending. Slightly different though, but Spain looking hot. They seem to be doing all right. They already got 2 draws. So if these 2 Spain players win, then they win the match, or at least have a draw.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, it's 3 draws already. So
Draw,
if they
draw,
win
draw, three.
these games, they win the match. Yeah, so Shirov looks like a win as well. This is slightly more complicated because the king is not in front of the pawns just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what black needs to do, black needs to get 3 pawns in exchange for this pawn. But now king g3, I think it's over. Then it's more or less the same position that we just saw.
How do we get the same exact position more than once in the same rounds? We had that with that rook in 2 versus rook in 1.
Yeah. I don't know. It's Kaisa's work. King g2, king g3. This looks over. So that means that Spain is gonna clinch the win if white's a bit careful, because you don't want to give up the g pawn. King g4, for example. But here, just push these pawns and you should be good. Just h6, why not? Maybe king g4 if you want to be fancy.
Right, because you have rook takes b2 to defend the g pawn if black plays rook g1. But just runs the h pawn, very confident in this position.
Yeah, and that means a win for Spain if white wins this. All right, let's move over to another match then. Which one is also interesting? Let me check that real quickly again. So maybe Ukraine, Slovakia, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Seems like, or Azerbaijan, no, Azerbaijan seems to have won the match already, and Ukraine, Slovakia is looking very good for Ukraine. Whereas there is some excitement left. Yeah, okay, let's go to Ukraine. Maria Butnik versus Dominika Verkova from Slovakia. Opposite colored bishops. White is 1 pawn up, if I'm counting correctly. Yeah, 6 versus 5. But how to push through? Rook b4, c4 looks like a way to go.
Yeah.
c4.
Yeah, c4 is quite an idea. Yeah, the bishop is so locked in there, it doesn't really have a good way of avoiding that.
Okay, I'm gonna show this. Why not? Bishop d1 is still a way to go. Just to move back. Yep.
Wow. But how about bishop d1, rook takes b5?
Yeah, that's a minor concern. All right. Well, at least it's an idea, you know. Rook cd7 on the board. Rook b4 takes on c5.
Mm-hmm.
D takes, rook d3, king f2. Oh, how is this? Maybe rook d4. Just, I think this looks winning for white, but I'm not 100% sure yet.
Looks like white wants to put the rook on c3.
Yeah, but black is not letting. Okay, rook a3. I would play rook d4 right now. Play rook d7, get all these pawns, try to mate. I'm a mating kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
Who needs draws? Who needs material where you can just mate, you know? It's a lot more fun. By the way, there is a mating net. Rook ed2 and then check and mate.
Mm-hmm.
c6 also good enough. Yeah, this just looks winning for the Slovakian player, so that would mean 2-1 for Ukraine. Could make it exciting. Not a lot of games left. We've got still Shirov trying to win that endgame, but it looks already over. We got a draw over here. We got a... This is a very interesting position still.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if this is part of the match, by the way. It seems like it, though. But they got a female player on one of the open boards. Not sure if that was scheduled. Seems like it.
Repkova. Wow.
Yeah, seems like it was scheduled. So, all right. So Onishuk the clear favorite here with black, and it seems to be he seems to be doing all right. One
Two
more
pawns
pawn.
up with the bishop pair.
Yeah, these are really strong. Knight on b4 looks not too bad. So they are missing Viktor Gazik, if I'm not mistaken, Slovakia. Yeah, Viktor Gazik was the board 1 player, but instead they got Eva Repkova now as a substitute. So, yeah. Actually, this is the first time we're seeing 4 females playing for the team.
Yeah.
So we can scratch that off our bucket list as well. And yeah, bishop e5. This just looks winning for black. Let's see if there's still some games left. We got this one yet again. It looked over, but it's not that easy. Actually, there might be a mating construction here somehow.
Huh. White's struggling to win this one. Down to 1 pawn left and hasn't made it yet.
At least a draw, right? e5 is a threat. Be careful. White was doing so well here, but then
Yeah.
looks like it's over now. Is it though? I'm saying it's over so often, but I would have played rook e4, rook g4. Seems like the slightly better way to do this. But okay, still no problem. Push those pawns. Start pushing them pawns. King e5, good move too. Rook is stuck defending this guy. The pawn can simply move. So yeah, this should be a win for black now. Very surprising.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Careful.
not just that White's not winning it, White's losing it.
Yeah. But okay, it seems that Ukraine was already doing pretty well in the match anyways. They already won the match of 3.5. Hungary lost to Spain. Look at that. Spain
Wow.
making this extremely interesting. Wow, how many teams are still in the race for qualification? At least it seems 5 teams still.
All of that? I mean, 5 of them, I guess.
Yeah. All right, so King d4 looks good. This looks over. Let's see. Yeah. All right, so Azerbaijan managed to win the match against Norway. The Netherlands won against France. 4.5, 1.5. Kazakhstan managed to win 5-1. Ukraine managed to win at least with 3.5 points, but with this win, it's at least going to be 4.5. And Onishuk was looking good, so I'm predicting a 5.5 win for Ukraine versus Slovakia, it seems. So, yeah, but that means there's a lot to talk about at least in the standings, you know.
Wow, I
What
mean,
an exciting pool.
The fans of these countries are going to be on the edge of their seat.
Yeah. All right, so with that in mind, let's take a quick look at the standings. Are not updated yet, everybody, but we can make some calculations at least if we can get that on the screen. So Hungary losing against Spain, that is a big upset there. And actually Kazakhstan losing against Ukraine, I think that means that Ukraine and Azerbaijan are going to be number 1 and 2 again, but the fight is open for place 3 between Hungary and Spain, which have respectively 12 to 11 points. So it will be between Hungary and Spain, it seems, for the third place. Okay. So we will get standings update, of course, as soon as possible. But as it seems now, Kazakhstan looks out of the race, and it's going to be between Hungary, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and Spain.
Wait,
Okay.
Kazakhstan is out?
I think so. They lost against Ukraine, so they have 9 points, while
I
Spain.
thought it was Slovakia who lost against Ukraine.
Kazakhstan is also in the race still. Yeah.
Kazakhstan won their match.
So Kazakhstan, Spain, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, and Hungary are still in the race. What an exciting last round. Let's take a look. What's going to happen in the last round? I'm very curious.
All right. Pairings for the last round. Kazakhstan against Ukraine. Only one of them can win. Spain against South Africa. Well, that's a good pairing for Spain when they need to win.
Should be a win.
Hungary against Norway. France against Azerbaijan.
Looks like Azerbaijan and Hungary are more, and Spain. These 3 teams are having. Yeah, it seems like Azerbaijan and Hungary are looking very strong. Ukraine needs to win. Oh, no, Ukraine is more or less already safe, if I'm not mistaken. But if Kazakhstan wins against Ukraine, then, wow, they may actually surpass Ukraine still.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we have a lot to talk about in a few minutes, everybody.
There's a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, let's get the standings in there. Let's get it in there. I'm very excited to see. So these are the updated full standings, everyone. So Ukraine looking good. Azerbaijan looking good too. But Azerbaijan, Hungary, and Spain are having the best matchups. Azerbaijan, Hungary, and Spain should win their matches. So the big clash is between Ukraine and Kazakhstan. That's going to decide the final standings, I believe.
Now, looking at the second tiebreak, the game points, it looks like Kazakhstan would need 4.5, 1.5 against Ukraine to pass them on game points.
4.5, 1.5.
They would need to score 3 more points than them.
That against Kirill Savchenko and Anton Korobov.
And maybe Korobov.
Yeah, that's a tough task ahead. So if I'm looking at this, then it seems that Hungary, Azerbaijan, and Ukraine are having really good chances to qualify still. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely have the advantage going into this last round. And control of their own destiny, so to speak. All they have to do is win their own match and they'll be in. Kazakhstan and Spain need for 1 or 2 of those countries to lose in order to pass them.
Yeah. So Kazakhstan needs to win against Ukraine to qualify. And Spain is more or less, they need a miracle. All right, everybody. And with that, we are going to go on a short break. We're very excited for this last round. We'll be back in a few minutes to talk about that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with more action in this Pool B. Hello, everybody, and we are back, of course, with more chess action. So, yeah, I'm here with, of course, with David still, and he will talk shortly because he's muted for a sec. But yeah, of course, we will have to a lot to say about the upcoming round. There's still a lot to be decided for the pool B, and I know that my face is standing in the sun because, of course, I'm in heaven doing this commentary session with all of you viewers out there. So, yeah, we are, of course, going to take a look at the last round in Pool B. Let's quickly take a look what the current standings are. We got Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and Hungary looking very good so far, but they still have a last round to play, and Kazakhstan and Spain are also still in the race there. So let's take a look at what the last round can bring us, shall we?
Yeah, we've got France against Azerbaijan and Norway against Hungary. So those two teams are not clashing with any of the other top teams. And then Ukraine faces Kazakhstan, which needs to beat them by at least 3 points to catch up with them. And then Spain probably has some scenario where they could catch up after if they beat South Africa, and they need Hungary and Azerbaijan to do poorly.
Yeah, so actually Spain does have a good matchup there, but they need a bit of a miracle because Hungary is the clear favorite versus Norway. Azerbaijan against France, also clear favorite. And the last one is Kazakhstan, Ukraine. That might be the big decider. So, for example, if Kazakhstan, well, even if, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
Spain,
whichever of those teams wins, there's no way for Spain to
yeah, I think,
pass both of them, right? So Spain needs to pass both Azerbaijan and Hungary by winning while they lose. Or I suppose they could just pass Kazakhstan if Kazakhstan loses to Ukraine, and then they could pass one of Hungary or Azerbaijan. Yeah.
yeah, that's the only scenario. So Norway needs to upset Hungary, or let's see, the other one is Azerbaijan needs to be upset by France for Spain to qualify in that regard. All right, so but yeah, the big match, of course, Kazakhstan Ukraine. If Kazakhstan beats Ukraine and Kazakhstan is through, so that is definitely the match to follow there. Of course, they need some numbers. The next tiebreak is, of course, the board points there. And Ukraine currently has 2.5 more. So we calculated what they needed to do. They needed 4.5 board points to surpass Ukraine, if I'm not mistaken. So Kazakhstan needs a big victory to qualify. If, of course, Azerbaijan and Hungary don't screw up against their respective opponents. Yeah, so yeah, of course, we're hoping for an upset. That would be absolutely interesting and exciting, but it seems that it will still be the top teams. Ukraine and Azerbaijan were the favorites before this whole pool started, and the third spot was going to be between a few teams, and it seems that Hungary has still got the best shot. They beat, if I'm not mistaken, Azerbaijan in a direct confrontation. So yeah, Hungary definitely doing very well in this pool. They were the leaders for a long time, even
Yeah.
before they lost in the last round against Spain. But it seems to be okay that they lost that match even. So yeah, trying to find their respective results. So Hungary, indeed, they beat not Azerbaijan, but they beat Ukraine with 4-2. And they beat Kazakhstan with 3.5, 2.5, which is very important. And yeah, there were a mix of results, but yeah, let's dive into the game, shall we? Let's take a
Yeah.
look at who are playing. So it's always fun to see, of course, one of the big legends play. So let's quickly move over to Alexei Shirov playing against Mabusela Johannes. So a lot of good chess players are participating, of course, in this whole event. In this pool, we saw Timur Rajapov, we saw Mamedyarov participate. We saw a lot of players already that are just wonderful to check. Okay, we are missing Anish Giri. Anish Giri not stepping in for the last round there. Instead, we've got here Jordan van Verreest playing on board 1 right now against Slovakia. So the games are slowly starting in. Whenever I'm going to see the Kazakhstan-Ukraine match, then we are going to go right in there. And actually, isn't this
It's
one?
there if you can find it.
Yeah, Korobov, board 1 versus Rinat Jumabayev.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Gosh,
Very
we're seeing the A pawn moving a lot more than I'm used to in the Queen's Gambit here. I mean, unprovoked A5, we saw them a couple times in those Grunfelds, and now we're seeing it in this normal-looking semi-Slav A5.
It's not something you see very often, though.
No, I mean, I've had this position before as black, and I think I even once long ago had an opening book. I don't read a lot of opening books, but I once had an opening book which suggested, you know, a couple lines you could play against Queen B3, and A5 was not mentioned in that book.
Okay. Well, you do have White was a bit maybe baffled and just played a move A3, which is a common reaction, but I think there must be something better. I mean, what would be the point if you play something like Knight C3 simply? Is the idea to take, and then oh, maybe the idea is to play A4 because if you take, you can
Then you
take
take
here
C4.
and B5. Maybe this is the tactical justification of A4 there.
Right.
Maybe not
it's-
Knight C3, but
So
maybe
it's
E3.
semi-preventing Knight C3.
Yeah,
So this could be played.
yeah. This looks very normal now to me. So the other way to make use of this A5 pawn is to play Bishop B4.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get a weird Nimzo Slav construction, which I totally don't get. Let's see. Knight C3. Usually you have a position like this even without the move C6, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
Yeah, the thing is when you play like this, the move C6 doesn't really fit in with what black's doing, whereas Queen B3 is perfectly normal for white to play
Yeah.
against Bishop B4.
Well, we know that Anton Korobov is a very creative player who has a lot of opening ideas sorted out as weapons for him. So, yeah. A3 on the board though. Knight BD7. Now it's the same as Slav. And after E3, Bishop E7. Just normal development, not much going on.
Now they go back to playing normal moves.
Well, not much going on. Just B6, Bishop B7. Yeah, he's making use of a lot of strategies and openings like this. You could play semi-Slav style. You could take bishop takes and b5, for example, but you could also play b6, bishop a6. You could also a5, also a move that combines some strategic ideas.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's he's combining a lot of ideas, which makes it very confusing for the white player to.
I could see Bishop A6 coming next, which means white might want to trade on D5 here, preemptively.
And you would take with the e pawn, I believe, because if you play c takes, then white gets a nice square on b5. So e takes needs to be played. Yeah, this looks like bishop a6. I guess short castle. Looks fairly normal. Not much going on here, actually. So, yeah, not much going on. What about? Let's move to board 2.
Okay.
Looks like a Russian opening, sorry, Petrov opening, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, French, all right. Oh yeah, the e takes d5 variation. So yeah, that's not a Petrov, of course. It's a French line. So black wants to get has exchanged the dark squared bishop, which is usually a good piece, but white has got. Well, black has got a better pawn structure here, although white can make use of the b file sometimes. But okay, we saw Mamedyarov playing very well against the strategy of white. And we see black sacrificing a pawn for some open h-file action, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would you pick? Would you pick black or white here? Who would you favor?
It's a tough
Instinctively.
call. It's a tough call here. Is it possible to play G5 here?
There was a pawn on F6 hanging, but
Right.
it's
And
okay.
then Rook G6,
Trying
or
to
the other rook,
7.
or the other rook to F8 first, I suppose.
This one. Then you Queen H6.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, what we also could do. Okay, I'm gonna be a bit fancy. What about taking? Taking.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find. What about Queen can go here, yeah? Okay, what about this now?
Mm-hmm.
Queen H6 needs to be played, yeah? Knight
Right.
F5. Oh, maybe it's possible. I don't see how we can trap the queen just yet, but it looks very, very scary for white.
But he already played Rook H8, huh?
Yeah, so G5 was possible, but seems like it's very hard to trap the queen. So Rook H8 is on the board right now. I don't know. Black gave up a pawn for some activity, but what would be the plan? Let's say the queen moves to, let's say
all the way home to D2.
All right, let's go to D2. How would you play here? Probably G5 or something, and then maybe double the rooks on the H file.
Yeah, perhaps just directly go for doubling.
All right, let's go. Where would you put the rook?
H7.
All right, I guess I'll take here.
Okay. Knight takes, though I have no idea. Just trying something out.
Queen D3.
And then there, and then double the rook.
Okay, bishop F4 is met with G5. I'm not sure if that works, so I'm gonna play H3.
Okay. And now my idea would be, maybe it's no good, but I guess there are two ideas. There's G5, G4, or Knight H4 to G2.
Yeah, just sacrificing that knight, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, G5 looks very good. And yeah, G4 looks like a big threat in this position. White has knight, I don't know, this looks very scary actually. Yeah, so something like this would be Black's idea, yeah, to try and get some initiative over the H file.
I guess
So,
maybe I slightly prefer playing black to white here.
Seems like White needs to defend the next couple of moves, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's how you can make use of the H file. It looks like it looked very, very tough for White to defend that at least. I think White is having some problems there. Yeah, Rook H4 also an idea because well G3 is worth provoking and it cannot be attacked, so maybe it's a slightly more active square for the rook. But yeah, I think Black is looking good here. So Kazakhstan, Rustam Kuznetsdinov versus Vladimir Onishuk, looking good for the black player, I would say. Would have my preference as well. First results of this round, Elina Ruber for the Netherlands, winning her match against Slovakian player Dominika Verkova. This is a lot of material for White. So let's quickly scoot over to another game in the match between, where is it? Where is it? This one. Hungary, Adam Kozak, doing very well for Hungary so far. And he's one of the top scorers for the Hungarian team. And he's now playing against Elham Abdurlauf. Is he doing well here? I don't think so. I think White is doing fantastic here, if I have to say it. Black has two weaknesses in the position. The rooks are occupied. How to continue this? That's the question. Because Black is more or less, maybe his Black's only plan is F5 at some point. Well, white's plan is quite simple. Try to undermine these 2 pawns somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. How would you play here after rook takes e7? Is there a way for white to continue?
I was wondering if I could maybe play a6.
All right. If I take, you have a nice open file against the a pawn, so I need to play b6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the Netherlands are having 2 quick draws as well, so that means 2-1 for the Netherlands. Just for your information. a6 not on the board. Rook takes e7 played though. What about a move like c5? Is that crazy? I mean, d6 is a weakness that you want to exploit, but the problem is that if you double the rooks, then you are stuck with this a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to find a good plan for white somehow. c5 seems to at least activate the queen on c5. It could be an asset at some point. So let's say d takes, queen takes. You have knight, you don't really have anything. Strike maybe knight d5 or knight b5 would be good, but the queen is simply protected on c7.
Yeah.
Doesn't look convincing. Do you have ideas here for white? I mean, we could try to reroute this knight to a slightly better square somehow.
Right. But then we do give black knight f4.
Yeah,
The
that's
knight on c3 could also use rerouting. I just haven't been able to pick a dream square yet. Like, if we just pick it off the board, where do we want it?
Okay.
This is the move I was thinking about here.
Yeah, knight f6. So it seems weakening, but what it does very nicely is controlling the knight on f6.
Right. And it gives us this play of improving the knights and going for knight f5 with queen g5 as a follow-up.
Gonna do a bad move. Here g takes, then queen g5. Looks devastating.
Yeah.
Yep, nice idea. I think that's correctly played also by the white player. So black is struggling. Adam Kozak doing very well for his team of Hungary, but looking very shaky in this game. I think everything went wrong here.
So what would black do to even prevent knight f5 next move?
Well, prophylactic would move with the king or maybe h6.
Mm-hmm.
Play knight f5 now. There's no queen g5 check. That's the concrete idea.
Mm-hmm. So I'll play king to h2.
Are you sure?
I'm still planning to play knight f5 soon. Rook to g1.
Right. I think king g2 is the slightly better idea because after king h2 you have bishop takes g4.
Okay. Well, then put me on h1 maybe, right? We need to clear the file.
Okay, we want to put rook on g1. All right. So let's see. Yeah, looks. How can we counter? I don't see a way. Maybe d5 now? Nah, it's too soon. Too soon. It's 4 times attacked. It's 3 times defended. So d5 does not work. Maybe something like rook. Nah. I want to play h5 at some point.
Yeah.
Can I? I want to.
Okay. I'll play knight f5 now.
Yeah, now you have queen g5 again. Yeah, looks like a good idea. Just a simple chess with rook g1 and knight f5.
And if there's any kind of prophylactic move like rook g8 or rook h8, white can just grab on a7. So.
Yeah, maybe this is the right way to go then. Put a knight over here. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be some defense.
But white's clearly better, yeah? So h6 on the board, king g2 played, and a6. Okay, so the pawn cannot be attacked by the queen, queen anymore. And white maybe is just starting to push these pawns and get a rook on h1. Yeah, looks good for white. let's move over to another game. Which one do we want? So yeah, I'm trying to find. Let's quickly see how Azerbaijan is doing. So Gusainov making an appearance. So he has one game played so far, and he won that game. Is he gonna make it 2-1 games? That's the question. Looks good enough, yeah. I mean, black has got some activity on the king's side with these active pawns, but white's got total queenside domination, and white's got a simple plan like this: just push those pawns, got active rooks. So if white simply moves the knight away, then black needs to find a way through, but maybe f3 and then start attacking, you know? But then maybe just ignore, maybe just put it like this. These are things to consider. The computer is all over the place, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Very complicated. Let's see. Knight f1 on the board. Yeah, I would try and play f3 here with black. I
Just
don't
play
see
F3
much,
right now.
many other ideas there. Yeah, so France not playing with what am I saying? Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, HM Bacro. Let's see who else they got. Mathieu Cornet, for example, Edouard, Romain Edouard. It is a B team that they posted, and it's a FIDE master, Timothy Razafindratz, who is presenting the French team with on board 1, it seems.
Well, you called this F3 move. Whoa.
That's really
That's
not
the most unexpected move.
Queen H3.
Queen H3? Knight E3, Knight G4? Queen F... Just no Queen F1?
No. Yeah, 93, Knight G. Ah, okay, Queen C4.
And take it, yeah.
That's the little dirty trick.
Wow.
Hey, this is oh, that's sneaky actually.
Yeah.
So after this, what if we make it, what if we stop this Queen C4 somehow?
Well, we also have to avoid rook takes bishop or do something really decisive.
Maybe it all works out, yeah? Maybe it all simply works out. I was thinking maybe just d5, but then this is becoming a problem. So, okay, let's play King h8. And if you take here, then Knight g4 wins the game, it seems.
Wow. Okay, well, your threat's good enough that you can ignore the bishop. So white needs to play a move that avoids Knight g4 there.
Yeah, so move like Queen c4 anyways. Or actually, the easiest way is to play Queen f1.
Yeah. Meh. No fun left after that, honestly.
Yeah, not looking too great here for black. Now these pawns are going to run over the board. Rook c7, bishop is still hanging. So, well, that's some good calculation. G3 is really a provocative move, I would say, at the very least.
Rook f7, supporting the bishop and hoping to play a surprise Queen h3 next. Of course, white should just play Knight e3, I would think, to have Queen f1 available.
Yeah, looks very normal. Yeah, I think that white is simply in the driving seat here. Yeah, 93, you called it. All right, let's move over to another game.
Yeah.
Let's see how our favorite player, Alexei Shirov, is doing with black.
Okay.
Well, he lost a rook, by the way. Just was snatched off the board right there.
Just casually down a whole rook for like a pawn on the queen side.
It doesn't seem to be more than that. Well, knight a2, attacking the rook. It's also attacking this guy. So
Right. So if he played, how bad would the damage be? If he just took on c1, he'd be down a knight for 2 pawns. So it's not like a 10-point sacrifice or anything like that. Realistically, he can't trap the bishop on h8, so he is down something. But
he's down a piece versus one pawn, actually.
bishop a3, there's queen a1.
Yeah, so no trapping the queen.
Yeah, and then that stops him from making further progress by pinning the bishop to the queen.
Yeah. So I think knight takes c1 is not good enough because, well, it's one pawn versus a piece, so that's not good enough. They played bishop a3. Yeah,
He
that's
just
a
played
move I
bishop
would.
a3. Wow.
Oh boy, I'm really feeling an urge to. How can we? I want to do a surprise attack or something. Something like, let's give back the rook with queen b3. Let's take on b7 and mate our opponent.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
But
that's
white
too.
doesn't have many pieces. I mean, you've got your queen and your dark squared bishop to play the whole game with there.
Okay, what about some simple chess? What about rook a1? Just trying to save the rook.
Mm-hmm. And knight c3, the queen has 1 square on b3, which is seemingly sufficient.
And
Bishop on a3 is looking
then
troubled.
you can simply play queen e3. Rook takes a3 next.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good enough. So I think that Spain.
So maybe bishop b2 instead.
Yeah, looks more testing. I guess we. Wow, what do we do?
The rook's trapped, so
we
that's
can
good. And the c pawn looks pretty doomed.
We can ignore the rook because if you take queen takes a1, then
And I get tied up.
yeah. So I'm thinking maybe I can play e4
Mm-hmm.
because I want to get this bishop out as soon as possible. So for example, if you take like this, bishop c4, and attacking the knight, and
Yeah.
I think Shirov overextended there. So we got a few moves. Rook c2 on the board. Okay, never mind. Now it's okay for black again. Knight takes, rook takes, queen takes, bishop c2 next, trapping the queen. And e3 doesn't help because bishop c2, queen h5, for example, is mates.
Oh la la.
Ooh, queen b3 on the board. Okay, that's not a bad move. Queen c1, queen d1, queen a1, queen d1. Is this maybe okay? But you could, let's see. Now black has 2 pawns, so black could at the very least simply trade and start running with these pawns over the board, which is not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
What you could also do is maybe give the queen some room, but you don't want to. Okay, okay, why not? I'm gonna try something fancy. Queen a1, queen d1. Only move. Aha! Is this working?
I looked at it, but I didn't see what to do with it next.
Just take and actually, let's say I play a stupid move. I think this is the threat.
That's a dirty threat. I didn't see that coming.
So best move probably something like e3 or e4.
Mm-hmm.
e4 gives black another pawn, so that would mean 3 pawns. Then black's definitely okay. So let me try and play this first.
Yeah.
Then if you take, I'm not sure how that is. You can always castle long, by the way, to get a rook in there somehow.
Yeah.
Trying to find a mate, but I don't think there is a mate after this because after queen a5 or queen b2, you can simply go back, no problems.
Can you start running your b pawn with all these pieces on the board?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Just b5.
Because you kind of, like in an endgame, what you do is you try and control all the squares in front of your passed pawn.
Yep.
It's not an endgame, but we do have control of most of these squares.
Yep. So tough. And if you play h4, then we get g4 on the board. No big deal. Bishop e2. Then now taking is again good. And a mate.
Yeah. No
Looks
bishop.
good.
Oh, the queens
but-
have been traded somehow in the game.
And black won. Okay,
What do
never
you mean
mind.
black one?
And black won.
Already?
White oh, mate in one.
Oh my lord.
Oops. Oops. That hurts. That hurts. All right.
That's vicious.
That is painful.
Can we see the last like 2 moves here just to see how where the queens got traded, what he went for? So in this position, he simply traded queens, followed with bishop c2. If the knight moves almost anywhere, bishop b4 is mate. So was he forcing knight to d2?
Then just start running. I don't know.
And now the b pawn?
Yeah, so something like B or A, whichever move you prefer. It takes a long while for this construction to untangle himself. I would play A5, I think. Because bishop b4 and then running looks very comfortable.
Because this way the knight can't even sack for the pawn, right? Where if you run the b pawn, the knight might sack.
Exactly. So now it's a fairly easy run with the pawn idea there.
There's like no white piece that can move. What a game. I'm going to clip this one for myself as well. Because it didn't look sound to you at first, did it?
No, absolutely not. Like we saw already a few ideas. So in this position, we saw rook c2 was the fatal mistake. I think rook a1 would have been fairly normal. And yeah, then it's not enough. Bishop b2, then e4 wins for white. If you play knight takes c3, it's queen b3, and knight e4, queen e3, you lose the bishop. So yeah, it was definitely not enough. But well, if you want to show, then leave it up to Alexei Shirov, yeah? Well, yeah, but unfortunately for Spain, I think that Spain is more or less already out of the race, unfortunately. But we'll see. Let's move on to the big match, of course, which is Ukraine versus Kazakhstan.
Right. Check back
Fine.
in.
Big match on the youth board. Kirill Shevchenko versus Denis Maknev, and both players are scoring very well for their teams.
Yeah, I think Shevchenko, last I checked, was up to 5 out of 5. Let me go see.
Oof.
5 out of 5.
And it's over already. Make that 6 out of 6.
Oh!
Boom.
I just looked away at the score for 1 second. And he won this in 1 move?
Yeah, bishop h6. Nice little trick over there.
20 moves. I mean, Maknev was, on a plus score. He was one of the better performers for Kazakhstan.
Mm-hmm. And Shirov has won the game, by the way. So we can confirm. Oh, yeah, of course, we saw that mate already. So, all right, let's move on to the female youth board. Looking good for Ukraine as well. I was thinking, but now I see that black's actually a piece up. There's just 4 pawns. That's a lot.
That's a lot of pawns.
Make that 5. After bishop takes, after queen e6 and queen takes f5, that would be 5 pawns. That's a lot. Onishuk lost, though. Let's quickly. So this is a game that we saw with the H file being opened, and black made really good use of that, as it seems. We left here, rook h4, knight g3 on the board, rook h8, h3, boom. No, okay, not yet.
You were expecting bishop h3?
I was expecting just, okay, maybe next. So no, g5.
Me too. I thought white would trade the bishop on f5 to avoid bishop takes h3, but instead we get g5, g4. We basically had this exact idea as well, just with the knight wasn't yet at g3 for white.
I would really consider queen e6 here. Just trade that queen off and nullify all black's attacking potential. But there's, this could have been good. But bishop d2, queen g6. Oh, Let's get that queen in there. Queen f3. Knight f5. You cannot take it because it's mate. So knight to g3 is an idea there. Bishop f4.
Threatening
And
rook h1.
king f1 only move.
Knight d4, taking away the flight square.
Only square for the king.
Yes.
Rook h1. Nice game. Nice finish there.
Oh my lord. That was brutal.
White really should have exchanged those queens somewhere. On e6, then take. Maybe there was some drawback against that, but I don't know. It looked like it was the best idea because this is just very painful.
How good was White's position if they played queen e6?
We can check that. We can check that. So let's say in this position, there is one drawback, and that's okay. Let's say black takes, and that black has got knight f5.
Knight f5, right?
You got rook h1. But you can simply play...
Bishop b2?
Yeah. I don't like the bishop here. I was actually thinking maybe just rook e1 back. So if you take rook h1, I can play king f2. It looks a bit more solid. That's why I like this a bit better. But I think bishop.
Okay. But even there, black's not worse. I think for sure with the first rank, right? You trade rooks, you bring the other rook in, and then you can attack, d3 from behind or g1 from behind. There's no way for white to show an advantage.
Yeah, looks like a draw like this, yeah. Yeah, but the draw is absolutely fine for white, of course. In the game, he got totally destroyed. All right, we got another result. We've got Sarah Black Panther, or the white player, Bibisara Ausabayeva. That's a mate. So that means 2-0 for Kazakhstan. Oh, this is going to be exciting.
Whoa.
Win for...
Well, no, we know Ukraine's got 1 point from Shevchenko.
Yeah. So what about board 1? Gorobov versus... Yeah, we left very... Okay, there has been a lot of progress in this game. Equal material, bishop
it's
pair.
still about equal, down to the last minute.
Isolated pawn. Gorobov cannot lose this, otherwise, well, they can, but then would only be a draw maximum. I think Shevchenko is the only game that won so far. So it's 2-1 for Kazakhstan. Can they clutch it? If Kazakhstan, what do they need? Is a draw good enough as well?
Kazakhstan needed to beat them 4.5, 1.5 to pass them.
Okay, so they already got 2 points.
They need one more point. So they need... The Ukrainians need 1 more point from these 3 boards.
Yes, 1 more point. So
to qualify.
Why is this so bad? Oh, knight e2 wins a... No, it doesn't win a pawn. b2, wow, that's a passive move.
Yeah.
Let's check how the other game is doing. We've got 2 more games in this match. We got this one.
Natalia Buksa looks like she's down 2 pawns for nothing.
Dalitova. If she wins, that would mean 3-1. If Gorobov makes a draw, it would be 3.5, 1.5.
Yeah.
This looks over. This looks 2 pawns up without compensation. Then we've got
come
one
down to
more.
Ave Maria. Certainly Kazakhstan's making a fight of it. I mean, whew.
This game screws it up for Kazakhstan.
What about all the pawns against the bishop?
Yeah, so we said 5 pawns. Yeah.
Pretty good for white.
Yeah, that's a stretch. Good for white. Oh my God. Yeah, I think Ukraine is clutching it. I think, yeah, they're doing a good job there.
Bishop h6, b6, b7. What does that move for?
Yeah, it's fairly easy. Looks over.
So Ukraine escapes a scare. They may still lose this match to Kazakhstan, very likely. But they will advance to next weekend's elimination matches, unless something shocking happens here in this game.
Yeah. And
We've had
otherwise,
one or two shockers. I don't think we can call things.
I don't know. It's very hard to shock. It would be a mouse slip after a move like A4, or a mouse slip with B4 or something, but you never know. Maybe disconnection doesn't seem likely, as you can see the bars over here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, who knows? Maybe an over push. A draw is also maybe not good enough. And the other team, so what they need then, if they cannot clutch this to 4.5, 1.5, they need Hungary or Azerbaijan to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on the updated scores, everybody, of course. We'll keep an eye on the results. And if you take a look on the left side of the board, you see that Spain is already winning against South Africa. But yeah, they don't have enough board points to challenge either teams.
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine, yeah, already 2-1. So, but okay, we already saw that Kazakhstan was doing very well on the other boards. Wait, 2-1? Wait, how's that
It's the other
possible?
way.
This game is still going on.
Yeah, it's the other way. It's 2-1 Kazakhstan right now, but Ukraine is scoring over here.
Okay, so that was a misannotation there.
That'll be their second point. There it is.
Hungary, Norway. Let's see how that is going. Trying to find if there's still a game. Pap Petra versus the Norwegian player.
Gladura came in. He won a game.
And we've got also this one still.
Sokagal won a game.
Adam Kozak manages to turn this around. He's got an exchange. He's an exchange down, but he's got. Oh, okay, this looks like a draw now. There's no way for the Black King to escape, so this should be a draw. So that means at least a draw for Hungary, and that would mean that they qualify for the next. Wait, if they draw, that's not enough. They need to win. So if they draw this game, then they need the other board as well, which is this board. Okay, but she's a pawn up in the queen ending. So if this is at least a draw, then Hungary qualifies. Looks like they're clutching it, but it was close. 3.5, 2.5 seems to be the most likely final score there.
I mean, if Hungary draws and Spain wins, Spain will pass Hungary.
All right, yeah.
So Hungary needs to win their match.
Yeah, and it seems like that's happening. So it seems like that's happening. Well, all they need here is a draw. And all they need in the other match is a draw as well, but that's a repetition, so that's going to happen. Now Black could overpush somehow or miss that the queen is hanging at some point. But it seems over after d4.
D4 is good. D4 is good.
All right, let's switch over to Korbov's game real quick against Rinat Juma. Oh!
Looks like
Wait. What's the calculation here? If White manages to win this, which he did, 3 points for Kazakhstan already.
Yeah. So Kazakhstan wins 4-2, and they needed to win 4.5, 1.5. Oh.
Well, is that going to happen? We've got still this game going on, which looks like a draw. It's the only draw in the match. Okay, but of course they lost this game already. So yeah, they lost this game. They lost another game against Kirill Shevchenko, and so they at least have got 2 board points already. Yeah, so nothing going on there. And for Ukraine, seems to be safe.
Yeah, Decelerated Dragon points out another important small point, which is that because Azerbaijan won their match, although Ukraine scored enough points to advance, Azerbaijan will pass them and get that first round bye in the elimination matches next week.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Yeah.
And that's the first loss for Korobov in this competition.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at this drawing mechanism right here. Okay, draw by agreement. There you go. Okay, we still got a few more games left. And it seems that, okay, let's see. Okay, the game has finished. Let's check one of the remaining games. We got this board. Marise Bach making her appearance for France. One of the top female players in France. So good to see her joining. She hasn't played yet, I think, for the French team. So, yeah, this is the last game that's going on. While we are waiting for the final results, so Spain doing a good job with 6-0. Hungary 2.5. We're waiting for that final score. They needed to win their match against Norway. And France, Azerbaijan looks like a... I don't know. Wait, what happens here? So this looks like a draw.
Azerbaijan won the match. It looks like they've got 3 wins and 2 draws, and I don't see how this game finishes in anything but a third draw.
All right. So Azerbaijan.
4.5 for Azerbaijan.
All right.
I don't see an idea for either player.
And it seems to be clear what the standings are, at least in my head. But we will, of course, keep the standings updated and the results as well. So keep an eye out on the left side of the board. Yeah.
Azerbaijan lost one. Oh, that's right. Timote Razafindratsima was a win for France. So they only win by 1 point. Yes, thank you for that correction, James. It's only going to be 3.5, 2.5 Azerbaijan, and I suppose
if this is
in that case we could still watch this game with an open mind. So it's 3-2 pending this game.
If Azerbaijan draws, then they are still through to the next division, to the next stage, because they got a lot more board points than Kazakhstan and Spain. So it seems that Azerbaijan is safe, even if they lose this game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're waiting for this conclusion, and we're also waiting for the updated results. It seems that the results are updated apart from this game. So here you go. Take a look on the left side of the board. You got the Netherlands beating Slovakia. So they're happy to at least score a win the last match. Kazakhstan beating Ukraine. Well done. 3.5, 2.5. Spain beating South Africa with 6-0. Norway losing against Hungary 2-4, and France, Azerbaijan so far 3-2 for Azerbaijan. And it seems that it doesn't matter how this last game ends, because no matter what, they will be through to the next division.
Wow. Kazakhstan kind of played the Robin Hood role in this section, because they beat the 2 favorites, Ukraine and Azerbaijan. And it's rough that they're not going to qualify themselves after such an amazing run.
Yeah, the thing is that they lost to Hungary. That was the big match. They lost 3.5, 2.5 to Kazakhstan, to Hungary, Kazakhstan. So yeah, and Hungary, by the way, they also won against Ukraine. So these, Hungary really performing really, really well there. And by the way, everybody, we are going to go on a very short break. while I'm fixing the flash bomb in my apartment as well. The sun is really shining brightly in my room, so it looks like I'm in heaven right now. But we will be back very shortly with, of course, an All right. Hello, everybody. And we have, like we said, a special guest with us, the #1 board player from Kazakhstan, Mr. Rinat Jumabayev. Hello, how are you feeling right now with this exciting last round in this pool?
Hi, we beat Ukrainian team, but unfortunately, we got first place. Yeah, according to tie.
Yeah, I think you are half a point out of qualifying for next week's elimination matches, but you personally just became the only person to beat Anton Korobov in a game. How do you feel about this game you just played?
Yeah, maybe it's the only achievement for me in this tournament because I was playing very badly during the whole tournament. The last game was very interesting. It was, I don't know, we were playing about 40 moves and nobody can understand what is going on the board. and the position was very unclear. But in the end game, I think I found his weaknesses, and maybe at the end he could keep his position, but I think he blundered b5 move, and after that maybe it's very difficult to hold it.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate that that win didn't clutch you the qualification for the next round, but I mean, you must be very satisfied, of course, with how the team performed, beating Ukraine and almost clutching it out for qualification. So, yeah, I mean, do you feel that way, or is the disappointment the feeling that is the overcovering feeling right now?
Yeah, it's definitely there is a disappointment because 2 rounds before we had to beat Hungarian team. We lost 3.5, 2.5, but I could win my game, and on the board too, we had a totally winning position, but in the seconds, my teammates blundered something and made a draw. And we also beat an Azerbaijan team, and I don't know, it was very, very strong group, and I want to thank all my teammates for playing very interesting, very nice chess. Because as I told you before, I couldn't play first 5, 6 rounds, so and I couldn't find my play, find my usual level, as, as I say. And but after that, today I was playing normally, and we had some chances to qualify. But anyway, it's a nice tournament. Every team, I mean, from top five, every team could qualify to the final, and unfortunately, we are not in the top three.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Um,
have a good like a good team spirit or team feeling between yourself and other people on the team? Do you sort of prepare or talk together around this event?
I think everyone wanted to make his job, and okay, yesterday I was kidding that if everyone is winning, I'm ready to lose any game. Because yeah, I don't know. Everyone wants to show his best, and I think we were doing very um, nice tournament, and team is very nice. I like it. I like my team.
Great.
Yeah, you guys beat Azerbaijan, you guys beat Ukraine, you guys can be very, very proud of yourselves because you made the tournament very interesting. Like you said, 5 teams could still qualify in the end. We thought it was a very exciting pool to watch. So you made this really, really interesting for us. So yeah, we want to thank you for the team and thank you for that, of course. And also, yeah, unfortunately, no qualification, but I think the whole team can be very proud about what you achieved here. So yeah, thank
Thank you
you
very
for
much.
on the broadcast with us and share your thoughts and talk to us for a little bit. And yeah, thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, everyone, and we are back. It was very kind of the player from Kazakhstan, of course, to come on here and share his thoughts, even though he did not qualify. They performed absolutely wonderful. They made this poll very interesting to follow for us. But yeah, unfortunately, Kazakhstan is out of the race. So let's take a look at the final standings that are right now on our screen. We got here Pool B, the final standings, the 3 teams that qualify for the next for stage 2 are Azerbaijan, Hungary, and Ukraine. And as you can see, Kazakhstan and Spain with 13 points were very close behind. So it was a very exciting follow. If Kazakhstan had one more board point against Ukraine in the final round, they would have gotten the qualification spot for the next stage. Yeah, very interesting. But Azerbaijan, they qualified not for the preliminary round, but they are already through to the quarterfinals. So congratulations to Azerbaijan. and also to Hungary and Ukraine, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I
Wow.
noticed there in Jumabayo's interview was that his sort of emotional feeling was much more linked to how the team did than how he did, right? Because he's just beaten Korobov. So personally, it's the most successful moment. But the team just barely missed out on qualification. A couple rounds ago, he was very unhappy with his play, and the team was doing really well, and he was happy about that. So I see that
Yeah.
he really had a strong association with how the team does versus just his own play.
Yeah, and that's how it should be, of course. The team is more important than your individual results because, well, yeah, you're playing for your country in the official Olympiad event. But yeah, it's nice to see how he feels, of course, that he has a good team spirit. And he was in good spirits as well. Still, I think he was. Yeah, it was just unfortunate how they did not qualify, but overall, their play was very good. Who would have thought that Kazakhstan was a team that was playing actually for qualification into the next round with you beating Ukraine, beating Azerbaijan. That's just amazing. All right. With that, everybody, we're going to wrap up this poll, and we will be back shortly with Pool C. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in a few minutes, and yeah, we will see you later, right, David?
Yeah, our producer, Bigfoot, is going to take over for Pool C, and I will rejoin you for Group D in a couple hours. So enjoy.
Right. See you in a few hours then, and see you, viewers, also in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. We are back, and this time David stepped down for a little bit, and I'm joined by none other than the famous Wouter Big, Mr. Big.
Chess legend, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
What's up, everyone? David stepped down. He did felt a little bit ill. Obviously, he woke up at 12 in the morning. Now, 6 hours later, 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning, he went commentating throughout the night for us, and he did not get a lot of sleep last night. So he was not feeling too well to continue the broadcast with us, but he'll be back in a few hours after he got a nap. And until then, we will take over. Yeah.
Exactly. Don't you worry, chat. Worry. You are in good hands for the next 3 hours. We have exciting rounds, some exciting news. First of all, let's look at the standings real quick. Big boss showing off. We're looking at Pool C right now, where Russia is steamrolling. There's no doubt in my mind that they will make it. Armenia, very well. And then we have Romania, England, Bulgaria, and perhaps Croatia, probably no. So the top 5 still in contention for the first 3 places. So looking at this, Mr. Bruisers, who do you think is going to be in the top 3?
Well, that's a tough call, but I'm also looking at the pairings that we are going to see later on today, and that Russia is still playing against Armenia and against Romania, and England, the number 4 player, is still playing against Armenia and Romania as well, while Bulgaria does not have to face any of the top 3 teams. They still have to face England, and after that, Morocco and Algeria. So basically, I'm thinking that Bulgaria has a really good shot. Their only tough team they have to play still against is England, while England has to play against, basically all the top teams still. So it's going to be very tough for England to qualify, while Russia probably is, like you said, is going to steamroll through this pool. And, well, Romania and Armenia are fighting it out themselves as well. I think that Bulgaria has a very good shot simply to qualify. I think my money would be on them.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the standings as well, let me zoom in for just a second for everyone. Look at the standings right here. England is actually 5 board points behind Romania. It's actually a huge gap, thinking about they only played 6 rounds, so Romania, definitely when they won, they did it with large numbers. It's difficult for them. Well, as I said, let's go over the rounds for today. Russia, Egypt. Egypt is kind of out of contention as already. We saw the same with the Netherlands. They also had 5 points. Even if they win everything, get 11 points. They won't pass others, unfortunately. I think it's statistically possible if every other team draws and they, unfortunately. Armenia versus England. Armenia, obviously very strong. Levon Aronian. Not sure if he's playing, but we will check that he is playing. Romania, Morocco. So Romania still an easier lower seed. With all respect to Morocco, they are not in the greatest shape this tournament. Bulgaria, Algeria. So Bulgaria also with a game for now, and Turkey, Croatia of the mid bats. So we got some interesting thing going on. Is there one that piques your interest, my kind sir, or?
My kind sir, absolutely. I would like to see the Armenian Lion, if you know who I'm talking about. Armenia versus England is definitely the match to watch here. It's the number 2 versus number 4. It could decide a lot in this whole pool. So, yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, looking at his position, girls love diamonds. A nice diamond-shaped center here for white. It actually reminds me of like a Tic Tac, you know? It's like white on the outside and black on the inside. Or was that another piece of candy? I'm not sure. But there was one.
Oh, that's an Oreo. Oreo. That's what.
No, there was this.
That's black and white. No, that's
the black. It was like wit van buiten, zwart van binnen. That was the commercial. I don't know. I'm gonna call it a Tic Tac. Looks like a Tic Tac.
Magnum. No. A white milk chocolate Magnum. That's what.
Milk chocolate Magnum. Whatever it is. Tickies! Thank you, Hyper. It was Tickies.
Nice.
Anyway, White doing good here?
Tough to say. Seems like it. I mean, the White's got more center control. A strong knight on e5. Black cannot take that knight off the board because after f takes, queen g4, knight takes e4. The pawn on e4 will be, yeah, very weak. What's the plan for White if Black does not take? Black could play knight f6, knight d5, for example, but White can maybe try and get some action going on the queen side as well, if queen b3, for example. I
Oh,
don't know. I think White is slightly better, but it's not that clear. Yeah, it's
Which
not
favor?
that clear at all. Yeah.
cool. Perfect. Yeah, I'm contemplating myself if you want to go for queen b3, like you said, or really jump over to h5, push this pawn, and then get the rook behind it. So there's like two ideas to get going, but it's still very much same. So how was the weather at your place? Because yeah, I see like you're in heaven,
Yeah.
and then you're like in a kidnapped in a small apartment. Like what's going on outside?
Well, the thing is that it was raining at some point, and then it's very, very dark suddenly, and the sun is not out. But it's also I don't have my streaming light on because it was so bright before. I was in heaven. But actually, Big, it's like this. Before I was in heaven because then I was commentating with David, but now I'm in dark
All
side.
right. You don't have to spell it out, Romeo. Fine. Wait, let me put on my lights. I'll be an
No, I'm joking.
I'll
of
be your
course.
angel.
Look,
Anyway, chat.
it's already getting more bright. I'm still in heaven.
Yeah, you can't save it anymore. We'll have a talk after the stream, buddy. Anyway,
Yes.
let's look at this one. Hike versus Matthew. I looked at this game and actually thought this was very interesting. Not only because the position looks very nice, there's a nice center for White, active pieces, but what does this say? The opening.
Oh boy, I don't have it out. It's King's
Oh, you
England.
can't see. It's a Benoni.
It's Benoni, yeah, this time, yeah. I still owe you a bottle of wine for that bet over there. Okay, yeah, so this time Benoni. Looks
Yeah, I
good
think
for
it's
White.
very odd.
I really don't like Black's position here. The bishop on a6 looks terrible. The knight on b8 looks terrible as well, while all White's pieces looks very nicely placed. So I'm pretty sure there might be something in the position pretty soon. Yeah, I don't know, just bishop d4, knight d4. Bishop d4 looks okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to go for. The first thing that I notice is the 6 pawn is incredibly disgustingly well. But I find it hard. So you're a grandmaster, you know how to approach this position. How would you approach this with White? Purely if you say we're going to push in the center on the king side or the queen side. Where would you begin?
What about bishop d4 and e5? Actually, let's try and be a little bit more ambitious. Why not e5 immediately?
Now you are talking my language. Okay, I'm going to be stupid. I'm going to take your pawn.
I'm just gonna take back
Fifth.
the pawn.
The pretty hefty center. Hate to see. Like, where's this knight going?
Yeah, I think it's getting to d7, which is an okay square for the knight, but after bishop d4, White has nice control over the center. The d and e pawn are looking pretty strong right now. Black could maybe try and attack that at a later stage, but so far I think it's pretty solid for White. So I think that Martirosyan is doing pretty well here.
Yeah. Even play bishop g5. Really put pressure on the lad.
If you
All
be
angles.
ambitious.
A nice little fun position to play against, not if you're black. But we have another one here, which, I don't have this one, so pardon my language.
Yeah.
Illegal. Oh no.
It's it's easy to change the settings, everybody. You can also do it in your own account where it's just you click a few buttons, then you got a pre-move, and then also what
Exactly, chat. We're
Yeah.
legends. Anyway, chat. Looking at this position, look at Black's rook. Hubba. Where's White's bishop?
Yeah, and also the dark squared bishop on c1 is looking not too hot right now. If the bishop was, for example, on a more active square somehow, for example, on g3, I don't know, instead of that pawn, then it would be more or less okay, because the big thing is that if you play g4 with black, the knight cannot go forward. It has to retreat. And that is, yeah, not the best way to go. Yeah, you want to go forward to e5, for example, if possible. So if the bishop was on b2, then it could support a knight e5 idea. But yeah, right now you just win a pawn with knight takes e5.
I think you can even just do this. Bit too much.
Wait. This is interesting. What if I take? Okay, I'm gonna indulge you. E takes.
We're gonna go.
Okay, h4 needs to be played.
Go. Looks very scary, man.
Yeah, king g2. Rook h1. Rook h1.
h1. Wow.
No mate for you, Mr. Bigfoot.
Disgusting.
No mate for you.
All right. Interesting. And maybe there are some other ideas. You can also play after king. Maybe f4 here to get here, but maybe f3 without then. Was an interesting thought, absolutely.
Yep,
but you defended
it was interesting. Yeah.
What is actually on the board now? Same idea. This knight's probably gonna go here, and this queen.
Yeah.
Very well placed. Will find its way here, and this knight probably rook e1, knight f1 or something. And I don't know.
It has to be played, I believe, and well, black can even okay. The queen is not coming to h7 soon. The knight needs to be put away somehow. If I were black, I would just play this very quietly. Just put the bishop on b4 at some point after rook e1, and then long castle, and then maybe sacrifice a rook on h2 at some point.
Yeah. You can also place your rook on h3, then the queen. Make sure that h4 isn't even possible. A lot of cool little things here for black. I wonder how they got into this position.
f6? Really? Nani?
Torts. Right?
6.
Look, the
Wow.
passage
Weird.
torts.
f6.
Wow.
You really don't see that move very often. She played really well there. I'm actually, I recognized the Armenian name. I think she's doing fantastic for
Oh yeah, Anna is killing it.
She has, let me check, she has 5.5 out of 6 right now. She's one of the top dogs in this whole pool. One of the best scorers out of everyone. So,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Crushing it. Crushing it. Show those stats later, chat. Don't worry about it. But first we're going to show some other interesting positions. If you have a team you are cheering for or not cheering for, you want to see them lose, we also accept those applications out on chess.com/I hate this. We do have some interesting stuff here. A lot of center fight. In every game I see like a lot of center control, so I think that's important in the... We're gonna look at the doll from Morocco versus Minia, Tachi, and black. The engine gives white the edge, but I like black's position. Why does white have the edge here?
Well, white has got dark squares at his disposal. For example, the knight on f4 looks very good. And the knight can jump to c5, and white has a minority attack going on right now on the queen side. While black does not really have any active possibilities at the moment, the knight on f4 is more or less controlling everything. And yeah, the knight on f6 is not doing much right now. You would like to trade the e4 knight for one of the other knights and then put the other knight on e4 so that every piece is doing something. But right now, black is struggling to find an active plan, while white simply has a minority attack going. So white has the initiative, the positional advantage with the dark squares. So that's why.
I agree. All right. Good little... Oh. So I'm looking at... I want to do something.
Then do it. It's good to be a commentator. You can do anything, Vic.
Huh?
It's good to be a commentator. You can really do anything you want.
I can do anything. I can just take her on b3.
Right.
And you have to take with the rook, because the queen you have here. Then I have maybe a 5. I'm going to start pushing 4. I'm really going to break open this. take. This one's gonna come in, but there's like little to no compensation for
It's a bit
it.
too
So we're
much.
not going to do that, chat. But I at least show you what not to do. Anyway, we had some questions for Russia, and look at this one. Are you ready to PogChamp?
Oh yeah.
Got a reference? Look at this baby. Actually, look much more interesting. Why is this completely?
I got a PogChamp phase in there at least. Wow. Black looks positionally nice. Knight b7, knight c5, and black looks fine, but it's very concrete. Means that white has an attack going on the king side. Well, queen g7 needs to be played, it seems, but then this is your alley.
All right, let's start with a knight
attacking.
h5. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's g takes h5.
This is your L. My point was, chat. All right, you need to feel me a little. There are a lot of good moves here. Probably take it a little bit slower. You're just gonna double up the rooks. Look at the. Actually, real quick in between, we have a draw between our Armenian Lion and Michael Adams. Going back to this position after Queen G7. E5 is a bit too much. You could play E5 and take her afterwards, but sorry. The rook will come to F8. No, he can't play rook F8 because probably something like rook F3.
That would be good enough. Yeah, you do have to account for stuff like knight takes c4 and knight e5. So after queen g7, I actually was thinking that e5 would have been brilliant there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
So
because you open up the bishop. Let's say you take bishop takes e5, or rook takes e5, whatever you. Oh, rook takes e5 is queen takes c8, by the way. So
yes.
But bishop takes e5 is bishop takes g6. You're attacking the rook on the 8. You're threatening bishop f7. And like you already said, if the rook moves away to f8, for example, then you got queen e6. And that should be more or less devastating here.
Where's the mate?
I don't see a mate, but I see a material win with queen h3 and bishop f7.
Yeah, exactly. That's too easy. Need more. All right, so my gut instinct was correct. And there we have it on the board. E5, well done.
Nice.
Starting out, we're ruining the position. Right. Listen, Glenn, listen. All right, buddy.
Well, it's not over yet. I mean, Bassam is thinking, and he might has a interesting defensive idea in mind. But where is this actually on the board?
This is on the board. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm on fire. I'm predicting so many moves today. It's crazy.
You were doing a little flex there.
Not flexing Egyptian style, you know. But
oh my God, dude. So this one seems over. Alexander Kostyliuk is losing. Surprisingly, I've always seen her win, so that's why the surprise came out of my end.
It's like a big blunder at some point, I'm not mistaken, but yeah.
I see, when I look at the thinking bar, it's about earlier? It happened earlier. So what happened? 86?
This is already not
oh, there's
good.
pressure on 7.
This is bishop
4.
4.
There.
Looks very good.
Crazy yet? Ah, there's.
It had to be played because rook takes c7 was the other threat in the position. Wow.
C5, yeah, exactly. So it has to be played. And then, ooh, the check came in as well. All these pawns fell, so
nice.
Yikes, alright. Ooh! Tarana! Aussie!
Help me out, playing the game of her life. What's going on here? So this is the youth board. Alexei Sarana, I believe that behind the USA player Jeffrey Zhang, the Russia team have the best, at least on rating, youth board in the whole Olympiad so far with Alexei Sarana. Let's see what's going on. Material, let's count. It's 5 to 5. Queen is on f6. I don't know. I'm trying to find a mate somehow, but I don't see it yet. Maybe it's not a mate. Maybe it's something more subtle somehow.
I was thinking, indulge me for a second.
Of course.
If, let's say, black played a silly move, I thought you had rook takes 5 here.
Yep, hey, absolutely, you're right.
And after the queen took, you had knight of... Oh, not knight f5.
Almost. Bishop takes e6 and knight g4.
Yes. So I wanted to get to this h6 square, but that's why black pulled him out. Now there are a lot of ideas in this position. Like if we being independent here, maybe if we grab here, you cannot take back because great. So how do we get this knight to h6?
That is the question indeed. How do we do that? I think it's not possible, unfortunately. I think we have to take another way to deal with everything. Okay, I'm gonna suggest something weird. What about just a4?
That's weird. It's being weird.
I want
Like
to
it?
let's. If he plays knight d4, we get the same combination we just showed.
Yeah.
And if the knight comes to, knight needs to be put on a more awkward square after that. So let's say knight c7. Seems like the most logical move. And what about a5 simply?
God, dude, you're on fire.
Yeah, if queen takes, rook takes d6. If rook takes, then bishop takes e6 and knight g4. We get that on the board.
Yeah.
Looks very interesting.
Well, knight here, but then you just... It's a good idea. I also thought something very simple, just taking here.
Rook takes?
Taking, obviously, take with on
Knight.
knight c4, so that doesn't work, so you have to take the rook. Now with the rook right here, at least the f5 idea is open. Not just defending this area, even something like...
Well, the point is that after queen g5, the rook is nicely covering g6, e6.
Yeah,
g6,
go pull back. A1.
But even if you get the knight on f5, then you don't threaten knight h6, but you do have knight d5 and knight f6 there, so it might actually just work.
That's the point.
Right,
Queen
so
a1, baby.
I have to play something like queen d8, but the point is also that the knight on b5 is very awkward. You can always play a4 whenever you want to.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a beautiful knight, beautiful collection of moves. So let's see what happened after knight b5. a4! Going with the boring approach, chat, not my sophisticated approach, obviously. But yeah, knight c7. I hope a5, like Roland suggested, would be a very nice combination. So yeah, very nice.
Thank you.
I like it.
Also, congratulate Alex. I don't know, never mind. Okay, let's move on. Yep.
Yes, let's see. We got some other spicy mixed spiciness. We were looking at Armenia versus England primarily, but we got some other things. What is...
That is mates.
I hate this. Mate? No, you have knight...
Yeah, bishop h7, and then king e7, and then bishop c5. Looks lost. Yeah, or immediately bishop c5, also good enough, yeah.
Seems good either way, so that's a good result. The Algerians obviously not playing for a lot anymore, so they're morally a little bit down. Who's not morally a little bit down is look at this one, Romania versus Morocco. Give that a look.
Looks
Connected.
So we got a question in the chat about the rating, so let me remind everybody about that little thing. So the ratings you see are the Chess.com ratings. Those are not the FIDE ratings, not the FIDE Rapid ratings. So keep that in mind when you see the ratings. The better thing to see how strong they are their titles. And otherwise, what you can look at is the command that I'm going to type right now in the chat, where you can see more information on the ratings if you like to. And otherwise, you can go to chessresults.com and you can see more about their ratings. So.
Or even better, try !Olympiad scores, where you get to a spreadsheet where you see all the players playing individually against the opponent with ratings. Well, so definitely check that one out. We looked at this a little bit ago. We're now Hayek versus Matthew is now in this position over here.
Hey, what a position. Hard to say. I like the pawn structure is definitely better for black, but there are some concrete threats right now that black needs to deal with. Vic, okay, I have a question. You know me pretty well, yeah? What do you think? What is my favorite move to play?
F5.
Yes. Yes, absolutely, but with an in-between move.
Queen check.
Yeah, king goes. Yep, and then F5.
5.
I think it solves most of the problems, yeah?
Yeah. You don't have.
Even though,
But I was quick. I was quick before you even finished your sentence. I threw it F5. So that's that's how we bonded, chat. And we actually see that on the board. Queen.
oh
king,
my
fire,
god,
H1.
I keep predicting things. It's
Will
insane.
we see 5? Or
It
will
has to be. I'm going to throw my favorite emote in the chat. Yeah.
5 seems
Boom, boom, boom.
this doesn't
I want
work,
to
obviously,
fight
chat.
in my room.
Check right here. That doesn't work when F5 is played. Now you can.
By the way, instead of the crazy F5 move, there's a maybe more. Okay, never mind. We got it on the board. You could also play just King G7 maybe, and that would have been fine as well.
7, spoken as a true mad lad. It's a little bit more gracious, absolutely. But I like F5, It shows courage.
It's very, yeah, okay, but Queen C4, Knight F6 wins the game, doesn't it? No, they're in between moves. Okay, so it's not over, but Queen C4 is really suspicious. I think Black needed to play. What did Black needed to play after Rook D1 though? Okay, but here it's really suspicious, really all of it. Queen takes C4, Rook takes E1. Okay, that's okay for Black. That's okay.
Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah.
This is why the king should have gone to G2.
I think, yeah, that's why I was a little bit suspicious about F5, but yeah, it seems to work. Okay, it seems to have worked for Black. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll catch up in this shortly, chat. We have some other exciting games to bring to you, like this one, Bellator, Algeria versus Gabriela Antova. Yes.
A Bulgarian game, so they're expected to win this with big numbers.
Looking at this position, what do you think it is? The opening.
King's India.
King's in. Close one. I wouldn't have asked you if it was the King's India. It's
Another Benoni, another
It's a
Benoni.
Benoni. Hell yeah.
Hey, but wait, if in a few moves back, I think it's direct transposition to a King's India line. Yeah. Sorry.
Doesn't matter. I'm just
Doesn't
reading.
matter.
Don't shoot
Let's
the
move
messenger.
on. Let's move on.
But yeah, this bishop is an absolute beast. Look at this pawn being already broken through.
Yep.
Be an easy win for Black here. Let's see what else we got. We have Turkey versus Croatia. That's a match we haven't looked at yet. Black being very... Oh my god, look at this.
Holy smokes. So, isn't Black just completely winning?
I would agree. Yeah.
So if you take the rook with the knight, you get knight takes c1, I think, and after that queen takes c4, and Black simply 2 pawns up, 1 pawn up, by the way. But yeah, why not deep? Why not deep?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, just run with the pawns.
Would you take it with the pawn if this pawn wasn't here?
No, then definitely with the bishop. Yeah.
All right. So for the viewers, you want to take it with the pawn because that's an interesting question. When do you take it with the bishop, and when do you take?
Well, you gave the answer already when you got a how do you say, protected pass pawn like that.
Yeah, very good. Nice. Okay, so very nice position. 15 seconds though for Black. I think that is something to address. You never know what's going to happen in that one. We won't know just yet because we're going to switch to a very promising position for White. Is it also winning?
This seems to be the female female youth board 6. White is, let's count first, as 1 pawn for the exchange, but has the initiative on the king's side. It is Black to move, that's also important. So how to continue this? Well, one of the White's ideas is to play knight e4 at some point, maybe knight e4, knight g3, knight h5, and mate. So you need to prevent stuff like that from happening.
Yep.
So a move like d5 comes to mind with or without queen e5 as an in-between move. Wait, there's another idea. g5 and rook g3. That's also a big threat in the position. We need to play something like queen e5 first. Queen e5, queen e7, queen f8. I think that's the main idea there.
Queen c5 is played, actually. The idea of I'm gonna just look at your pawn here. If you play g5, actually f5. The idea, probably.
All right. But knight e4?
Knight e4, my first instinct is I want to take.
Bishop,
Take on f2.
bishop g2.
There are weird perpetual. Can I even start harassing on my own?
I'm wondering, I can play rook g3 and g5, but I guess rook e8 works. Because if you play rook g3, then rook e1, you're actually threatening mate.
Good point, yeah.
So you have to play h4. Yeah, okay, also there is fine.
Here?
Rook e1, rook g... Yeah, okay, let's do it. Rook e1 or...
Well, then rook e2.
No, but rook g3 is now good.
Then rook e1. Or are you escaping?
No, but h4, the idea is to give the king on h2.
I agree.
To king h3. But actually, even then, white's not threatening anything, because if you play g5, well, actually, it's not completely true. No,
I mean,
it's just...
not as pony. I don't know. We're going too far ahead, but very interesting. Queen c5. g5 has been played.
Yeah.
We take on f5 or on f2? f2?
No, but not
Ooh,
g6.
I actually don't like this yet. It's
G6
very scary.
Yeah, queen g1, king g3, no problems. Rook e3, not possible. Yeah, nice in between move, queen g5. No, it's a bad move because king h7 and rook g8. That was
Oh, yeah.
the bad
This is a
in-between
perpetual.
move. Is it?
Yeah, I think this is a perpetual now. How do you get out of this?
If you go one move back, if white just took the knight, not queen g5.
Yeah, exactly.
White was winning there.
I agree. This is much better. Even starts threatening this here. There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, wow, all right, so it's a draw.
Yikes. Alright, we're steaming through the games, chat. They are going very fast. We only have a couple left. This is one of them. We have Alexei Sarana against Adham Avzi. We're talking about this as well, and this seems very drawish, but you know more about it.
Well, you love your pawn endings. Let's see, how would I play this? I would try to exchange the f4, the e pawn first. I would play king f5, seems like the most logical one there.
Yeah, king f5. I'm just gonna play king d3.
Okay, and now king e5. Forcing you to exchange, and then I win the h pawn, and I think I'm winning there.
Hold on. What if I play e instead?
F takes.
I'm now in opposition position.
But I'm catching the h5 pawn. King f5.
And so if we start base racing,
then my pawn is faster and I'm covering
the thing is that if you go here, I'm gonna stop you.
Okay, but king takes. King h6. h5.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't work. No.
doesn't work just yet.
You have
And
to pawn
so
through.
if I go other side, it's gonna be faster, right?
Faster, and the queen is covering the a1 square after promotion.
All right, nice. Cool idea.
Maybe there's some way to hold this to a draw.
Well, king d5 has been played, so let's see where they're at right now.
Okay, then
Why one more
one. Nice.
Nice endgame technique by the Grandmaster, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 games left. Let's see which one I see the most. The mate?
No mate.
One? Is this a mate? Okay.
Nope.
So this one is done.
But it's done.
This one is done. And we have one left, if I believe correctly.
Turkey, Croatia seems to be a very even matched match, but they are not really playing for anything in this pool anymore. So, but Romania crushing it against Morocco, by the way, 4-0.
Thanks.
Here,
I mean, it was to be expected.
yeah, this is the interesting match here. King
Yeah,
E3.
king e3.
I think David is putting the squeeze on his opponent. What about bishop e5? Doesn't
I
that?
love it. Yes. Trade it off.
Yeah.
Grab pawns.
The problem was though that king e6 after bishop e5.
Bishop e5, king
But king
Play-
d4. King d4.
e4. Yeah, good point.
Knight needs to go.
Go to e8.
And then bishop f4. Attacking h6 and also rook e5.
Yeah, looks
This
really
is
good
looking
for white.
really good. This is looking really, really good for white.
See what happens. 5 has been played. We are in exactly that position.
Boom.
Just to check here, take a5.
Yeah, that's a pawn.
Then you take d5 afterwards. Oh no, it's defending.
King c4, very nice.
4 is good. Bishop d6 also possible.
This looks over. This looks over. White has too much activity. The pass pawn on c5 is going to steamroll. Bishop e5.
And that matters. This is the last round. Armenia was 3 up, and they're going to tie 3-3 now.
No, bishop e5, king e6. That might be disastrous. Rook takes f6 needs
Oh
to be
no, we have to take here now.
Now it's very unclear. This was not good. The bishop was much stronger than the knight.
It was 3-2. It's 3-2 right now for England. England is up.
Oh, so draw is good enough. Okay.
What's going on? Oh, I misread it then. I thought Armenia had 3 points.
Nope. England, Armenia.
Counting
Wow.
problems, chat.
Oh, if England wins, that would make this such an interesting pool because second, third, fourth, and place are then all at the same match points.
Yeah. And as the neutral viewers, we would love some spice in the game's chat. Absolutely.
Oh. Okay, so England still has to play against everybody, Romania and Bulgaria later. But I'm just thinking ahead already. I mean,
Oh, we're gonna.
this is getting a little bit tense. I mean, rook d8, okay. King, okay. Would you? E1 queen, c8 queen, no checks. It might be worth it.
Yeah, you grab this one. Oh.
With rook c3 loses, it seems.
Where does it lose?
C8 queen, rook takes c8, rook takes c8. Oh no, but b3 wins.
B3 wins!
B3 wins.
Ooh, what's happening? What's happening? We have to keep her up.
So king takes b4 was at least a draw for white.
Rook e8 here. We're gonna see a c8 queen.
Okay, so c8 queen was not on the board. Okay, that would have been a losing move. Okay, so king f2, it's still okay. Oh, my heart. Okay.
By the way, special shout out to Abadan 2013 in the chat. Killian played for the Ireland team. Thank you for the most interesting games. We appreciated that for sure. Is this who's winning here?
It's at least a draw for white. The pawn on ace. You can always sacrifice the rook on e2 and then roll with the a pawns.
All right, so it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Ooh.
You're rooting for Armenia there. I think maybe white. If black screws up. Wait, is white to move here? What?
Oh yeah, it's rook e3. This should be over.
Okay, you can even take on e3 and a8 queen, and it's
Yeah, exactly. And if you give a check, it's just gonna run.
easy draw.
Yeah, you can just put your rook. This is a.
I thought c8 was on the board, but it was just our analysis. Yeah, that shook my heart a little bit. I was so worried that it might draw.
All right, chat. This does blow the pool right open. How that's gonna look, we're gonna tell you later. We're gonna on the scheduled 15-minute breaks. I'm sorry, I do walk my dog or shoe my shoes. Hate to see it. These things will be a draw most likely. This is a draw most likely. So I'm not sure if we can get standings right now. I'm looking at people very staringly and very glaringly. But we will have, let's look at the results real quick. Russia against Egypt. Russia steamrolling 5-1. Armenia, I think that was a 3.5, 2.5 then.
Yep, I can confirm that.
That win. Romania steamrolling Morocco. Bulgaria steamrolling Algeria. And Turkey losing to Croatia. Very interesting result as well. I think they were very even matched. Not too weird. What does that mean for the standings? Let me put it out right now. It's not updated just yet, but bear with me,
You can
chat.
see. Yeah. so
Russia +2, 14 points. Armenia stays on 10 points. Romania +2, 10 points. And okay.
okay, that was a mystery why that happened. I
That was
also
a
did not see anything here. So yeah, but let's keep it going.
Doesn't matter, chat. So that's me, that's me. Anyway, I think these are the correct standings right now. This is what it is.
There you go.
Russia 14 points, Armenia, Romania, and England all 10 points. Bulgaria still in the race, and even Croatia technically is still in the race, but they're kind of out. Next round, pick that up real quick. Let's see what we got. We got Egypt versus Croatia, which is not the most amazing or interesting for this. Algeria, Turkey, Morocco, Bulgaria. Bulgaria wants to win this. England, Romania, very impressive, and Russia, Armenia.
I think Armenia Armenia is in danger. They might not qualify if they lose against Russia, and then they still have to play one game. I don't think it's in their hands anymore.
We're gonna see. Well, it's in their hands right now because they're placed second. So if they win everything,
yeah, that's true. But if they lose against Russia, Russia is the big top dog in this whole pool. They are going to win most likely everything. So if they win against Armenia, Armenia is in dire straits.
We'll see, chat. We will see. We'll be back shortly. Like I said, we're going to take a quick break. I apologize, chat. I apologize. Unless someone walks my dog, we're going to have to do that. So we will be right back in about 15 minutes. And then we will continue with the Online Olympiad, the top division, Pool C, round number 8. Guys?
Yep.
And welcome back, everyone. We are back on round number 8 of the Russian... I want to say the Russian competition because the Russian was dominating all the time. Of the Online Olympiad 2020, the first Online Olympiad ever, I think. Is that true? I think so. It is what
That might very well be. I think so.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Let's have a quick look at the standings as they were last time. Can you talk about this a little bit while I fix something real quick?
While you pet your dog, of course.
No, do something.
Let's take a look. Okay, so we're talking about Pool C right now. And Pool C, yeah, okay, Russia, of course, steady in first place. Not much to say about that. They're just killing it. But Armenia, Romania, England, and Bulgaria are all still in the race for second and third place. And Armenia is going to play in the next round actually against Russia. So they are going to have a tough time qualifying for the next round because they are hunted down by 3 other teams, as you can see. So yeah, I'm a bit fearful for the Armenian team there, but of course we have 2 rounds still to go, and Armenia can maybe bounce back in the 9th round, of course, or maybe they can make sure that they upset Russia for once.
I can destroy Russia. Absolutely destroy them. 6-0 happen. First of all, let's look at the player starts real quick. How are the individual players doing? Rasmus Veen, 5 out of 6 in Pool A. That one has. And I'm not sure if these are updated actually. The players show. But good nonetheless. We have a quick look at C. Who's actually doing well there? Esipenko was doing a fantastic performance, 4 out of 4. And Anna, as you mentioned previously, which is why I want to bring these up, 5.5 out of 6. And Ivan Saric, the chess bra himself, played for the PCL, doing very well as well. But let's look at quick look at what round 8 will hold us. Like I said, Egypt, Croatia, not the most important one. Algeria, Turkey, and Bulgaria. Bulgaria is going to win, but especially England, Romania, and Russia, Armenia are the ones that we will be diving into, chat. So
yeah,
keep your eyes peeled for that one. And let's look at this one. Starting right. Egypt versus Croatia. Yeah, but let's give it... Hold on. There's already a draw.
Holy moly. Holy moly. This is a draw?
Alright, that's a quick draw. Sorry about that.
They just made a quick draw. Alright, that's possible.
Made a quick
Why not?
And as Roland is transcending
Yeah, I know.
heaven.
Transcended. Look at me. If you give me 1 sec, then I'll try.
Yeah, you be you, buddy. We'll keep it up. So I was actually gonna ask which one are you most interested. For now, I'm just gonna look at England versus Romania. What's up, Chess Weep? How's everyone doing? Takan is here as well. We're having a great day, ladies and gentlemen. Is Ginger GM playing? He's the 37th reserve, I think. This is an interesting match, but we're not gonna look at that. This is the only England match that has started just yet, which is Michael Adams against Konstantin Lupolecu. As my dog is biting my hand, could you not? Sorry, she's a little bit. Oh my god, gonna die, chat. This hasn't started just yet at the other games, but we'll make it work. Yeah, interesting games so far. Algeria, Turkey is going on here, like Croatia. I really want the Russia games to start, but they actually they're dripping in right now. So let's see what is going on. Roland has returned, and let's look at this game. Who's better here?
Who's better here? Black's got a rook out. White does not yet. And by the way, I'm back to Earth. As you can see, I'm back in normal lighting, more or less. So, but yeah, I think I like black a bit more. It's black to move, so I would play something like Bishop C6. And then you can try and play something like Queen G5. Maybe try to mate a little bit, for example. I guess we're not talking about the game anymore. We're talking about the lovely dog, Kira. Hello.
All right, chat. You saw her. Now we can continue.
Yes.
Don't have to show her again.
You You asked for it, you will receive.
Ask, you shall receive. Very loud though, so she's dragging stuff around in the back. Gonna have to live with that. So Roland, I forgot to ask you, which matchup are you the most interested in?
Well, Russia-Armenia is a big one, but also England-Romania. These 4 teams are in the top 4 spots right now. So whoever wins is going to have a good time in the last round, because that would mean that they are one step closer to qualification for the next round.
Yeah, I agree. So definitely keep an eye on those matches. Let's take this one for example. I'm not quite sure what this variation was. It says a Bogo Indian defense. Interesting position. Who do you favor here?
What materials equal? Knight takes f7 ideas if you're not careful.
I like it. Let's do it. Let's show the crowd.
Nah, it's dull.
Boom, baby.
But you can just play king takes f7, so that doesn't mean much.
Then you can take rook takes.
Well, you
got
just
some
played
spice to it.
you played rook ab8 as an illustration move. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Well.
Does this work?
All right.
Take here and then bishop.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Got some interesting stuff going on. Obviously not gonna happen, chat.
No.
I like the idea of f7, but taking a more mature stance. How does white make any progress here?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, you want to maybe push a little bit on the queen side or in the center somehow, but the knight on b4 is very well placed. I would try to maybe trade that knight off. Maybe something like knight d3 at some point to try and at least get that knight off the board. And then if the knight is off the board, then you can start thinking about knight b5 ideas, or I don't know, bishop a6, and then doubling all the rooks on the a file perhaps, or something. But I think it's fairly balanced. I don't think anybody's better here. Black has no weaknesses whatsoever. a5, very logical move. And yeah, white is also got no weaknesses either. So it should be a fairly balanced position. Dynamically balanced.
Dynamically imbalanced. You heard it here first, chat. You heard it here first. Let's see if we get some interesting spicy stuff going on. This spicy was not. I want tongues to burn when I put on the books. Kind of interesting. I hate this bishop. It's not doing anything. It will not be doing anything for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like white. Does bishop? I don't know.
Bishop d2 loses material because you take on e5 and then you play. Oh no! Yeah, bishop takes e5 wins material.
Yeah, exactly. It was the immediate threat.
So yeah, it's a good point. The bishop on c1 is not well placed, but after rook c2, then maybe something like bishop d2, rook c1. You do have got great pressure against the c pawn there.
Yeah,
So
I
it might
agree.
be-
Or
Yeah. What?
rook c2, and then your bishop can get alive on h4.
Ah, like this. Okay, yeah, that's also a very non-maneuver.
Easy.
Yeah, I like it. Rook f2 is a brilliant move. Very positional.
Yeah, I think this. I think now that I see this, I don't hate this bishop too much anymore. Let's say it's white's move now. I'm gonna play rook c2. You need to defend this. You need to defend.
I guess only move is bishop b7, but I would really be inclined to just sack that pawn at some point.
Yeah.
Just
I agree.
try and play something like knight e4, queen of. I don't know. You don't.
Right now.
You don't have a lot of
This.
queen e7 and then rook d8, maybe counter attacking on the. Yeah, something like that. It's really fishy though. I mean, the knights look beautiful on d5 and e4, but how do you compensate for the extra pawn there? I mean, bishop
Difficult.
d2, rook c1 is coming for white. I think white simply has an advantage. Rook f2, rook c2 is a brilliant positional move there.
Yeah. Very nice. Cool. Looking very nice, chat. We got some nice games on the way. Let's give a quick peek at this pawn storm right here. Look like a Sicilian defense with bishop b5. The canal attack, if I correct. No, it went this way. Then I don't know anything.
Okay, this looks good for black. I don't know. Knight h6. The bishop on b3 is totally stuck at the moment.
Yeah.
So on knight h6, the knight looks a bit awkward, but the bishop on b3 looks even more awkward. So if you play a3, for example, then the knight is basically not going anywhere. And you can play knight f5, knight d4, if g4 comes on the board, or knight h4 like you're playing right now. Yeah,
Yep.
fine. Looks fine for black. I really don't like the bishop on b3 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a weird opening variation where if you go back from the start, and we want to learn, chat, in these kind of positions when a6 is played, I always immediately play a4. Maybe that's not the correct thing, but it also gives the idea of pushing to a5 and block this side off completely. But then again, I never played this in extension with the knight to c3. I usually play, let's say knight f3, let's say check, we get a little bit of the same position. I play it with c3, so if this comes, you can actually place it on c2, and this is a much more desirable position for white. But because this knight is on c3, now this bishop is kind of stuck and kind of weird. I like this though.
h5, oh my god. Yeah, it seems to work. H takes, a3, and then queen h4 looks winning. If a3, queen h4, so probably g3 is the way to go.
G3,
Then,
pretty good, yeah?
Then c4.
Oh, c4, good point. Holy moly.
Queen's
Also
back
getting some
piece
checks in here,
already.
by the way.
Yeah.
Hate to see it. All right.
Oh, looks a4 on the board, b4 now as well. I don't know, but white's being pushed back simply.
All right.
Really?
This is rushing, as Blum mentioned. Let's not look at it for too long. We want to see the suffering. We're going to see... I want to see suffering. This kind of looks like suffering.
For who though?
Knight, though.
Look at the bishop on the 8 coming to h5 soon.
Ooh, right or not. That's a strong bishop.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on f2 is totally busted as well. It cannot move anywhere.
Yeah.
So I think the black's doing well. I mean, white does not have a lot of attacking potential on the queen side. Well, black can maybe play g5 in the long run. You do have to prepare that a little bit.
Yeah.
It just looks a little bit more pleasant for black, I would say. But it's not so easy. I mean, you want to get a knight on d5 perhaps at some point, or bishop to c6. Knight b4 looks like an interesting move as well, by the way.
Yeah, for black has a lot of things. So I like this idea. I just want to do it a little bit different. I wanted to play knight d6 check, break this off, and then play rook f to e1. Of course, we're not going to win this one back. Now I can place a knight here, and the position is a little bit more open.
With
the idea of getting this knight to c4 now.
It takes a long time though. Knight 1, 2, 3, 4 moves, and you're there.
I agree, but what else to do? I hate this.
Yeah. You can prepare it a little bit, maybe. You can play knight d1, knight b2, and then you play knight d6.
Yeah, okay. Rook e1 is played now. We're gonna see bishop h5, I think.
Queen
You
f1.
only have one move.
Yeah, nice.
Queen f1, and now g5. Yeah, this looks fully busted.
It looks... Yeah, it looks okay. g5, I would not play it... Like, well, it seems to work, yeah. F takes, bishop takes, knight d6 doesn't really do much. You can just triple up on the g file.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, looks good. Yeah, g5. I was reluctant to play it because of knight d6, but it doesn't seem to do much for white. So.
See, I didn't even see knight d6. That's just sacrificing. Sometimes it's good to be ignorant, chat. All right, so the instant game coming in here. Let's see what else we got. We have Alam Makhlouf against Belislava Krasteva. And it seems like white is in a very demanding position.
Isn't white just a rook up?
That's part of the why they're in such a demanding position. Yeah, white's a rook up. Okay, it's not interesting.
Okay,
All right.
Russia again, yeah. Okay, I'm trying to keep score.
But look at this one.
Romania. I like black, to be honest. Yeah, the reason is because of the slightly better pawn structure. And the c4 pawn is a very nice target for black to make use of in the long run. So bishop bishop c2, I was just considering that as well. But in the long run, you want to play something like knight a5, rook c8, and then try to grab that c pawn somehow.
So black is going to put the pressure on the queen side, so I have to go in the middle. So I'm going to play e4.
Well, okay, I'm trying to calculate c takes d4. It looks like it's working, so I'm going to do it.
Take.
Knight
Let's just put it on the board. Take
e5. e5 I have. Yeah.
5.
Yeah, we can show this. If knight c6, then bishop a3 is devastating.
Yeah.
So
I
probably
think
e5 is the better move, yeah.
Yeah. Bishop a3, like you said, devastating move. Bishop e2, also very annoying. Because now I'm still going to do it.
Yeah, I do have knight e6 now, maybe. To put it.
You do have 96, yeah.
Yeah, white is good compensation, definitely. But it's a pawn nonetheless. So black is definitely not worse there.
Alright, so it looks very interesting for white. Goes for queen b3 instead. And now you could just move on with your plan.
Yeah, it's too bad that there's no knight on a5 for black. I really would have liked a knight there. But no, and then see.
Excuse me for a moment, gentlemen.
It's a cute dog, guys. So just bear with it. Let's see. What I would do, I would try and prevent an a5 move from white. So we try to prevent that because the a pawn, I would rather keep that on the board. It could be a potential target in rook endings and such. So I would try to keep a5 off the board, but knight b3 is a really strong move because you are preventing knight a5 from black, and rook c8 is a very normal move. Once again, the c4 pawn is the target there. How to play? I don't know. The knight on c6 needs some improvement somehow. Maybe white's just fine. Maybe it's not that big a deal. Yeah.
I missed everything, so I don't know what you were talking about.
Well,
but I do see an interesting game.
Yeah. I was just saying to the chat that it's a very complicated position, and I think white is not much worse here. c4 only weakness, but I don't see a good way for black to attack it. So maybe rook c7, rook c8 is the right idea there.
Yeah.
Just
all right.
double up, but it's not much.
Interesting game to say the least. Well, let's jump into this one. Romania versus England. Very important match, as stated earlier, and I see a very nice pawn chain. Look at these pawns, all of them.
Look at the active rooks of black, and look at the active bishop on c8. Oh my god.
So I think we agree that white's better.
I don't know actually. I mean, if the black bishop was on c6, then yeah, black is better. But the bishop is stuck on c8 for now.
Yeah. So what should white play here?
That's a good question. Bishop a7.
Love it.
At least a draw. But then bishop b6 looks like a good move.
Yeah.
Just preventing b5 forever, more or less.
Love it. Yeah.
And sometimes you could also play rook d6, sacrificing the exchange. I don't think it's necessary right now. But the big problem here is the knight on e2. The knight on e2 is not doing much right now. So maybe an idea would be queen f2, knight g1, knight f3.
Going out all the power moves.
Something
I like how it's black to move. I'm going to play queen c6.
Queen f2. And another idea could be to play something like b3, rook d4, rook c4, trying to trap the queen if possible.
Oh, very sneaky. Very nasty. All right, I like those two. So a lot of good suggestions already. Out. So, okay, here's a question. Why not bishop 6 immediately? Why did you play that intermezzo? Now you at least threaten an intermezzo in the future.
No particular reason. Bishop a7 was more of a, you just played rook b8, well, I'm kicking you back to a8.
Asserting dominance.
That's more.
I like it. I like it. All right, we got in this a question in chat. It says the Mickey Adam games has changed a lot. So this is where we are right now. Definitely changed a lot. It seems like Michael Adams in a very straight up winning position. I don't know. Would you agree?
Well, winning, maybe technically, but it's a very dominant position indeed. The rook on c7 and the bishop on c4, acting like monsters. They're dominating as so much. Let's say, okay, let's put a line out there. Let's say you play b5 here.
B5.
Yeah, bishop d5 is the answer.
Yikes.
You play, yeah,
Yes.
rook goes. Well, you taking on c7 is fine by me. I'm just gonna play queen a7.
A7. Hobba.
Try to put some more pressure in there, and I don't really see how black can deal with that.
To defend.
Yeah, bishop b7.
So
Yeah, or bishop c6, I think was also fine.
6 also very.
Something like that should be good enough.
I hate it. Yeah, it looks very strong.
Yeah.
I need to move this knight and, well, I mean, I could move it f8. They
Maybe it's okay.
but
Yeah. Maybe
the center is so strong. This is.
Yeah, if you play d7, then you got rook takes c7, queen takes c7, and knight e6. It's not over yet. But yeah, white, definitely there should be a good way of white to turn on the heat there.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how, but there should be something in there.
I agree. Yeah, this is a very nice position.
Yeah.
I like the idea of getting the rook in here as well. Maybe get your rook to f3 or something.
Yep.
That way.
Or queen b7. Yeah, looks like a good idea. b5 anyway, huh?
Yeah, they're both very strong players, chat. Both top hundreds, I'd almost say.
Lupulescu is not, I believe, but he's definitely a legendary player. He's been in the Romanian team for, I think, maybe even decades now. So, yeah, definitely a strong player. We saw him yesterday drawing a very exciting game between against Amin Bassam from Egypt, if I'm not mistaken. And that was like a 20-move preparation game with a king perpetual in the middle. It was insane. He's an incredible player, Lupulescu.
All right, I just heard that Lupulescu is 88th world and Adams is 34.
Oh, okay.
Definitely. Can I just play Bishop C?
How are you on the rating list, Vic?
Oh, yeah, top 200 probably. I mean, where are you in the rating list, Oolong?
Well, you are definitely in the top 100 of the streamers. How about that? I am
Not even
300,
I think.
300 or something. That's where I am, I think.
Somebody look up. Let's expose him, chat. Dox him. Rudolf Pruisers. There you see the name. PM Rudolf Pruisers. What's his ranking? I've been in the top 100 of that once because I reached a rating of 2095.
Was that good enough for top 100? I think 20 to 50 is the mark there. But
I'm gonna say that to myself.
yeah, top 100. Yeah, of course. Hey,
Thank you,
Vic,
thank
you're in the top 10 in my heart.
Yeah, all right, Casanova. Let's move on. Let's look at Lilith versus Valentina.
Right.
Very interesting position. These bishops. Usually you want to have like bishops on the sides. They look into the center, but actually they look very good here in the center looking.
Well, yeah, the bishops look good. in the long run, it could definitely be an asset. So I'm also thinking concretely, black is threatening to take on d4, so bishop e3 needs to be played. c6 is a big weakness. If black short castles, then you can take that pawn, and you can also try to get a king side attack going with h5 at some point. So this looks very, very good for white. Black is having trouble.
I'm having trouble finding a move for black.
Yeah, you're also d5 is a very interesting move. So it looks like it is. Yeah, I think Valentina Gonina is in big trouble here.
Oh, I see it. 96, and if you grab, I have 8. And then after, let's say you go to...
I take it. I take it.
Take it?
Why not? The queen cannot go anywhere, by the way.
Go to a6, right?
Yes.
My idea was after these are traded off, and these are traded off, 4.
Yeah, and it's more or less okay for black now. So, wait, what are the pawn? Okay, they have got equal pawns right now. Yeah.
Right. 2350 is currently the number 100 in Holland.
Am I
Thanks.
number 383? Really? Okay. Better than I thought, but okay. Nice.
You're slacking, dudes. You're dropping.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, these young Indian players and, well, young players in general are, yeah, kicking old guys' tuchus like me. So, yeah.
What the Netherlands, chat? Oh, that's all right, chat. I'll be above Roeland here or a half. No,
Right.
it's never gonna happen. Yeah, anyway, interesting game. Absolutely. What's he in the Netherlands though? Do you know that? Are you top 10? You're right.
Me? Just barely out of the top 10. I'm number 14 or something.
Barely. Let's say 14.
Something
Number
like
13th. Ah. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
13.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. All right.
The
Thank
games
you,
are
Jake.
ending. I do have an interesting position right here where this just caught my eye. Yeah, what's your assessment on this one?
Well, the king difference is important here. So white king is very safe. It cannot be checked at the moment. It's also white to move. So for example, you can take on e8 and then take on b6, and then you've got your pawn up. It's a pawn. At least you can play with that. Queen e4 looks like an annoying move to face, but you can play queen d8 and queen g5.
Yep.
Looks like white is in the driver's seat here. So maybe it's holdable, but it's definitely very complicated to defend.
And this did happen, the trade-off of Rook. I don't know, is trading of Rook smart? Actually, because he didn't have a threat, I actually wanted to take a Rook here and then, I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking at that, but queen g4 was a bit worrisome for me.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very
If you play g3, then there's already mate in 3.
Yeah. That's a good... Oh,
So-
huh? How do you defend then?
Yeah, that was my worry there. I guess the computer still thinks that white's better. Maybe rook b3.
Rook. Wow, Rook b3, and if you grab it, I'm just gonna... If this, you go...
Yeah, it's with check, so you need to be really careful.
You have to go all the way back to...
e7.
7,
Yeah.
yeah. Then you
That's-
take here.
Well,
Oh, no.
first we change the queens.
But yeah, alright. Rook b3. No, that's a nice instinctive move. And black actually said here, well, take my queen, I don't care. That's risky.
No, it works. I think it works. Yeah,
Works, yeah.
because it's a protected passed pawn, and the pawn on h5 is covering nicely the g pawn at the moment. So I think it works. Actually, queen takes, d takes might maybe be a losing move for white. And king e6, king d5, winning the d pawn. Yeah, you really need to be careful there.
You're gonna have, yeah,
I guess g4 keeps the draw. But
Oh, I thought queen g3, and then it's actually probably losing.
king
But
d5.
g4.
Yeah, I think
Then,
so. F takes needs to be played f5, king d5, and both players are more or less
exactly.
for always.
All right. Nice. Nice, Sue. So, yeah, all right. Interesting position to say the least, chat. E4 was a nice resource
Yeah,
that
so
I missed.
it's not losing, but at least it's not we're helping white either. Queen takes e4. So yeah,
So we got some Russian games. So we might as well start looking at them. They were at my bottom. Go through all of them. I think there was already a draw by Yem Napiachi. That was a draw against our Armenian Liar. So let's just a quick assessment of all the boards. This game, it looks
looks good for black, yeah. One idea is just to trade the b pawn for the a pawn, for example, but if possible. But okay, how are you ever going to achieve that? The big problem here is bishop d4 and rook b8. Or rook takes b3, by the way.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Well,
Okay.
this is a draw.
Just a draw.
This board number 3 probably. I'm just gonna go quickly through all of them until we get one. This seems like a. Oh, we're going through this one. This is a win for white. Seems very strong. This one, Ike versus Alexei, very drawish, and this one, Anand versus Polina. Not easy endings, Wulong. Even after checking all the games, I'm not sure which is better.
I think here black definitely has the better chances because the rook can simply, well, of course, black has a rook and white has a bishop. That makes a lot of sense. But you also have got white squares to work with. So if you can get a king on f3 at some point with black, then you are in the money. But yeah, it looks very tough to play this for a window. f6, g5 at some point, in combination with king f5, king g4, could be very troublesome for white. So yeah, it looks like this is black is going to have fun in this position. Black can
Would
play
white's
it
perfect
almost.
position be something like I'm just gonna move forward this. So
Yeah.
this I'm just gonna make some silly moves till we reach this B. So the bishop is protected by the pawn, and the
Yep.
bishop is protecting f2.
That would be perfect, yeah. So black needs to put a rook on a2 as soon as possible, more or less.
All right. So looking forward, and here's the rook 2. Interesting position to say the least. We're gonna quickly go through the rest of them, chat. I'm sorry, but we some games obviously a draw between Danielian and Alexandra. And actually, this one caught my eye, even though it's not between Armenia versus.
Yeah, this position again, yeah. So, okay, black got a bishop on b7, and now it's totally
This is the position.
Rook takes b... Wait, rook takes d7 and rook d2. I think black just blundered there with rook c8. Just rook d2 and it's fine.
Oh yeah, rook d2 and he just defends.
Yeah, just defend. Now you are more or less 2 pawns up, and the pawn on b2 will fall shortly too, so this looks pretty bad for black.
Yeah, you could just play rook c7 here. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
7.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah. I mean, it's still very technical. This, yeah, you have to be careful about moves like that. But okay,
time
d7, rook d8, keeping the black rooks at bay, and it should be, yeah, white should be in the money. Just rook d8, rook b7, king takes b2 at some point. Okay, black doesn't rook takes f4. Oh, it's more complicated than you think. Rook takes f4 is in there as well, so
Yeah. Oh.
black can start running.
Oh yeah, it's not even defended. Never mind.
I think
What's your
white
spreading, mate?
should be winning. White should be winning. White's faster on the queen side than the pawns in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, king b3 and.
It's not so clear. This really requires some calculation though. Just c4, c5, c6 should be winning, but yeah, especially now. Black needed to run with e5. e5 was the way to go.
We can close down on all matches, but the most important, obviously, England, Romania, and Russia. Russia and Armenia are now tied. I think all games have drawn so far. So let's look at the final 2 games there. Here it seems like let's wait on this one. Then we have this one. So this will most likely. Oh, we reached the position that I was talking about. So this will be a draw. I'd almost suggest.
Well, I got an idea there. What about, I got stuck in repetition there for a sec. Okay, what about f6 and g5? Push the pawn to f3, and then just enjoy your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's still a lot of life left in this game. Yeah, white needs to be very, very careful here. So here, white needs to move the bishop first of all. Well, black needs to start pushing those pawns at some point. f6, g5 at some point.
Yep. All right. That's interesting position to say. We have a lot of interesting positions. A lot of rook endgames. This is the one for England. England's probably, definitely, most likely going to see your rook. That's a little bit.
Let's see. c4, c5 is also in there. Still,
Okay.
Still complicated. Yeah, just push the c pawn.
Ooh, watch out though, h3.
Yeah, just take and c5.
Yeah, this could be more dangerous.
It's
I
not.
don't know, maybe even rook g1, rook. Not that easy.
c5, rook g1, c6, rook g2, rook d3, h2.
Ooh. Is Armenia going to beat Russia? Question.
It's England, Romania, though.
Question.
But Russia, Armenia, 2-2 tie so far.
Yep, and these are the last two games. And we have, it seems like white's... it seems like the youth board is going to take it down. This is a win, and now black has to win this one, which is Armenia. White has to win this one. Yeah, that's never going to happen. Draws enough for Russia.
Yeah. And black is still trying to win this. It might very well happen. But how to do this? I don't know. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, so indulge me for a sec. Play rook a1 with black. Let's say bishop d8. King f4. Just indulge me for a minute.
Sure.
Bishop b6.
Sure.
You can take on h4, but we'll ignore that for now. King f3.
King
f3.
3, yeah.
Now the bishop is in Zugzwang, I thought, because the bishop cannot move, the king cannot move without losing a pawn, but you still have bishop d8 now. Should be simply a draw. After bishop d8, attacking h pawn.
All right. So this will be a draw. Doesn't matter too much. Russia, as long as Polina doesn't lose, this will be a win for them. Let's look at Armenia real quick. This over. Sorry, Romania. Did England choke? Yeah, it was 2.5, 2.5. They lost this one, so that's a 3.5, 2.5 for England. England losing. Armenia losing.
Oh, so that means that Bulgaria is now in third place, I believe.
Yeah. I would pull up the standings, Roland, but last time they were editing it when I pulled it up, so I'm afraid to do that now.
Nah. Yeah, let's wait until they are updated, but we can at least take a look at the final results. Here we take into account England losing the last game and Russia at least not losing the last game as well. So, take the floor. You can have it.
So yeah, let's look at the end results real quick. Egypt versus Croatia. Croatia dominating Egypt. Incredible. Algeria, Turkey defeated Algeria. Bulgaria, Morocco, 5.5, half for Bulgaria. So that was mostly what we expected. But Romania winning from England is huge for Romania. And Armenia, Russia. We expected them to lose, and that they lose with such a minor difference is actually...
No, well, Russia was obviously the clear favorite here. Armenia having really strong players, but it should really be an upset if Armenia won that match. Yeah, so no surprise there. Romania beating England, that is kind of a surprise. I think England has a really strong team.
Yeah.
Romania clutching it in the end. That's amazing. I think
Absolutely.
the Lupulescu game, board 1 was
Yeah,
clutch.
the scores will be updated soon. Hold on. Exciting games, exciting Olympiad for sure. This is a very exciting pool. We love to see the fire, the hearts of the players, all that goodness. We do have an updated pool standings, I believe. That one, but another one. Never mind, we're gonna keep going. Yeah. Yeah, exciting round. Like I said, I thought Armenia was going to lose, and that they lose with the smallest margin. I think that's good for Armenia because at least they got a lot of board points going that.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. Yeah, it matters. Actually, it does matter because Bulgaria has a lot of board points as well. So, yeah, I mean, Armenia definitely has a lot of board points, I believe. So, but yeah, the more the better, of course. Oh, do we have the
We have the updated results. So, Roland, if you please.
Okay, Russia, congratulations to them. They qualified for the next division. They cannot be taken over anymore. We got Romania looking very strong. If they at least do not lose the next round, then they are through as well. And Bulgaria, I said this from the start, I think, because they have got a very good last 3 rounds. So they are overtaking Armenian, England, both losing the matches there. So, yeah, looking good for Bulgaria, especially Romania. And we have one more round to go. And yeah, that, of course, decides everything.
Let's look at that final round, Roland. We have Armenia, Egypt. Armenia, well, has to win in order to, have a chance at it. Romania, Russia. Russia's probably going to win that as well. So Romania having a rough time there. They're safe now, but who knows after this game. Bulgaria, England, also a very close match. I mean, everyone, the top 6 is playing against each other, so that's what we wanted.
Well, I have got word that I think England is out of the race because England has 10 match points, two behind Romania, but Romania has almost 7.5 board points more, so they will not overtake Romania if they lose against Russia. I think that Armenia and Bulgaria have a very good chance to qualify if they win their games, of course. Yeah.
But here it comes. Let's say Armenia loses to Egypt. They stay at 10 points.
Yeah.
Let's say that Bulgaria loses to England because, well, they need to win.
Yeah.
They stay at 11 points. And let's say that actually that's it. And then England has 12 points and they'll convert.
Yeah. So, but they really have to be lucky because Armenia versus Egypt. Well, Armenia is the clear rating favorite there. And of course, Bulgaria, England. That is still also undecided yet. Bulgaria is playing really well, and England's not looking too hot in the past few rounds. So
we need to make it exciting. I don't know. Follow my lead.
I mean, that's my prediction. I mean, I'm hoping for an upset, of course. Let's go. Let's go.
Will Egypt be, spoiler, ladies and gentlemen, will they spoil the chances of Armenia? Will England finally make it to final 3? If football history have ever taught us, we know that England not the great at shootouts. So we will see how they will do at the ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am bringing that up, chat. Talking to you, all English people. We're going to go on a short break. We're going to get everything set. And then we will be with the final round of Pool C, which is going to be a very exciting match. So stay tuned for some more exciting Online Olympiad.
Yep.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everything in between. Welcome to round number 9 of Pool C, which is a very exciting pool. In the break, I even added the pool so people could see what we're looking at. As you all noticed, Russia was 6 points, Romania 12, Bulgaria 11, Armenia 10, and England 10. These are the contenders, so we're going to see how we are going to do. All right, so let's keep going. Chat. Let's look at round 9 as previously mentioned. Armenia, Egypt, very important because if Egypt beats Armenia and England beats Bulgaria, England will pass third. Romania, Russia, very important. Romania probably not gonna get any points.
I have to correct you there a little bit because England will not surpass Romania because Romania has got 7.5 more board points in the tiebreak. So that means that England will have to beat Bulgaria with 8-0, and that is not possible at the very least.
Well, they don't have to pass Romania. If you look at the standings right here, they just need to pass Bulgaria and Armenia. So if Armenia loses to Egypt and England beats Bulgaria...
You're right. Absolutely, you're right. Sorry for the mistaken...
No. It's all good. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was... Bakana, as the Japanese would say.
Bakana. Okay, but Armenia has to play against Egypt. And Armenia, of course, is the big favorite there.
So it's mission impossible for both sides of England, but you want to have a friendly bet.
Oh dear, what do you want to bet on? What's the bet about?
So I bet that England will be in the top 3. But obviously the odds are against me, so the odds will be 3-1. So instead of buying me 1 bottle of wine, you're gonna buy me 4 bottles of wine. And if you win, I will not get any wine at all.
All right, I'll take it.
You'll take that?
I'll take that, sure.
All right, 4 McDonald's meals coming up for your boy Dick. Let's go. I'm rooting for England. So, and I'm always right, chat. So, all English fans, you're welcome. We are going to work. I do have the follow link, so we're going to follow the games. They won't all start. They will all be a little bit in the beginning position. I will need Roland to talk a little bit when I Photoshop some templates for the next interview.
All right, yeah, I'll talk the whole house away. All right, so what is happening in the round 9? So like we said, Armenia versus Egypt is one of the matches to watch, of course. We've got Romania, Russia also, a very important match because if Romania upsets against Russia, then Romania is also through. So yeah, Romania is actually in a really, really good spot. The only way that Romania can be out of the top 3 is if both Bulgaria and Armenia win, I believe. So that means that Bulgaria has to beat England and Armenia has to beat Egypt. So
I don't know, that's not that weird of an idea.
no, it's actually up there. Yeah, Bulgaria is on fire. They're playing really well, and England is not in a really good shape in the last matches. So it's definitely up there. So actually, I think that is the big match to watch. Will England clutch it against Bulgaria? That's the question.
And will Russia be the first team to win all their rounds?
Oh,
because if you look at the standings, I believe nobody got 18 points.
India was very close, but they drew against Mongolia, I think, in round 2. So
yeah, because of 2 disconnects.
So they were very close, though.
Well, I just speaking the truth.
Yeah, and USA maybe in the next poll can do the same, but yeah, we'll see, of course.
All right, we're not gonna pay too much attention to the Russia-Romania match because it doesn't matter if, well, it doesn't matter if Romania wins. They're not gonna win. All right, Russia. So let's keep her going. This is gonna be a very interesting one. So we're gonna have, look at the lineup. They have McShane up board now. They put her in. Obviously a very strong player against Delchev. We have Verdenot, Ivailo Inchev. So this is the thing. When you think of Bulgaria, you think of Topalov.
Yep.
And that's it. For like the casual...
Yep, you
Chess
did
viewer.
have Ivan Chaparinov, who was also part of the Bulgarian team, but he transferred to the Georgia team, Ivan Chaparinov. He's now a Georgian citizen. Yep.
Okay. So I'm sorry.
Otherwise, you got Alexander Delchev, and for the women, you got Antoinetta Stefanova, who are really famous as well. Yeah.
I see your position here, and I'm just a bit ready to explain this. This is just the opening, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is this?
What the hell? I see that the f pawn has been moved. Best move for black would be to put the f pawn back where it belonged. Okay, it
That's
was
your
a
f5. Oh, g4.
and then g4. All right, yeah. Oh boy. It's okay g4, but I think you do have to follow it up with h3 to at least try to get some development going with that pawn. But white chose to play bishop c4, knight g2. What did g4 bring you then? You got an pawn on e4, that's true, but the pawn on g4 is not doing nothing on. Yeah, hard to explain. It's definitely not in my DVDs. This g4.
It's not in your DVDs. Don't buy his DVDs, chat. My God, look at this.
It was also a different move order than there. Black made a move order mistake in that position, but yeah, all right. But never mind.
Let's keep it going. I'm sorry. I just saw this position and I was. This is something that I play with white, not directly but indirectly with the g3 position. And I like what white's doing actually. Very nice. You don't even have to take this yet. You could just castle. Time, but queen here. This is a very normal idea. After queen d7, you could even play knight a3 first to make this thing, or knight d2. I actually like knight d2 kind of position. So d4. I don't know. This could be very sharp if we go into this. What do you think about queen a4 here?
I think it's fury. I'm not too sure about what happens here. I thought bishop b4 was the main line, but yeah, just to get some fast developments, you know. And yeah, but the problem here is, of course, how is white going to win back those pawns? And queen f4, queen d7. Queen d7 is actually on the board.
Yeah, we'll just take queen.
Yeah, but then long castle or queen takes d4 are good moves as well. So I'm not sure if queen d7 was the main line, but very normal move as well, of course. And after e3, you can play bishop b4 check anyways. You can play e5. That's also an interesting move.
5, I like.
Yeah.
Well, probably taking some.
The king is still in the center, but yeah, bishop takes e6 is something you have to account for. So.
All right, so here we are, probably taking 4, and because I always want to have my knight here instead of my queen, but I think you have to take.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think that's the way to go for white.
Let's see. We're gonna move. Actually, this is. I'm sorry. This looks like a French by Anand Giri's Chessable French course. Very proud of it. The only thing is we're tweeting about. Might have to unfollow him, chat. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's what it is. Let's look at the French real quick. So here's a good question, chat. Or actually, here's a good question. Hold on. Why do people hate the French? And not French in particular, because that's not what they're asking here. Just the opening.
Well, why do people hate the French? Because, well, I have a theory about that. And the theory is that the French, well, first of all, Carlsen said it's not a good opening, but then it's not one of the best at least, but it's very hard to refute. There's no easy refutation to play against the French. So that is what makes the French a little bit, people get really salty because of that, because there's no easy refutation. And when there's no refutation for an opening that needs to have that you are supposed to refute, but instead you're having trouble with that opening, that can make people very salty about the opening of the French. But in my opinion, it's not a bad opening at all. It's very hard to refute, and only the top chess players know exactly what to do and all the sharp lines in the winner. It's very difficult to understand those. So only on top level, the French may have been refuted.
I see. Yeah. So it's boring. You always get the same position, and there's nothing to do against it.
Not exactly. There are different ways to play. Like Yobava was playing knight g2 on move 4. And what else? You got e takes d5 exchange variations. We saw
Very good.
Rasmus almost beating Vidit with that opening, for example. No, there's a lot of action. It's not always the same position. No, I definitely think the French is a legit opening.
No more French hate chat. We're going to keep forward to against Turkey against Morocco. Apologize. We will look at you sooner. Looking at other games as Algeria. This is England versus Bulgaria. Let's see if we can get a spicy position. Spicy McSpiciness. Standard. This one's a little bit different. Matthew versus Martin. Seems like this came from a Sicilian defense. And where is Black going to castle?
Well, definitely not short anymore. I guess maybe not castle at all.
I like that. Bishop e7, king f8. It's not the first time we see that kind of thing.
No, keep the option of castling open, but just play bishop e7. Try to get some action going on the queen side with bishop d7, b5, knight a5, for example.
Yeah.
And just wait a little bit until you see what white is doing. But to be honest, h5 in this position, I am not 100% sure what it brings. You're stopping g4, of course, at least for now. But on the other hand, you can't castle short anymore, and that's usually what black players do there.
Okay, well they're trying to transcend into Najdorf here. One structure.
Yeah.
I actually wanted just to push b5 here. That tickled parts of my body that I wanted to do. First of all, I wanted to get my bishop on b7 because it feels so natural, and I want to get my knight to c4. Then again, you can't. I say F it. I'm just gonna play my king to F8 anyway. So why not? All right, this is the position. We're gonna keep going, ladies and gentlemen. We have some other interesting stuff. This one seems kind of interesting. JJ versus Ankar. We have to show some of the other games as well. I'm gonna agree with the engine and say black.
Yeah, JJ doing very well here. Pawn up and an exchange. That should be way too much, even though white's got the bishop.
Yeah, I agree. Well, definitely you're such a advocate of the bishop pair. But you also see this one's not gonna work.
Not sure exactly. Knight d4 looks. No, not knight d4. Well, there are some problems still. It's not that easy. No, it's not that easy still. I would like to play knight d4, but then you have bishop takes, e takes, and rook f3, which is annoying.
Yeah.
So, okay, black's definitely better, but there is still some work to be done. The bishop.
Well, it's something like rook d7 and double up the rook. Keep the position as it is.
Seems to work tactically. If you play bishop takes c6, b takes c6 is the answer.
Rook takes d3?
No, bishop takes e8. He's winning.
But after that, you could play rook d2.
That's true, but you're making it a little bit hard. Yeah, this is winning as well. Yeah, of course. B takes c6 was attacking the queen.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Was the easy answer, but yeah, you can also win like that.
Very good as well. Wanted to get my rook to d2. Yeah, so good game by the J. I just wanted to show this for a few seconds because I like these bishops. They're very interesting place. You don't always see that, but I think these bishops will.
They are a little bit better, just a tiny teeny bit.
I want to see the mate. Where's the mate?
Oh my god, would you play d5 instantly?
Oh, I play queen h.
Queen h5 instantly. Ha! The computer does not agree.
F the computer.
F the computer.
What are you gonna play? What are you gonna play?
Oh my god, do I have to play this against you?
Yeah, what are we gonna play?
Right, I'm gonna play, I guess, h6.
H6. Okay. I will play either d5 or bishop c4. I think bishop c4.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Oh, my knight. Oh,
It's not that bad. Maybe you are playing with fire, by the way.
you can take it.
I could. I don't want to. Yeah, I could. What? Maybe I have to. I have to. Maybe I take.
Really?
I
But
take
isn't this
b4.
just queen takes and then d5?
Yeah, but bishop e5. Yeah,
Trade off.
yeah, it looks. I'm defending a losing position, by the way.
Yeah, I agree. No. It's not you. It's not. Maybe there's something better.
Well, maybe a queen g5, by the way.
Maybe queen e7?
Oh, yeah, that works. Bishop takes g7, king h7 is a cool move, yeah. All right.
Interesting position to say the least, but all right, d5 has been played, and we'll see some fun. But, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, would be my choice.
I see a Bulgaria match that piques my interest because England has to win. And what?
Yeah, I was going to stall my
Yes.
England Bulgaria match. Let's go.
Also, I already did it. Don't worry about it.
No, I was trying to do the same, but I'm careful with my desk. You know?
You're really? I don't care about. I just mess the stuff up when we again.
Yeah.
I like white here. I love this. I play with this structure a lot. Now the dog comes. I love playing with the structure a lot where you just push over on the queen side, and these pawns are way faster than black pawns. But how does white really make the dent here? When do you play c4 in this position?
Well, after you kick the knight away from c6 at the very least. So yeah, I think I would play what you suggested. Play a4, a5, b5 if I can. Try to push on the queen side. c4 you only play when it really... Why not now, by the way? Nah, it's too much right now, but it's always on the tables, yeah, because it opens up a direct line towards the king on c8, so...
Yeah. I'm just going to play a move. I'm going to play g5.
All right, you know what? I want to check it. Let's play c4.
a4?
No, Cedric 4.
Sorry, what you say?
Cedric 4.
d4. There we go. All right. I'm just going to take.
It's not that bad. No, bishop takes c4. You're opening up the c file for the rook, so that might not be a bad idea at all.
True. My plan.
Yeah, I know. g5 was an unfortunate extra move you got there, but
it was just an in-between move, but it's actually a pretty decent
it
move.
was a pretty good move, yeah. So the knight needs to go. Let's say I go to h4.
Oh, yeah.
So you can take the pawn on d4.
Yep.
But I do have a c file to work with, so, or on burner 4, all right. Yeah, so but here you, for example, got d5 as an interesting move. You also can simply take and play rook c1, and then try to grab some initiative in that way.
Like my dog is
King takes g4 at some point.
Keep sitting between the wires, and one of these days this is gonna mess with my wires and like fall out.
Yeah, that needs to be prevented at all costs. We don't want to lose you or...
Don't want to lose that. So, yeah. Got a dog repellent. All right, let's keep her going. Let's see what else we got. Still England, Bulgaria, England again with an interesting setup. H4 being thrown in. Really, yeah.
That loses a pawn though. That's a lot.
Ooh. Yikes.
Something went clearly wrong for black here, but okay, the pawn on h4 is nice now. At least some compensation there. It's blocking the white king side, and white cannot really push the queen side pawn just yet. It's going to take some time. So black does have compensation. Knight h5, knight g3 is an interesting option at some point.
And black has the bishop pair.
Like white does.
That doesn't matter. I'm trying to help black here. All right,
Yeah,
so this is not that
yeah.
great for you. All right, let's move forward. Let's go to the next one.
No.
This is Victoria versus Akshaya. And
I think it's yeah. All right, never mind. Let's go. Yeah, white has a slightly better pawn structure, but white has the slightly more active pieces. I prefer white. I think the extra tempo black's got is not too much. I think white's slightly better, but nothing serious
yeah,
yet.
develop and oh, I like King G2 with the idea of probably F3, E4.
Something like that could be good, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Maybe F3. Yeah, maybe also B3. Nah. Yeah, I want to play
Yeah.
B3 and bishop B2 if I can, but I'm not sure if I can because after B3 I have bishop D4.
Yeah, exactly.
That is really annoying.
I was more thinking, why would you play King G2? Well, only if you want to play F3.
Yeah, maybe that's correct. I'm not too sure. King G2 is in general a good move. Maybe it's just a waiting move to see what black's going to do as well. Yeah, but getting the king to G2, definitely a good move.
All right, so this looks also very interesting. Let's look at... All right, now we're back to this one. I don't think we have any results yet. Clashing matches. Look at how Russia is doing. Romania, real quick. This seems very equal. We're just gonna go forward till we see something like an Alec Hines gun, more or
No,
less.
That's incorrect.
I don't care. It's good enough for me.
It's almost there, though. White almost got it. And black too, by the way. Black too. You need one extra rook
Yeah.
on the d-file. And the queen needs to shuffle with the rook on d1. And then you've got an
Like a bomb cloud, chat. Artemiev's gun. So this doesn't have a name?
Nope.
I'll claim it.
Not that
Claiming
I
it.
know of. Not that I know of.
No, Big's gun.
Big's gun. Oh, you're gonna have a lot of fun in your streams with that.
Just claiming everything that's not taken yet. Yeah. You know, the king, white king here, the black king here, white pawn here. Where
Oh yeah, we had that before. Yeah, the pawn ending. Yeah,
also big position.
the big
How many
position.
big position?
The big drawing mechanism.
So Artemiev being named Sip Elephant, Siberian Elephant. That
Yeah, Siberian elephant.
white being very demanding here. I think let out not just take rook. Demonstrate real quick. Doesn't work. Unfortunately, I thought it did, but you have 8 at the end, so it looked very nice. But
Unfortunately.
unfortunate peanut butter. Let's go to the next one. Let's have a look at actually our interview that we'll have later, Roland.
All right.
Alexandra Kosteniak will join us later. How do you feel about her chances in this position?
I don't like her pawn structure. The pawn structure on c3 and d4 is something that she has to worry about for a long time. What she does have is a nice bishop on e4 that's controlling a lot of the important squares there, but I don't know. I think she has to play knight b3. If she doesn't, then the knight's coming to a5, and then black's going to have some fun over the white squares there. So I think knight b3 is a very important positional measure there. If you don't do that, then I think black is definitely better.
So 95, probably trade these off, and then we'll go to 4 and...
Yeah, something like that. You do have 95 as a defensive measure, but I think black has got the easier play, the easier targets, while white's trying to hold on more or less.
Ooh. Alright, bishop back. We'll probably see a 95 here, and not the craziest position, very equal, but definitely one that. How did he get there?
Oh, yeah, maybe he just moved, you know, packing up some curtains, packing up some stuff, and then he said like, yep, this is my new home. I like it here on d6.
No, it's for rent. You know, the rented prices on the chessboard are crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to make a home with my white knight on e7, for example, but you know, it's very pricey to live.
Oh, well, listen, Roland. First
Yeah.
of all, I know you're very dark. Second of all, you move towards a square, right?
Yeah.
Follow me. Let's say all these squares are worth a certain amount of money. You need to pay to be able to move there. Right?
Yeah.
That's how the warfare actually happens. Just a war. White piece versus the black piece. We never know what they're fighting for. But these squares are worth money, chat. When you move, you actually have to. That's how you try to conquer more and more. That's why center control works. It all makes sense now. I solved chess.
You know, I think that chess idea might work. I see this name called Chessopoly.
Yes, I just wanted to mention.
Monopoly and chess.
I just wanted to mention Chess.com. Did you know that Monopoly was actually created to tear families apart because it wanted to show that capitalism wasn't good? It's true. No, actually, look it up. Look it up. It's true. Anyway.
All right.
Yeah. So, chat, you can look that up. Let's look at this one. Flawless Fighter, also known as Polina, against Mirunia. This looks very nice for white. Where do you...
Well, it's okay for what... Oh, look at the rook on h7. What a beast on there. That's some square for the rook.
A legend.
Yeah, but the funny thing about the French is that the French is a very close position game usually. So if you can hold on, like there's no breakthrough in this position for white. There's nothing going on. The rook on h7 is doing a good job defending everything on the king side. So if I were black, I would take my time, play something like bishop a4, knight b7, knight d8, and knight e6. I think black's better here, actually. No, what black's not better, I guess, but knight b7, knight d8, knight e6 look like a very clean idea for black.
The French opening.
Yeah.
I just recognized the bishop on d1 as that structure. So, yeah, like we said, didn't castle. King f8. This is where we are right now. Oh, okay. So I was wondering how the rook got on h7, but that's wow, that's weird. I'm gonna say that's weird. I know, I'm fascinated.
Yeah. Well, let's not go into a rook ending with black, you know, because then you miss a rook on h7.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Do you want to push g4?
Do we want to push g4? I think we do, yeah. I think we do. Yeah, because the bishop on d1 is really stuck at the moment. It does want to get into the action, so just play rook a2 and g4. Yeah, it could be a good idea.
Like it. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to mention, this rook isn't really competing, so we need to get this rook in, but it's really hard. I would trade this rook for this bishop. I would do that.
I'm not sure that I would.
Okay, it's not a good move.
Well, I maybe would, but on the other hand, black then has a nice idea with a5, b5, and b4. And that's an idea that's... Wait, what? Rook h7 back. Would you like a draw?
I mean, I'm just gonna keep it. No, I'm just gonna keep continuing.
Yeah, you can keep it on f6. That's true. That rhymed. Wow. Okay. King h8.
King h8. You don't have to.
Yeah.
All right. It's a cool position. You know, everything is stuck. So, you know, that's the French chat. It's boring. Talked about.
Yeah.
Bad news. Armenia won against Egypt. Armenia. Aronian from Armenia won against Besip Abin. So that's a good start for them. I couldn't see any of the games from Armenia. I apologize for that. What else we have? one here where Egypt is actually better, it seems. So we could something work. Bag and tag, chat. Bag and tag, so we might see here. Can we go for another game? And then you're gonna tell me your ideas? Roland?
Yeah, of course. Let's go.
What do you think about this one?
Holy moly. So queen takes d6, it's white to move, and then bishop c7, winning back a pawn, but after queen moves back to where to? That's the question. Where does the queen move to? I guess we move to some, maybe just to d1. Why not, by the way? That's dangerous, by the way. Yeah?
Very dangerous.
King h1? But, yeah, this is looking quite dangerous. Okay, maybe
just bishop f4.
d1. Or bishop f4, yeah. Yeah, just take bishop f3 at some point, and it should be good for white.
Yeah. I actually was thinking about queen d3, and if you take here, we're just going to trade this one.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I was trying to. That's a last resort measure. I was trying to get that not to stop.
Yeah, I agree.
But
So here's the question: do we take on d6, or is there something better?
I think there's nothing better.
Because bishop f. I mean, oh yeah, queen's under.
Yeah, the queen is under attack.
You need to move it. All right, so we're gonna see bishop c7. This is actually quite interesting, because I feel it feels like black is better with the attack on g3, but maybe I'm just
It's a full piece. So
full piece, yeah. But I mean, we're gonna see a double on the g file, so.
Queen d3 is very nice. Yeah. So the point is, rook takes g3, queen f5 check. Then the queen is a lot more active than on board.
And then king. All right.
Nicely done. She's not for nothing a former women's world champion.
Yeah. Obviously, I completely missed queen f5. Nice move. All right.
Yeah.
Bad news for England. They need to win.
They need to win. Bulgaria does not need to. Yeah, they also need to win more or less.
Yeah. Well, Egypt. They need to hope that Egypt wins as well. Good. Grishik is in an even position, but 30 seconds against 4 minutes. I mean, that sounds like Grishik. That's pretty Grishik-y.
So, by the way, weird scenario, but this one we haven't talked about. If Romania loses to Russia,
yes,
and Bulgaria draws,
yes,
then they overtake Romania with a 1 board point difference if Romania loses with 6-0. So if they need, let's say, 5.5 half loss for Romania, for Bulgaria to surpass them with a draw. If you can follow that.
I can follow you. You just looking at Bulgaria passing Romania.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a scenario we haven't talked about yet. So sometimes a draw might be enough for Bulgaria, but then Romania needs to at least lose with 5.5 off to Russia.
Romania up 2-0. Yikes. Big yikes, chat. So else we got here. Yeah, that's a win by Armenia. That's part of the 2-0. Let's see how Armenia is doing on the other boards. Egypt here is... Ooh, this one is very interesting. To make of it.
Oh, this is complicated. Yeah, so white is... After bishop takes h4, white's... Oh no, then knight takes e5, so that does not... After knight takes h4, white... Okay, bishop takes h4, knight takes e5. Is equal pawns. Black has a queen, white has 2 rooks. The rooks are very passive though. And they cannot really get in there after knight d3 at some point.
Yeah,
but black also doesn't really have any active ideas because b4 is met by c takes, a takes, and then rook takes c4 very often. Hey, what to make of this? I don't... Which... Okay, you've got good instincts, Big. So what's... Which color would you prefer here? Black or white?
I pick white because white has to play. Black is really stuck. The queen is stuck in all forms. Mm-hmm. And even if she was unstuck, where is she gonna go? All these squares are taken. And where do you want to give check or do anything? Stuck. So I would like white. I would probably play something like bishop f6. Go back. At some point, I will just start pushing here on the g file and put my rooks behind and things end up.
Yeah, that sounds actually... Maybe that's the only plan, actually. But there's a problem with g4, and that's knight e1. That's a very annoying trick.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe
maybe it's more or less a stalemate between the two teams, because between the two positions, because the queen is nicely eyeing the c2 rook. So the rook on c2 needs constant protection by the rook on d2, and the knight on d3 is nicely covering the rook from d2 from ever entering over the d file. So what rooks need, everybody, are files. They need open files to show their worth, but in this closed position, and the rook's being dominated by the pieces on a4 and d3, it's not happening anytime soon. e5 play, that's interesting. Does it really
we need to put you out with some results in matches. We have a win here by England. Wayne Jones with a win. Very important win.
Okay.
And there are some immediate games done as well, I believe. Here, Egypt won versus Armenia. That's 2 good results for England. And a game for Egypt and a game for Armenia. Yeah. 3-1 against Egypt now. Now let's see the other boards. This was Turkey winning. I think Turkey is going wrong. Let's look at this one. So they need to win. Everybody needs to win. There's no other thing. Egypt needs to win everyone in order for England to have a chance to move forward. So let's look at the other games. Yeah. Who? I'm missing.
Wait, what? Am I missing something easy?
Missing some activity for black here. I was just going for the.
Oh, all the pieces. So let's hope that bishop c8 gets on the board. Yeah.
Bishop c8. Yeah. Oh, it's white.
Yeah. Okay, white's doing absolutely perfect here. Just rook d2. Yeah, threatening that. Yeah, this is looking perfect for white. White is also pawn up, by the way.
Yep.
Also important. So yeah, rook d2, rook f2, and just enjoy your life. Yeah.
Good. Let's see what else we got here. We have, I'm sorry, Egypt is not going to win. England's chances are...
Wait, you just played rook e4?
Yeah.
Wow, that blunders a full rook.
Oh! Yikes! Sarah!
Yeah.
I hate to see it, Sarah.
That hurts.
That hurts. And if she resigns, and I think Anna wins this one, England is out, chat. England is
out.
Done. Over.
Okay, but it seems that, Bulgaria and Romania and Armenia are then the teams to watch. Armenia winning is big, but they still are relying on the results between Russia and Romania and Bulgaria and England. If Bulgaria wins, then, Armenia, winning
Armenia wins. So Bulgaria has to win. Let's see what Bulgaria has been doing. Bulgaria wins on this board. I saw already a few losses. Let's look at this one. This is the win for also Bulgaria. Bulgaria feeling pretty well here. So we saw a draw between Rishuk here. And we saw a draw for Alexander.
So that means 3-1. Is it 3-1 then?
I'm not sure. For Bulgaria, you mean?
Yeah, for Bulgaria. It seems that they're doing well.
That's you can check that out. Just result.
No, it's 2-1. 2-1 so far. Wait, you said that there. Oh wait, those were Russian games. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah. Let's look at how Bulgaria is doing. So this, we're winning. We're not going to dig into it yet. We're just gonna scroll through it real quick. Bulgaria seems to be winning in this one.
Yeah.
Bulgaria seems even in this one, and Bulgaria seems
winning
against this one. So it seems like
they're gonna qualify.
Are they gonna go above Armenia then? Yeah. I mean, Armenia is beating Egypt big time. But if Bulgaria wins, Armenia is out.
So then we have to talk about Romania, because Romania then has to make at least a draw to qualify. So
Yeah.
As it stands now, Bulgaria and Armenia are going through, but Romania has to make a draw against Russia. Wow, that's
If Romania draws or wins against Russia, well, probably not going to win. Then they're in. If they lose, chat, they're out. Romania has to at least draw. Let's look at the games. Against Artemiev. Close one?
close one.
I think they're... Yeah, they're...
It's 4 versus 4. White is having the fun, at least for now, but this rook ending might very well be an easy draw.
Rest.
So draw.
Pawns also...
Also draw. Let's count that as a draw because
Anything can happen, yeah. Look at this one here.
Win for draw. What is this?
All results of the one.
Black's a pawn up.
Yes.
So is black winning? It's white. It's black to move. So
Black to move.
e5, king e2, king d7, king d3, king takes d4. That is winning for white.
He's winning for white.
Is it though? King b5, c6, king c4. I don't know. Look, a draw. I'm gonna say a draw. Okay, yeah. Gonna say a draw.
Gonna say a draw. All right.
So 2.5, 2.5. So there's one more game. This will be the decider. Draw. White won.
White won by timeout.
Russia. In a drawn position. H5, not much going on.
Yeah, I think she just...
Oh, if that clinches the knockout in
Should have been
the
3-3. But I think she just missed. H5 was a an option here.
that could have been a. Oh wow.
Yeah, and Bulgaria wins this one. And yeah,
So-
Romania won that one. I think Romania's going out, chat. I'm sorry.
I think so too, but by the weirdest way, by a disconnection or something.
Oh, never mind. Artemiev is winning this one anyway.
Oh, never mind.
Never mind. It's gonna...
Never mind. So Russia's going to win then, in any case.
So, let's see what we got going on over here. Yeah, it seems like Black is better in this one. Well, just going for the Indian value.
Wait, is black not better? Black's winning.
Like, just by doing...
B5, king e5, king is in the
you can
square in
catch the pawn. So it will be like king d4, 5, king 5,
b4.
because you do end on the square.
It's with check, yeah, but the king is very far. King f3 after all that. King f3, queen e3. I don't see any checks anymore.
True.
I think black might be very well winning here.
Ah, I agree. Yeah, and we do see this on the...
What a change of events.
An unfortunate change of circumstances. As my puppy is biting my ankles. I'm not sure. After this... I'm kidding, chat.
Yes.
I think we have the results in, chat. We still have 2 games going on. And this will be an interesting one to hit at the end. This, I think, Artemiev will just win. I think we can go into the interview because it seems like Russia is going through, Bulgaria is going through, and Armenia is going through that, and there's nothing about it because
Like it.
it's 1 now for Russia, I believe. They're losing on all boards. So.
I think
Yikes.
so too. I can check that real quick before we move further.
Yes.
No, the results
Yeah.
have not been
Yeah,
updated.
it's over. It's over.
Yeah, seems like it. So 4.5, 1.5 victory for Russia, it seems.
Yikes. GG's, chat. We're gonna go on a short break. We do have a Russian with us for our interview with Alexandra Kosteniuk. So we will be back in just a few minutes. This one is over. Inland is out. My McDonald's free meal is gone. I have to pay it for myself. But we will be back in just a moment, chat, with exciting interview with the top 1 dog, Russia. See you guys?
Yep.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the chess queen herself, Alexandra Kosteniak. Congratulations, you are the first team to win every match so far. Well, it was to be expected, but are you at least a little bit excited?
Well, thank you. Well, I'm happy for the team. I'm very unhappy about the way I played today. Performed very poorly, but at least it didn't affect the team anyhow. So yeah, I'm happy that we managed to win with 100% score. But again, the most important matches are ahead, and of course, it's this tournament was more like a warm up to check how everything is working, because we couldn't really. I mean, not everyone in our team was at ease with the links and how to follow the teammates' game. So that was a little bit tricky, but I think we managed. We found the solution that works for everyone, and it's a nice result. The most important thing was to win the group. So in order to qualify for the quarterfinals directly, and we did it.
Yeah, like it was. It seemed like your team was just cruising through this whole pool. It's funny that you say it's a warm up. Other my country, the Netherlands, we've definitely struggled in this pool for sure. But yeah, so with that in mind, how do you feel about your chances in the stage two playoffs? How do you feel against playing against countries like the USA or India or China?
Well, I mean, nobody knows how it will go. Of course, we'll do our best, and but it's like a very short distance, and everything can change in a second. And yeah, even though we're gonna play 2 matches against each team, but as far as I know, the score doesn't really matter. You can win one with 6 love, and then the other one you can lose 2.5 to 3.5, and it will be a tie break. So and it's non-line rapid. It's very hard to predict. Of course, we'll try to do our best, and hopefully we will manage to advance as far as we can.
Yeah, well, let's hope you manage all the way to the finals and show us a nice battle along the way. So here's a question: is there someone that you are looking forward to play, like Oyifan?
Humpy
I had a name, but I don't want to butcher her name. Humpy, right? Like Huyifan or Humpy or Ju and June. Is there like a specific team that you're actually looking forward to play? Obviously, you want to play everyone, but is there a specific team that you would like to see at least?
Well, I've played with this girl so many times throughout my career, so I cannot really say that I'm looking forward to playing like any specific player. What I really want to see, what I really want to is to perform well. And today I was a little bit disappointed about the way I played my game. So I know that the most important thing in any team's event is how you play. You should do your best, and then hopefully the team will join you in this effort. But otherwise, whatever, whoever, I'm ready. And we have many. We have only 2 boards are playing, so we'll see how we will do it and manage.
Yeah, then general question. What do you think about the format, how the Olympiad now is structured? So we've got 6 boards for a team, 2 open boards, 2 female boards, and 2 youth boards. What are your thoughts upon that?
Well, I like any format, actually. Again, I've participated in so many of them, and so I like team events in general, and more boards better. And so it's really...
Sounds good. All right, thank you so much, Alexandra. One more thing, they always say the general rehearsal has to go wrong, so you're gonna shine at the big stage. So even though you had like a little bit of a worse performance in this, you're going to shine in the finals, and we were definitely thank you so much for coming, and
Let's
good
hope
luck next
so.
week.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you so much.
you.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Alexandra Kosiniak, the chess queen herself. You can follow her on Twitch, chess queen. And if you like us as commentators, and you're like, you know what, I would like to see you guys more, you can also follow us twitch.tv/monkey_chess for Roland and twitch.tv/Bigfoot. Yours truly, Mr. Big. So, let's give a final look at the standings here, ladies and gentlemen. The day that we have now, we're going to do Pool D. Like I said, Russia really dominating the pool. Bulgaria and Armenia going for it. Was a little bit tough for Armenia, but they managed to make it through. Actually, Croatia coming very close as well. They just need one extra point to beat Romania, but Romania fall. Exciting day, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm still excited because, of course, we still have one more pool to go. USA seems to look very good in Pool D, but place 2 and place 3 are definitely still undecided, and there are still a bunch of countries in the race for that pool. And there, I think we also have some very exciting matches still going on. The top 5 players teams still did not all play against each other, so there might still very well be some good action there. USA, of course, totally dominating, and yeah, especially, of course, with the board 5, the strongest, I think, youth board in this whole event with Jeffrey Zhang, the only 2700 youth board. Yeah, they definitely are making a statement, winning this pool in good fashion. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to covering Pool D. Yeah.
Well, let's go on a quick break then, chat. This was my final performance. David is back, feeling better, feeling rejuvenated for group number D. So he will be back, ladies and gentlemen, so don't worry about that. I miss you too. Like I said, you can always check me out, and I will be in the Twitch chat. I'll be in the call even, producing the event, so don't worry about it. But you won't see or hear the dog anymore. So chat, thank you so much. You've been a great audience. Stay tuned, we have 3 more hours of chess, afterwards Pog Gems, but first we're gonna look at Pool D with Roland Pruisers and David Puez. See you guys in just a hot... No, you have to finish this one, I still need to do
Okay, I want to give a quick shout out, of course, to Wouter Big, who just filled in here, of course, for David Bruce after some illness, after some physical problems with David, of course. And so shout out to you, my man. Very good job, of course. You're awesome filling in here, and I'm sure that a lot of people are going to miss you, obviously. So yeah, but thanks a lot. And after this short break, of course, we'll be back with more Pool D action and also with David Bruce, international master from the United States, joining us for more commentary. And we're going to say goodbye to Big, but we'll be shortly back with more commentary on the 2020 Olympiad. Hello, everyone. And we are back, of course, with more coverage of the 2020 Online Olympiad. I'm still Roland, and this time I'm very happy he's back. David Bruce is back. How are you feeling, and are you excited to get into Pool D?
I am excited. I am rejuvenated and excited again. Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, because your team, the USA, is of course playing in the Pool D, and they are doing everything very strongly. Look at what I did there. So
Yeah.
good job for them. But of course, there's still a lot to play for in this whole Pool D. Let's take a look. Uh, After a little bit, we'll of course take a look at the standings, what's going on in Pool D. But we can, of course, already see the standings, by the way. Right now, we got the USA firmly in place 1, and then we've got Greece on place 2. They already played against the USA. They are the favorites of becoming second in this whole pool. But we've got a lot of other teams who are going to try and contest that at the very least. Peru, Poland, and Italy, those countries are all still in the race for qualification, and who knows, maybe Canada can perform an upset as well. It's a long shot, but they still have got chances. So,
Yeah.
okay, let's take a look at round 7. What is the interesting match here?
The biggest clash this round is Poland against the US. And Poland, on paper, is one of the stronger teams. Very good chance to qualify. But playing the US is going to be a big test for them since they're a little bit behind Peru and Greece. They would like to score the first upset against the US of any team.
Mhm.
And that's like the huge clash. And then, of course, whichever match Greece and Peru are in is always going to be important today. So we've got Peru versus Brazil and Greece versus Paraguay, which also are going to play a big role in who ends up qualifying from this group.
Yeah, it seems like Greece has really got the best chances here because they already played against the USA, the big top dog here in this whole pool, while Peru and Poland did not yet play against the USA. So that is
they got that out of the way in the first round, and they've had a lot of time to build up their positive feeling again since the 5-1 smacking from the US in round 1.
Yeah, they're smacking everybody, by the way. 5-1, 5-1, 5-1, 5-1. 4-2 against Paraguay, 4.5, 1.5 against Cuba. But yeah, they're knocking every ball out of the park so far. By the way, we are already deep into the games have already started. So let me check. Of course, I need the right link. So give me some time. What do you think about the matchup? Does Peru stand a good chance today in this round?
Peru should have a pretty good chance. They've got the Corey siblings, the brother and sister, playing, who are their top performers. So with those two in the lineup, I would expect Peru to be quite strong. Yeah,
I think so too. Peru is definitely one of the countries to qualify as well. They've got a very good lineup. They still have to play against the USA, but against the other teams, they've got very good chances there. And I feel like I've got the right games right now. Yep, this is Cuba versus Argentina. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so this is one of the first matches that we got right now that's on their way. Let me try and find. We got here Peru versus Brazil, also important. Board 1, Jorge Cori, talented player from Peru, playing against Luis Paulo Supi from Brazil. And yeah, also Jorge Cori does not have a rating of 2,835. That's a Chess.com rating, not an official FIDE rating. So keep that in mind. These are Chess.com ratings.
Yeah. But now that this event has been going on for a while, that rating gives some sense sometimes of how some of the players have been doing in their previous games. Now, for some players, if they've only played 2 or 3 games, the rating will be completely random and tell us nothing. But in Jorge Cori's case, I think it is reflective of the fact that he's gone 5 out of 6 in this event so far. Ooh, and Duda versus So.
Yeah, this is the fight of the top dogs right here. So this is the number 1 and number 2 seed playing off against each other. Very quiet position so far. I think this was on English opening, if I'm not mistaken, or Rati.
Already, yeah.
Yeah, and bit of a quick B3. And yeah, just solid development, not much going on here. Black decided to trade one pair of knights right here. This must have concrete ideas there. Yeah, looks very solid. Not much going on right here. If white plays knight d4, black can just answer g6. No knight f5 ideas. Well, I'm expecting g6. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Leslie, I know you're watching the stream. Come on, do it.
You want to play white and black for every player.
Come on. Or maybe a draw for bishop e5, knight 5. This looks like a very professional draw. Yeah. I don't know. Come on, do something. Play g6. Indulge me. No.
He found something else.
He found something else. Perfectly good move, by the way.
Which makes sense, actually. He's prepared to play bishop c3, bishop b4, bishop b2, bishop a3. High-ranking GMs have a lot of experience with those kind of moves. I mean, joking aside, it's a serious approach from black, who's traded off the bishop pair on f3 to then try to trade off one of the two bishops that white has. It's quite logical.
I think so too, but I really am expecting a draw of the Queen of Fate, which has to be played. Queen c5 is also possible, but I don't think trading queens would help black. Trading off the bishop pair would be at least my priority here of the Queen of Fate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also had a draw like this with one of my current teammates actually in the Netherlands, Erwin Lamy. Yeah, we also played this at some point and we agreed to draw in that way. So it's a fairly common way to draw indeed.
Yeah.
Would you take the draw? Would you try to play on somehow as white? I mean, playing on, of course, has the preference always, but do you think you have an advantage if you play something like Rook e1 or something? How would you try and play?
I guess if I were going to play on, I would put the bishop on c3, and then after bishop b4, play rook fe1, or maybe even e3. I don't know, but yeah, I would try to recapture on c3. I don't think white has much, certainly, but in a random equalish position, I never draw. So yeah, I would just keep playing some moves. Not that I think white has any special advantage here. Black seems to have the g2 bishop contained. Total lack of weaknesses. You know.
Yeah, it's just an equal position. All right, let's try some. Let's find something a little more exciting. We've got here Matthäus Bartel with the black pieces playing against Sam Shankland or Shanky. Let's see.
So here it's a hanging pawns where a piece was traded on f4, getting rid of white's e3 pawn. That makes the pawn on d5 a passed pawn, but it also gives white this excellent square on e5. Black will certainly be able to play d4 at some point if they want to, but white might still be able to blockade those pawns even without an e3 pawn. I would guess white's a tiny bit better, but black's generally okay.
Yeah, it's hard to say here as well. I would say that while these hanging pawns are definitely very weak, but white doesn't enjoy the company of a bishop pair anymore, and so I don't know, but this pawn is such a weakness. I mean, if you can get queen d2, rook fd1, rook fd1, help me there, square arrows, and then yeah, if black is forced to play a move like d4, and this pawn is a big weakness after a move like bishop knight a4 there. It can be targeted in several ways, and these pawns are not necessarily assets in the black position.
Right.
So that is what white is aiming for, also in general against hanging pawns, not just in this position, but trying to let these two pawns not be coordinated very well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I was wondering if black could challenge the knight on e5 with bishop d6 at some point. But then I was thinking, and this may just sort of give people a sense of where things lie in this position, knight a4, bishop takes e5, pawn takes e5, rook takes e5, knight c5. Just as an example position, yes, black can challenge e5. In other words, it's not like a set in stone outpost, but in order to take on e5, black's going to lose control of c5. This resulting position is still somewhat more pleasant for white, I think, unless you have a different opinion.
No, I totally agree there. It's a good example of how this pawn structure with white could help white in a lot of ways. It's very solid. So bishop d6 on the board. Hopefully, we can see knight a4 on the board as well.
If knight a4, I wonder if black tries to play like the c4 move and then take on e5, but then
I'm thinking just rook c8.
Okay, just steady.
Yeah, and if knight d3, then c4 might really come into play at some point. But I think I'll just try to play something like queen a5. To overprotect the c5 pawn.
Yeah.
And maybe knight e4 if white's trying to push even more pressure on there with queen c2.
Yeah, with b7 undefended also, it's harder to play c4.
Here
after
c4 is my idea. Yeah. Right, yep. Keep going.
After rook c8, another move that people sometimes play is knight c4.
Oh, that's clever.
Positions like that. So that's just something to keep in mind. Just as far as like what the options are for our adversaries. I mean, white's not forced to retreat the knight on e5 yet because he could still let black trade on e5 and he still has winning the pawn back on c5. So white could play a simple move like queen d2 or queen d3 as well. Just trying to bring the rook to d1 at some point. But
yeah, looks good. So if we're targeting the c5 pawn, then black needs less defense on the d5 pawn. So at some point, I'm expecting ideas like knight e4 at some point to try and just get the knight to a more active square and maybe put some trouble on the bishop on g2 because white never wants to trade this bishop for any sort of piece. For example, if you trade this for this knight, then this diagonal is going to become very dangerous for white. But let's take a look. I think he played rook e1, very solid as well.
Okay.
d4. Okay. Yeah, I think I more or less made a case here that d4 is usually not a good idea because it weakens the pawn on c5, and like I said, knight d3 and queen f3, attacking this guy, doubling up on the c file. This is now an easy target for white.
Yeah.
Would play something like queen f3 here.
Yeah, that's a nice simple move.
Enjoying the white
takes on e5 a few times, you have a fork on c6 at the end. Oh no, your knight's on a4. So you
just take the pawn.
You're just doing a pawn trade, huh?
Yeah. But this is perfectly okay because this pawn is nicely under control with queen d3.
Yeah, I guess this is still an advantage.
Yeah. I think d4 was a mistake. Queen f3 on the board, now rook e7. So a move I would consider here is just play knight d3. That's right.
Knight d3. Black's kind of...
This is also an idea. Try to play positionally or then over the e file. You got different ways of playing this.
So, yeah, black seems to sort of have condemned his own bishop on d6 for the moment. It's not looking good.
Yeah. Oh, no, it does not work. No, I was trying to figure something out tactically. Okay, never mind. We've been stuck here for a while, and we've got a nice knight on e6 in this position. Carissa Yip playing with black pieces versus Monica Socko.
Ooh, could Sachiko get something going here?
Yeah, this looks.
He would be the first person to touch the magician.
Yep, that's part of her username. So f takes, d takes is winning back the piece and also opening up some white diagonals there. Bishop can go all the way to here. This looks very, very dangerous for black.
Yeah. Carissa Yip 4-0 going into this game, I believe. So.
Yeah, how is Monica Socko doing in that regard as well?
That is not a score that I saw earlier. Let's see. She's played 0 games.
0 games. Yeah. So okay. So
Hence, I don't remember her score.
that could be a very nice first game then.
Yeah, it might be just what Poland needed to score the upset here and to pull back into the top 3 on this last day.
Mhm.
Wow, 96 hurts. I mean,
I don't see how Black can deal with this correctly. So just looking good for Monica Sokko. Let's move on to the next game then. This is board 4.
I wonder if it's possible to trade the bishop and play queen c7.
If we're moving back to this one.
Yeah, just in
bishop
terms of
takes.
how might Black survive at all. What if this?
Yeah, I'm thinking tricks maybe. Not so much.
Maybe pawn takes f7 and then bishop h3 to e6 is a simple refutation.
Yeah, looks good. And if you play
Okay.
king h8, then you're just...
So much for that. So we just can't even find a move for her, huh?
No, it's very difficult. I think she's really in huge trouble right now. So this is apparently the best, but maybe just now. No, wait. King h8 probably then. Nope. Maybe some weird move like this. Oh, this is it.
That's hard to find.
This saves the day. It's weird, but it does.
Oh yeah.
Bishop takes, takes, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone can find that without a computer.
Well, I got the evaluation as my guide there. So bishop takes on the board. D takes, queen e8 now. But yeah, I like your suggestion with e takes and bishop h3. I think it still goes.
Yeah, and with the queen on e8 instead of c7, there's also just bishop takes b7 is an easy advantage as well.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely terrible. Yeah, not looking good. All right.
Wow. All right. Well, I don't think that against a player like Slajko we can expect Yip to swindle this all the way to a win for sure. That seems well out of reach.
Well, you never know. We've seen more swindles in the past. Thinking about the master defender, Sergei Karyakin, he might think otherwise, you know?
Yeah.
Worth.
So here, Tatev has sacrificed a pawn for a position that looks fairly promising.
Fairly indeed. But with a5 and the pawn here, it's hard for Black to get out.
Yeah. So I would just develop my bishop to d3, but is there anything more important going on?
I'm thinking you could also take here. Then still got some awkward pawn structure going on. There's one thing that I don't like about White's position, and that's that f6 is sometimes an idea. So for example, if you do this, let's say you take, bishop takes, then king e7, f6 on the next move. That could be the way out for Black, although I do feel that White still has good compensation there. But still, it's not 100% convincing that White has a lot going for her right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen takes c6 on the board, d takes c6, a5, beautiful. But once again, f6 totally messes things up for White in the long run. I mean, White has everything under control on the queen side, but if Black can play f6, it should be more or less okay for Black.
Yeah, but trading on c6 also gives Black a plan of c5, bishop d7, bishop c6. I mean, it does hand Black a way out, no? Versus like that backward d7 pawn.
That's true. The pawn was less active over there.
So
I agree. This exchanging on c6 might have been a slight positional mistake, maybe, but I don't think it's that much, because if c5, then you can play bishop e4, still controlling that diagonal. But yeah, it's definitely hard for Black to get out. But maybe, yeah, once again, f6 is a good idea. c5 is still a good idea. And White cannot really push, by the way. White does need time to get some action going. For example, rook f2, rook f1. If white gets that on the board, maybe some initiative. But black already can play rook
Yeah.
h15.
Can cover it easily. I mean, this should be a bad endgame for white at this point.
Should be, yeah. I mean, yeah, if there was a pawn on d4, white would have definitely been better, I think. But without the extra pawn, it's just, yeah, I'm not sure white has enough here. So,
So the US is in serious trouble on 2 boards at least that we've seen.
So let's move on to the youth boards. We've got, of course, Jeffrey Zhang for the USA. This looks like a h4, quick h4 Grunfeld. What about
He's the top performer of the US team. His position looks at least not terrible.
Does white have a forced draw here with rook a1?
Queen b3 or queen b2. Either way, you're going to, if you play rook b1, I'm going to come across to c3.
Okay, and I'm trying to make use of that somehow.
Yeah. I mean, you could take on b7 or a7. It's not.
Yeah, black takes here, most likely. There's no rook c1 now because the bishop is still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a complicated. The rook on h4 is doing a good job, by the way, covering all these checks with queen c4.
Yeah, it's quite nice, that rook.
Looks very complicated. Let's see what happened in the game. d6, let's go.
Wow.
Let's play this for a win. I would be scared, though. I mean, d7, oh, rook a4, okay. In between move. Now, white can take this pawn, these pawns once again, but white is deciding to hang on to the d pawn.
Yeah, now there's a possible move rook c4 here. I suppose the rook on a4 is defended, so white could just play bishop g3 in response.
I think white's all right. I was a bit worried there, but I think white's all right. There are no tricks in the position, it seems. And by the way, these 2 pawns are still under attack. So for example, if you play a move like rook e8, you can take at least 1 pawn back. Yeah, fairly complicated. Oh, that's the wrong button. Yeah. This is the one I was looking for.
Jeffrey's the best performer for the US so far and the highest rated junior board in the competition. And even here, Poland's doing okay against him.
Let's see how his opponent's scoring usually. His opponent has 2 out of 3 international master. Not a bad score.
Yeah.
So 4 on the board. I guess white will simply take one of the pawns there. I think this might be an exchange of all these pawns, and then it will be a draw.
That would be good news for Poland here in general, given the nice positions they have on the 2 women's boards and fairly solid positions on the 2 overall boards.
Want to take a look at Happy Farmer?
Yeah, let's see what she's doing, farming or getting farmed.
Looks like she's farming. Pawn up. Solid position. The question is, how does she break through?
Now, I'm not sure exactly. I don't know how to pronounce almost any Polish names, but Slivichka or so, the girls board player for Poland, she is their other top performer along with Jan Krzysztof Duda so far. I was noticing when I was looking things up the other day that she has 4 wins and 2 draws over 6 rounds.
Yeah, 5 out of 6 in total then. And Duda has 4.5 out of 5. So they are carrying the team throughout this pool, more or less.
Yeah. Your computer bar is looking very, very happy for the farmer. But if I didn't see your computer bar, I would think that this position is quite defensible for black. That would have been my, I guess, incorrect instinct, because I don't see how white advances the extra pawn further, and the black bishop seems quite nice, and I don't see like the second weakness for black. Like the first weakness would be the a4 pawn. But then I don't really see the other problems.
I'm gonna go for it.
You would play g4 at some point as the plan for white, create the second weakness.
It is kind of in the position, right? If you take Rook takes h5 on the next move, looks kind of interesting. I think it does not work because of Rook h8, and then it's more of a weakness than an asset. But yeah, it can create some problems. For example, you have 94 ideas, and if Black is careless, then you already lose material like this. So,
Yikes.
yeah,
Bishop e5 would also be careless because of knight takes c5. So even though that bishop seems untouchable with many homes, I guess Black does have to be pretty careful. It would have to go to d4 in this position, I think.
yeah. Yeah, and then White is a bit stuck. Maybe I can play knight g3, knight f5 or something, or knight g3 and h5.
Yeah, maybe in some case knight g5 to e6. So there are a few things to try, but yeah, my instinct would be basically if I saw it, yes, White's better since they're up a pawn and I can't really contest it, but that Black has fair chances to hold the line and defend.
Yeah, I would agree too. Yeah, and I think the computer really does not like my idea with g4. Maybe the computer just wants to put a knight in g5. Maybe that's all. And then try to mate somehow. Because a knight on c4 looks nice, but all these heavy pieces are protecting this pawn on b3. So not so sure what White's plan is after this.
Moving the knight here would, I guess, be associated with pushing the a pawn, maybe even playing rook a2, and then having sort of queen f4 as another move to hit d6 if Black starts running out of squares thanks to the a pawn and the knight.
Actually, why not play queen f4 right now? If you take...
Right. The knight is stopping rook b6 at the same time.
No, I guess knight takes d6. Looks pretty
with
good.
the threat of knight e8. So yeah, that's a bit annoying. The knight can't really move anywhere that isn't check at the moment because of queen d5. But this transition might actually be good for White to now have two pawns that are pass pawns and one pass pawn for the opponent in a more scattered tactical position.
Yeah, it's bishop d4 and now I want to try and push this guy. But yeah, I don't know, 98 king goes.
And then you want to play d6 and rook e7.
And then we're just gonna make something like this could be very interesting, yeah. So I'm wondering if she did that. She played rook d3 instead, then queen d8. So White is a bit undecided how to continue this game. So queen f4 is definitely an idea to keep an eye on.
Yeah. She's got several ideas in mind. I mean, she could still play g4. She could use queen g3. She could play rook f4 in some position. I think she's got a couple ideas she's playing with here. The happy farmer seems to be in pretty good control. And with 3 minutes against one, she can put some pressure on her opponent before she resolves things too much.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is one of the good boards, but we saw a few boards where Poland was definitely better. If we make up the list, I think we saw 3 good boards for Poland, a board for the States, I believe.
You want to go back to Duda, or you want to see some other matches?
Yeah, I want to show some results before we move on, because we've got here Black winning this game. So that is Cuba versus Argentina, 1 point for them. This is also a draw between Cuba and Argentina, so 1.5 half for Cuba so far. We saw some results here too. Brazil losing on, wow, a German. Okay, wait, German? We've got a Peruvian player called German. That is
called German?
Yeah, that is amazing. Let's see, is that his last name? No, it's a first name, it seems. All right. Well, anyways, we got more results. So this is a win for Peru. This is Marina Brunello scoring once again for the Italian team. She is doing very, very well. Yeah, peace up. No problems there. We've got here Paraguay versus I was going to say China, but it's Greece, obviously. Half point. And this was also a draw, probably by repetition, between Paraguay and Greece. So that match is still going on. Last game with a result. Oh, yeah, not much to say about that. A win for Greece. So Greece is up 2-1 so
This is
far. Those
Nicolas
are
Theodorou. He's one of their 2 top scorers. Lost to Jeffrey Xiong in the first round, and he's won every game since.
all right. So he's doing very well for Greece. I want to check. Let's see which match might be interesting. Well, why not check Canada for a little bit? Of course, TU came on the broadcast and she explained to us how her esports career is going. That was very pleasant to have a little chat with her. So let's see how she's doing. One of the fan favorites as well. With the black pieces 2 pawns down. And maybe soon, at least for temporarily, a third. Nope, g4 on the board.
With this king position, she seems to have the maneuver king d2, king c3, and clean up white's queenside pawns from behind. And I think very, very good chances to hold. I guess white's playing for knight f7 and going to abandon the queenside.
Yeah, maybe that's the right idea here, yeah. Okay, pushing pawns, that's also not a bad idea. Those pawns need to be pushed anyway at some point. If king d2, then we can play c4, c5 to try and at least save 1 pawn. Yeah, because the problem is that after king c3, let's say you don't do anything, then after king takes d4, you lose another pawn. So you don't want to lose both of those pawns. So after king c3, king d2, I would play c4, and if king c3, maybe at least play c5, because after king takes, then at least you can trade one of those pawns off. And then after knight f7, you can start pushing these kingside pawns, and it should be at least very close to a win for white, because these pawns are already very far ahead. That's how I would play this, but...
Well, black can play h5 in that final position, and then after g5, I assume you don't really want to trade pawns. After g5, knight g6. It's not that easy for white to... It's not that easy for white to make progress here, is it?
You got king g3 here.
Ah, yeah, that's annoying. Shoot, I'd assumed g5.
Yeah, g5 looks good too, but then it will be very difficult after knight g6. Yeah.
Right, it's hard to approach black that way.
Yeah.
It's a good move.
There's a big time difference, by the way. Kyu almost has 4 minutes. Her opponent has... Is she going to make a miracle escape like yesterday?
She might. Her opponent was low on time that time also.
Just knights. How to win this? King takes d4, king c5. That looks okay.
Oh my gosh. Duda and So have seconds left. Both kings are getting ravaged by queens and rooks. I think So is probably mated here.
Let's see.
Oh, queen a3. If king b6, queen a7 mate. And he
it's-
resigned. He did
Wow.
checkmate him.
King b6, queen takes a7 is mate. So Duda won against So with 2 good boards going on. Let's quickly check the other boards then as well. This might be important. Shanky, okay. No, Shanky doing good. No
Oh,
upset.
yeah.
3 pawns up, initiative. This looks over. Right, moving on.
Yeah.
There is a Yip trying to hold on, but doesn't look that great after Rook h1 and then simply pushing the pawn.
Still losing for the moment.
Yeah, looks also bad here for the United States. We've got then this position. Annie, Happy Farmer. She had a really good position,
Whoa.
but now it's...
The whole black pawn structure has shifted. You can't even recognize the game.
Yeah. How was
All
it?
right. This match is looking really, really close.
I think Poland is doing really, really well. I haven't seen a...
There are 2 games left, and it looks like Poland's got the upset to me. I mean, the match is tied 2-2. this game, I suppose anything could happen. The other one, Poland is firmly winning.
Holy smokes. Yeah, let's take a look at the decisive game, which is this one. Yeah, white can just play rook g7, just claim the pawn, because black cannot. Oh, actually, rook g7 would be a terrible mistake. I believe. But white won by resignation. I would have at least said play rook g7, please, because I think it's a draw. The bishop needs to cover for this pawn.
Yeah.
So I would have at least tried to see if white plays rook g7 there, but the main idea is rook g8. So rook e7, rook g8.
Then rook h8, yeah.
Bishop is the right color, and that means it's
Yeah.
winning. Poland winning 3.5, 2.5 against the United States. Big
Wow. Well, I mean, there's still the happy farmer game. It's not decided yet, but it's looking.
Well, I would be very, very scared here. Well, this is a good move, protecting everything, and maybe just simply. Okay, why not? Maybe okay, but okay, this is the decisive game. If any Wang manages to win this, then it's a tie, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. And later we'll have to see how black's entire pawn structure shifted over. Queen b4 here, I think. Oh no, queen g7. She's going to go to f8 and grab the f pawn and hope to hold that. But then black has queen a5 at the end.
True.
I thought if white wanted a chance, it would be to put the queen on b4 and push a5.
I think so too. No, she took it. So queen a5, king goes, queen takes a4. I'm not so sure anymore. This looks like still a draw to me, or within drawing margin at least.
Yeah.
No mating threats. Black needs to be careful for some tricks here. King b8. Yeah, perfectly good move.
Okay. Now, if the queen weren't on this diagonal, b6 would be a strong move. Maybe white should play the queen to d6 with check and then play b6.
How's the pawn ending, by the way? No, the pawn ending should be... Well, wait a second. What about the pawn ending of the queen b6 and queen a6? Followed by g4? Nah, okay, e3, f takes g3. That's actually... could be a losing attempt.
Well, you could put your king to d2 before the black king gets there and then play f3 maybe.
I think... that might work, but that takes some time.
Yeah, I think she's repeated 3 times by now.
Oh boy, she needs to be really careful now. She needs to win as well. I'm 100% sure she knows that. Not that it matters that much for the USA team, but winning is always nice, obviously. Okay, but what about D2? D8 and queen.
Yeah, queen d2, you'd better go back to checking. All right, Poland with the upset.
It's not over yet. D2.
It's true. They might not play d2.
Like queen d4. Yeah. Now you have to. Now you have a clear threat with d2. But white might still win this.
Yeah.
Wait, is this wrong? Why is this suddenly winning for black? What's going on?
Who knows?
No, simply d2. D2 would have been good. This might be okay as well, but I'm a little bit scared now.
Right.
Maybe needs to keep on checking. Queen h3, queen takes h4.
Yee. What is going on? Who knows?
I have no idea anymore. Check. Very good. Check. Check him back. Don't take the pawn. Check back. Yeah, king f1. Check. King f2. Then you take the pawn. No, there might still be chances for white. It's not so easy to defend a position like this. If you take king e3, it's still not over.
Yeah, I suppose anything can happen in this endgame here at this point.
I think it's a draw, though. I think really it's a draw. King e3, queen g5. If you take... Yeah, okay, that's a good move as well. So here, king h3. You just need to keep checking the king constantly, and then it should be a draw. This is the last game. There's one more game going on, but we'll stick with this. Importance, queen d8, fairly Surprising move.
Here there's queen d5 takes b5, defending the d3 pawn.
Yeah. King is so far away from this pawn, though. I would just play g5.
Oh, queen f4 loses.
Does it? Yeah, for what? For white, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So g5. Okay, just grab that thing right now. Then it should be a draw because queen takes d3, queen takes d3, king takes d3, and king b6. It's a draw.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
All right. So Poland has done it.
Yeah, Poland has done it. Yeah. All right. And everyone, with that, it seems to be a draw. We stuck to this match because of the importance, but it's now time for a small break, everybody. We will be back very shortly in a few minutes, of course, while we're seeing the draw happening on the board. So yeah, there's also one more game going on that we are going to keep an eye out for you. This ending we've seen a few times before. I think white is now in the clear, at least for now. Yeah, rook f8 is a very good move. All right, but like we said, everybody, we are gonna go for a short break, a 15-minute break or 14, I think, at the moment. And after that, we will be back with more action in Pool D of this online 2020 Olympiad. So see you in a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody. And we are back, of course, with more 2020 Online Olympiad action. I'm still Roland. I'm still here, even after 10 hours of commentating. And I'm still here, of course, with David Bruce. How are you feeling after 10 hours?
I'm feeling good right now. Yeah.
All right. Yep. So we got 2 rounds to go, 2 exciting rounds to go, obviously, in Pool D. So let's quickly take a look at what the standings are in that pool. So on your right, you see Pool D, the standings there. USA, it was confirmed. They lost their match against Poland. And yeah, so they are done with their unbeaten streak.
Yeah.
And with that, Poland actually has got a good shot of promotion as well, because they've got, I think, out of all the 4 teams that are still in the race for qualification, Greece, Peru, and Italy as well. Poland has got the easiest matchups, I believe, yeah, relatively.
I mean, yeah, they definitely have a good chance that Peru still has to play the US this round. So that's very nice for them. They'll be playing against Argentina and Cuba. So yeah, I guess you're probably right. Whereas Greece still has to play Italy, which is a somewhat stronger team still to go. So yeah, Poland should have a very good chance to catch up. But they made that chance for themselves with the huge upset.
Yeah, and we can see the results of round 7 now also on the left side of the board, everyone. You can see Argentina losing against Cuba, 4.5, 1.5. Poland beating the United States, 3.5. Peru beating Brazil, 4-2. Canada losing to Italy, 2-4. And Greece winning 4-2 to Paraguay.
Wow. Hold on, you're not going to believe this, but during the break, I played a blitz game, and Wesley So is playing the exact same opening I played in my blitz game.
What are the odds of that? Yeah.
My opponent played d5 instead of d6 and left the center undecided for a while, but up till that move, it was the exact same opening.
D6. Wait, so okay, let's get this opening on the board. This is funny. So at which moment did you defer?
Here, my opponent played d6 instead of d5.
Okay, so D6 is a
And he
normal.
left the center sort of indeterminate for a while.
Yeah, I know that D5 is the main move here. And after
Yeah.
E5, 94, yeah, you get this backwards pawn, at least for now. So black is going to try and open somehow with F6, if I'm not mistaken, and bishop G4.
Probably. If you leave the bishop on G7 for a long time, I think you eventually suffer in these positions.
Yeah, I think so too. By the way, so yeah, let's take a quick look at the pairings, of course. So as you can see already, well, you probably already figured this out, everybody. Peru is playing against States, so that is very very testing for Peru. I think that they need an upset if they want to, yeah, play it safe for qualification, of course. And otherwise, Italy, Greece is very interesting as well. Italy and Greece are both still countries in the race for qualification, and otherwise, yeah, I mean, the teams just have to win. Poland has a good shot against Argentina. They are clearly the favorites there. And otherwise, which team is still in the race? Nope, those are it. Cuba and Paraguay, the bottom match right here. And Brazil, Canada, also a bottom match right there. All right, Wesley, so no moves just yet. Let's see if I can find all the games first. Not every game has started, it seems.
Yeah. Emilio Cordova playing black here is a very strong player who has struggled so far in this Olympiad. His score is not very good yet. But yeah, go ahead and cheer for him, Yo Marks. He could use it. This is a very important match for Peru. If they can score another upset against the US, following in Poland's footsteps, then they can keep control of their own destiny and qualify as long as they win this match and the next one. So be a great time for him to pull something out.
Yeah, it's if a loss and they're more or less, what do you say, independent on what happens between Italy and Greece as well in this matchup. If Greece wins, then it's going to be very hard for Peru to qualify after a loss against the States. So would be good if they won. Well, obviously, but In any case, let's move on to Shanky, because Black is thinking for a long time. Okay, finally a move. Maybe we can discuss that right now. A5, normal move, but I think that F6 needs to come at some point.
This
A5,
move almost tells me he's not going to play F6.
well, the idea is probably to not allow a knight on C5 because of E4.
If knight D2, he'll play A4. If knight C3, he'll play A4. Either way, he can keep that knight away from the C5 square. But, you know, white can fight for control of C5 by trading the knight on E4. It's kind of the same thing for white. So, you know, if white plays knight D2 and black plays A4. Oh, you're going to trade once from there and then play
Thought
A4.
so, yeah, because if you play A4, then maybe this is tactically not working for Black.
Yeah, the structure.
Might be worse. You got D5
risky.
ideas, so
Okay.
I don't know. I was just
Trade
playing it
once
safe.
and then play
right?
A4.
Yeah, I was just playing it safe like this. But
Yeah.
looks like a good idea, A5. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. Shanky, of course, with Black, facing Jorge Cori. Jorge is doing pretty well, I think, yeah?
Yeah, he lost last round, but till that point, he had 5 out of 6. So now he has 5 out of 7. The second highest scorer on the Peruvian team behind his sister.
Yeah, she's not playing at the moment, by the way. So, yeah, they're taking a risk with that because, yeah, like you said, Daisy Cori has got a very good score for the team of Peru. Well, they got a good replacement, of course, but they might miss her. Yeah, in this match.
Yeah.
Okay. What about this game? I think Shanky is doing pretty well here with a nice blockade on king side, so that it will be very tough for white to construct some sort of attack here, especially if black can also play knight h7, knight g5.
Yeah, if white sits still and that knight is allowed to come to g5, the position could actually deteriorate for white. So maybe white should try f3 immediately, just to avoid that scenario.
So takes.
Yeah, knight takes.
Knight takes. This is a weakness now.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh,
annoying.
and there's another problem with all this, which is the pawn on c4 can probably be taken by black at the end.
That's a free pawn.
Yeah.
A3 is still under attack. If e4, okay, I do think white has some compensation, but
yeah,
it's very shaky to play like this. I believe you do need something more concrete because these pawns look nice, but you do need more attacking chances. I think here.
Yeah.
For example, just bishop b4 or
f4 maybe.
Yeah, bishop f4 looks pretty good. So yeah, all right. So yeah, f3.
So that's what he's pondering on. I suppose he could trade on d5 and then try to play a similar move.
Looks better now. No d takes c4. But still, now you have a c file to deal with.
Right.
Queen needs to go.
Yeah, I mean, overall, black's position is just so healthy.
Yep. No weaknesses in black's position like the free pawn. Maybe d5 is a little bit weak, but it should not be the biggest of deals.
Yeah.
Was a slight internet. No, I think they played some moves actually. So c takes, and f4 on the board. Wow, you predicted it. So e takes f3. I'm guessing is going to come on the board.
Yep.
Yep. So you could also play knight e4 here, by the way. No, I would take and play rook c8, and then I would say, let's see what's happening after that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a quick draw, by the way, between Anna Zatonsky and Ingrid Yadira Aliaga.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's...
Queen b6, knight a4, queen a5, knight c3. That's what happened in my other blitz game during the break. In a different opening, in a Sicilian, but still, it was a repetition. I didn't see a way out as white. My opponent was attacking my knight on d4 and I couldn't move it. I was very sad to make such a boring draw. Then I played a second game that was more interesting.
All right. Yeah, draws. Yeah, unfortunately, this is some. I think white was allowing this and was more or less content with a draw there, and you cannot really blame her because Ingrid is a WIM, and her opponent is a former U.S. female champion, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely some statistics to keep in mind. I'm always curious about Happy Farmer, with the black pieces.
Mm-hmm.
White's going to try and do something here. Black's going to try and do something over here.
Yep.
Do you
That's
have
a fair
preference?
assessment.
Have you ever played this with white, or do you have a preference, perhaps, with which color you would like to play this?
I've always played the close Sicilian as black. I only started learning it from the white perspective a couple of weeks ago. And I've been really struggling with it from the white perspective.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, me too, actually. I've also been playing this, but not with the greatest of results. And also not with the... it's just playing so easily for black. All you need to do is open something on the queen side, for example, like bishop a6 and c4. And white has got a harder time breaking through on the king side. f5 is a very good move very often. But usually, I think even in this position, it's already interesting to play him with like c4, perhaps. With the idea that the e4 pawn is under attack, and if you try and be clever with g5, knight h5, d takes c4, you still got knight g3.
You still take my e-pawn. This kind of thing happens to me every time I'm trying to close Sicilian. So frustrating that I played a couple open Sicilian games again the last couple days, and bishop b5. Even though I was supposed to be learning the close Sicilian, it got frustrating to get such bad positions every game.
Yeah, that's how it happened to me as well. I just started playing the open Sicilian as well out of frustration at some point. But yeah, I mean, there have been instances, for example, a lot of good players have tried this opening. So I think you and I are just doing something very wrong with this opening.
Yeah, definitely. And I played through all these games, a couple hundred games of grandmasters in the close Sicilian, but it's not mine yet. When I try and play it, it's not coming out my fingers right.
Yeah. Well, they say that training is the best way to get all these positions in your, how do you say, under habit, under control. Right? Yeah. Not there taking some time. E6 is a move I always like to see if I was white, but it also more or less stops f5 a little bit at least. So
planning to make a bunch of pawn trades, maybe.
Yeah, and then opening up the position. Right, happy farmer.
Yeah.
Happy farming. So Jeffrey Zhang with the white pieces, looking strong, I think. Look at the bishop. I don't see a way to make use of it, but I do feel like bishop c3 and then something like this could become very dangerous.
Right, just take the best diagonal for now. The black bishop can't go to e5 or d6, so things remain awkward for black.
Yeah. There's something better even. Trying to find something.
I don't know. If we play bishop e3 to take the c pawn, black has to take on a2 to keep material equal. Do we have any tactical shot then?
b4. Nah, then c4. Yeah. Or apparently this is okay, but I don't know. I guess we just take. Or I don't know. I feel like we're missing something very clearly. The computer is shouting that white's winning somehow.
Well, this move here by you seems pretty winning. Your bishop c5 move, because we're threatening rook e7 there.
You said you, but for some reason I was thinking that you were talking about a Chinese player or something.
Yu Yang Yi.
Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah. So here rook e7 seems like a huge threat, because the black queen needs to defend the back rank and the bishop on h2. And if she somehow juggled all those responsibilities, which seems impossible, white would also have bishop d4 to win after rook e7 and the queen moves away.
Par exemple. Checkmate.
Yeah. That'll make a computer scream.
Yeah.
Checkmate on G7.
E3 on the board.
Oh, he played that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's even stronger maybe than bishop C3.
Yeah, this is what we
If
had on
Jeffrey played it.
but let's say I play Rook F8
Mm-hmm.
and just trying to get at least control over the back rank. And if you take, I guess you take like this,
Mm-hmm.
Rook E8. I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to keep everything together, but
Well, now, I mean, white could simply trade everything and have 2 extra pawns, I think.
it's 1-4 now. But maybe you're saying that bishop takes A7 is
Oh,
possible?
I was going to play queen D7 to try and trade everything. Maybe I'm missing rook E1.
Oh, oops. That would be painful, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rook
So I
takes.
can't simply trade everything.
Well, you can't. I was thinking maybe just take another pawn.
Yeah.
Take here, queen takes A2. I have played a position like this before, and this B pawn is a very, very annoying piece to deal with. It's really not easy to stop a pawn like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I lost a game during the Dutch Championship against Benjamin Bok, who is playing for the Olympiad team
Yeah.
of the Netherlands, and he totally crushed me. There was no way that I could defend against this B pawn from running. I also checked it later, I analyzed the game, and I still could not find anything. And so I'm really reluctant to say that an ending like this has good drawing chances for black. Practically, it's very hard, and also objectively, it seems to be winning. Okay, you don't need to. Rook takes A2 on the board, bishop takes C5 on the board, so this looks like a win for the States.
Yeah. This would be a quick knockout for Jeffrey. All right. Should we check the Italy-Greece match? I think that's a big one here.
Yeah, let's see if I can find the games.
We've got Vocaturo, Dewey 89 against Christos Banikas. And
materials equal. Black has a strong bishop on G7. Black is attacking A2. So I'm expecting a move like King B1. I think black's better.
Black looks very comfortable. Strong E4 pawn, strong G7 bishop. Compared to that, white's pieces are just kind of strewn on the board. On not terrible squares, but nothing really great about them. And white goes for the endgame, which is always pleasant for black.
Yeah, it's the best that white could do, maybe, because the queen is pretty strong on C4. It is controlling a lot of squares. I mean, you could even say, just take and play F5 and enjoy your connected pass pawn.
Yeah, and then if you don't like that, I suppose you could also play queen b4, and there's nothing terrible about queen b4 or queen a4. White will keep pursuing you, trying to insist, and then maybe trading on b3 is slightly better for black than trading on d5, because
maybe
those pass pawns will make it a little bit weirder for white to make those doubled pawns make it weirder to make a pass pawn.
Yeah, I agree there. Yeah, this is better than the other version for black. Yeah, so let's see if there was a move. Queen d5 on the board. Vocaturo, 4 minutes less on the clock as well. We need to keep an eye out for that as well.
They've got Najdorfs on the top 2 boards. So on this board, Greece played the Najdorf, and on board 2, Italy played the Najdorf. Quite an opening.
Really? Is this a Najdorf?
Yeah.
Does not look like a Najdorf, but let's see. It was indeed a Najdorf. Bishop e2. This is fairly standard. I'm just going to cruise in it, everybody, and then we'll stop at the critical moment. Nothing fancy just yet. F5.
Yeah.
White having a nice pawn here, but it's nicely blockaded by the bishop and knight. I like black for now. F4 seems like a very reasonable move, and black was playing for... Okay, so there was a repetition of moves here with a draw offer, more or less, but white decided to play on with rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
And after f4, bishop f2, really cool move, I must say. I'm not sure if it's good, but... Oh boy, I'm not sure that this is going well for white. Queen e2. Is knight takes f2 not just very good for black? This is the current position, everybody.
Knight f2 looks pretty decent. Oh, you know what white had before? Instead of queen e2 was queen c2. And if g6, you can take because of the bishop on d6. I think.
Yeah, seems like it. Because if your point is queen g7, then queen takes d6, wins a piece. Yeah, the thing is, white does not have to black. Oh wait, so okay, black does not have to take back on g6. There are some in between moves, like for example,
Right.
knight takes f2. Or otherwise, f3 is also a move that's on the tables.
Oh, f3 might be interesting.
Otherwise, taking here. Yeah, very double-edged, I would say. Also, by the way, you take on g6. I'm gonna take on h2.
And then I'll take on h7.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, well, good for you.
Rook h1.
Okay, and I
I
resign.
guess you take on g3. This is craziness.
And I don't resign. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, stuff like
this looks like a fun game we could have here. Where we each just capture things and ignore the other person, never recapture.
Yeah, we're already having fun with this, but yeah, queen e2 on the board. White does have 8 minutes versus 2.40 for black. Actually, I'm trying to find. I think this Greek player is doing. Oh no.
Ooh, h5.
That is really scary.
Wow. I mean, it seems like neither of these players think knight takes f2 is a good idea for black, right? Because white keeps allowing that trade and black keeps not doing it.
I don't get it, though.
But your instinct would be that black could crack the dark squares around the white king immediately with fg3, and that it would be sort of desirable to do that.
Maybe this is too much, by the way, but I'm just trying to...
Oh, yeah, because now there's bishop h7, rook h1, queen e6.
Oof, that's painful. And the variation continues a little bit.
Yeah. We're going to go all the way to rook h8.
Yeah, why not, right? No, one move further. Haha.
Yeah, and then king takes g3, the move that black missed.
That's what black missed, absolutely. Yeah, knight takes f2 looks so natural to me. I would instantly play that, but... Yeah, but h5, oh, I really don't like this move.
Yeah.
It's so weak.
Well, you wouldn't play it instantly. You always look for better moves. You would look at knight h2 also, I think.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay,
h5 is really what? How good was knight h2, by the way, as well, as another comparison to what black did? Like,
very interesting.
Does white have queen h5 here, I guess, to bail out of it? Yeah. Probably queen h5 gets white out to go take on h2 with the queen.
Yeah, now you lose a piece.
So then you'd come back around and just play knight f2.
Yeah, so don't play h5. h5 is... Yeah, looking...
h5 is like looks a little bit like a crime against this position.
Yeah.
I suppose white can't take a pawn on h7 anymore.
Can you ever take on f2 now? Can you ever?
Because then after queen h5, you just have no resistance left, right? White doesn't even need to recapture.
I want to play bishop g6 here, maybe.
Right.
f3 is very...
f3.
Excuse my friend. Oops, I'm not gonna do that. Let's just play. Oh, that is difficult though. What would be a good move here then? Not move the bishop.
What is a good move? The eternal question. How about pawn takes f4 and then bishop g3?
Yeah, that looks very good. Yeah. So if you take with the rook, bishop g3 looks very good. So what if you take with the bishop?
Yeah, I'm playing bishop g3 anyway, unless I'm missing something better.
Looks okay. Yeah, looks okay. I was thinking maybe you have an even more ambitious move with bishop g6 now. Because now you don't have f3, and if you
now
take...
there's no f3.
And this is my whole plan, more or less, and made.
Yeah.
Wow, looks very interesting. So white declined the draw, and black more or less answered that with the a5. Like, Yeah. By the way, we have a quick draw between Duda and Alan Pichot in the Argentina-Poland match.
Wow. First person to draw Duda in quite a while.
And here we got board 2.
Second person in the whole competition, I think.
The whole competition.
Duda. I think Duda had 6.5 out of 7 going into this. I mean, he beat Wesley last round.
Yep, you're right. 6 out of 7 with this draw now. Yep.
Well, this should be 7 out of 8 now. He only skipped 1 round. Anyway, he's doing great.
He's doing fantastic.
He's doing great. If they had like board prizes at the Olympiad, then in Pool D, I think he would have the performance rating for board 1 right now.
Yeah, I think so too. Wesley So is up there as well. And yeah, more. All right. We do have a card for that, but maybe we can check that at a later stage because they have not been updated and not been updated yet. Okay, I want to pay some attention and maybe even some respect towards this great, fantastic knight on F8. Look at the squares where it is. I mean, we do need to salute this knight for an awesome job it's doing right there on F8. Yeah.
Is this like the closed Sicilian we were looking at before? Or is it something else?
No, it's something else.
That's something else. Okay, it's a different board.
Yeah, but very nice play by White, breaking open the queen side and dominating pawn up at the moment.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this knight there's only one worse square than F8, and that's H8. So.
Notably worse, however. H8 would be the worst.
Something definitely went wrong here for the Argentinian player.
Oh man, White's position is beautiful.
All the pieces are on good squares here. Knight
yeah, you put your rook on b8, then at some point move the knight to b5 or c6 with an inevitable tactic.
No.
And by tactic, I mean not really like a puzzle, just like a move that attacks things and your opponent can't defend.
Yeah, looks wonderful. All right, so masterclass by Mateusz Bartel so far. We got another result in this match, another draw. Alicia Sliwicka is doing also very well for the Poland team. Mm-hmm. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she has 5.5 out of 7, so she is doing pretty well as well.
Yeah.
Maybe top scorer on the 6th board. So yeah, another draw, not so bad.
Yeah.
And
she played that final epic game with Happy Farmer, right? That saved the match eventually.
Yeah.
So she's been very big for Poland. And here we've got Nemo.
Yeah, we need to call her Nemo nowadays because of her new esports career. And she is doing well, but accepted a draw here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. A draw.
Her repertoire must be some kind of like Sveshnikov style Sicilian, because every time I see her, she's got the dark squared bishop and her opponent. No, not this time.
Huh. Very solid.
Tricked me. E4, E5. But she has that structure every time, doesn't she? The dark squared bishop, white with pawns on C4 and E4.
Always has these closed positions, yeah, and she always managed to play this very well. So I wonder why she took a draw here. She's the only one playing for a win, more or less. So
maybe she didn't really see any plans to advance. I mean, if white is just going to sit there with a knight on D3, it could be tricky. I suppose the plan is to move every pawn on the king side forward.
Yeah, just F5, H4, 5, H4. And then push through at some point. But okay, I understand why she's making a draw. I mean, it's fine. You're playing against WIM from Brazil, and you've got the black pieces, so it's not a bad result at all for black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a position where, of course, black has the upper hand, and we've got another result here. Brazil winning on board 2, I believe, of the female board, so board 4.
Yeah, seemingly white missing the queen here. Not sure where it could have gone for nothing. I mean,
let's see. It was gone for...
White doesn't have even a pawn for it anywhere.
Oh, she played queen E5 here. Oops. That is maybe a mouse slip.
Maybe a mouse slip, like trying to grab the knight on f3 and getting the tip of the queen on f4. Ooh.
Oops, oops, oops. Otherwise, not much was going on in that game, unfortunately.
No.
We got here another result. We've got a draw between Marina Brunello and Anna Maria Bozzari. It's also been a long time since we've seen Marina making a draw. I think she's winning
Ooh.
everything.
Pavlidis just avoided recapturing a rook in the Najdorf that we've been watching before.
Pavlidis, all
It
right.
looks like he might be cracking through the black king, but yeah, this one here.
Oh, no king takes f1.
Yeah, instead he went for bishop takes h6. Black didn't recapture that either. They like our suggestion of a game, Roland, where you can only capture pieces, but you can't recapture. You always have to go capture something new. Bishop g5 looks potentially effective.
Yeah, really effective. If rook f6, then queen h7 and queen h8. Let's see if it's on the board. Yep, it's on the board. Rook f2 on the board as well. What? That does not make sense.
This king is still mated.
Yeah.
And putting pieces on f8 doesn't help him at all, actually. Wow.
A win for Greece.
Well, we're going to say h5 was probably the culprit there. That's a big point for Greece.
Let's take a look here.
Because this Italian team is their biggest challenge towards getting to the to the next stage of this tournament.
Yeah, and Peru as well. We didn't see how Peru was doing yet, I believe. Well, we saw the first game against. They are losing. No, oh yeah, they are playing against the States. Of course, we saw what they're doing. Of course, yeah, they're playing against the States.
So here you have Stavrula Tsolakido. She is about 20 years old, the highest rated woman in Greece. She's played every round for them here. She's 2400, normal IM title, not women's IM title. And she's been one of their top performers in this competition after Theodoro.
Yeah. And she looks very good here as well. She got a pawn up and a weakness to make use of in the long run.
Yeah.
I would try and get the king in somehow to make get the king into the position. Otherwise, h5 looks good to put these on tough squares.
Right, and to be able to maintain the knight on f5 since you like the knight on f5.
Yeah, why not? Okay, this is I like. Why not? Let's see if she plays king e1. Why not? Just try it. And if knight b5, you can also reroute the knight to e4, actually.
So now I think she'll No. Going for knight
like
d1.
This. Knight e4. It's a perfect spot for the knight.
I guess rook a3 looks essentially forced to not lose the e pawn here.
Oh yeah, if knight e2, then knight d1. Nice.
Yeah.
So rook a3, that's why. Knight e2 on the board.
Uh-oh. Well, that improves black's advantage.
Just a little bit, yeah. not just a little bit. All right, so this is looking good for Greece as well. Then we got this board.
Oh, there's a clash between Moroni and Theodoru that's of interest.
Wait, king e4? How are you going to queen? Wait, how? What? Wow, I'm lost for words. Yeah, just move
the king.
Yes, let's go.
You want to queen the pawn and keep your king safe, so run away from white's queen and go make your own.
We're gonna mate.
Maybe even mate instead of queening the pawn. Oh my goodness, Theodoro.
This looks still good. Queen h4, king f1.
And Theodoro's win streak is at 6 games in a row by now.
D1,
by the way.
Nothing you can do about it, actually.
6 in a row.
D1 queen is still good enough. No queen, why not?
No.
Just play queen e4. Queen.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Queen d1.
What
There was queen
Oh, Rook
E2.
takes D2. Rook takes D2.
It was rook takes D2. Oh my god.
Don't. Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
Oh,
So the point
he
was
avoided it.
is that it's suddenly boom. It's over because it mate.
Oh.
It's even mate. Oh my.
I think he avoided it because he knew he wanted to win, not because he necessarily saw rook D2, right?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, this is whoa weak. Okay. Queen A4. So now King F1. Oh, King D1. Yeah. Why not?
Go run over somewhere else, died from white's queen.
It's very safe in the opponent. Okay.
Now he found rook D2, but it's not as good.
Queen E2. Queen F1. Queen takes C4. Why? Okay, that's why. Okay, nice. Yeah.
That was
Oh,
intense though, right? The king running around. Oh.
that was beautiful. I think Moroni missed the win somewhere though. If you well, not a win, but after. Okay, no, it was really unclear. D3, tough position. Rook B8. Okay, takes King F7. White just grabbed a pawn. Black pushed that other pawn. Tried to go for a mate, but Black just said, you know, I don't like my home anymore. I like it much better on E1.
Go look for a new one.
This moment, he was too devastating.
Even when I've seen it once or twice before, it still gives me a rush of adrenaline to see that.
Even mate, I think.
Right.
King F1, Rook D1, King F2, and it's a mate. So it's over immediately.
Wow. Well, Greece dodged a bullet there, and that may be one of the last bullets they need to dodge.
Seems like this game is over too. Another win for Greece. So I'm guessing Greece is winning this match.
Yeah.
Would that be? Oh, but I forgot totally. By the way, an hour ago I did a bet with Big about if England will qualify in the last pool. So I need to remind him that he still owes me a bottle of wine for that. So.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Please remind.
Not bad.
Okay. So let's see. We got here Magician. Carissa Yip is still playing.
Has she recovered from her first loss? She looks like she's struggling badly here against that e-pawn.
Yeah. How is Rook F4 is a mate attack? We saw what was it again? We saw Luca Moroni losing because he missed a mate like this, Rook F4.
Yeah. So E2, which looks risky, might be the answer. E2, Rook E2, Rook E2, Rook F4, and the king gets the E3 square.
Still mate.
Well, it's no mate with the rook blocked on the second rank. The black king has room now on G2.
Ah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, just the king is building a new nest on H3. And I don't know, the computer likes black a lot. I guess knight H2, knight F3 is the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would have been, by the way, a nice mating attack. Because knight F1, rook E3 is mate.
Oh,
yeah, knight H2 would have been winning.
A good counter to white's attempt to mate black on F4.
Draw. Okay, so is this important still? It seems. Oh, Shankland lost?
What?
Jeffrey Song won and Wang lost as well. I think that if black wins here, then it's going to be a tie in the match.
Wow.
I think so, if I'm counting correctly, because Wesley So made a draw on board 1.
But the results on the side say United States 3, Peru 2.
Where's the second draw, by the way? I don't know. Well, we'll find out soon enough.
It looks like Annie Wang won. The Happy Farmer won her game.
All right. So, yeah, we can actually see it right now on the left side of the results. United States 3, Peru 2. If black wins this, it is 3-3 and another upset.
Yeah. And knight F3, they hit upon this idea.
Yep. So now just, I said yep.
Like, Rook D5 to D1.
Yeah,
yep.
just king F1. Yep.
As
Yep.
Sammy Reshevsky says, the U.S. is limping through the third day here.
Little bit,
They played so well the first 2 days that they were qualified before today even started. They could have not shown up and just forfeited. And there were only 2 teams that could pass them, not 3.
Mm-hmm.
But now they are taking some blows from the Polish and now the Peruvians. Is a draw enough to keep Peru ahead of Poland, though? That's the big question, right? Poland was counting on the U.S. to, after losing to them, knock Peru out and put Poland into next weekend's finals. But I'm not sure if that draw is enough. I'm not sure how the points line up then.
Oof. Well, it certainly helps Peru. Yeah, it makes it at least more exciting, most definitely. Yeah, so yeah, I think that Poland and Peru are more or less fighting for third place together now.
Yeah.
They've got
And
an equal
Greece,
amount
by
of-
beating Italy, has clarified that part of things. Greece is probably almost certain to qualify after beating Italy, and Italy is completely out of the picture for qualification. So it's really Peru versus Poland in the last round.
Yeah, here we got a Poland game against Argentina still. So Poland, oh, this is actually important. If Poland loses this game, then it's also 3-3 between Argentina and Poland. So,
Oh, yeah.
but
Poland hasn't won their match yet.
White has a nice blockade. Oh my God, look at all of this.
Yeah.
How can Black
Uh,
ever break through?
Dark squares versus light squares. I think for one move there, when White's rook was on f4, White had 0 pieces on light squares and Black had 0 pieces on dark squares.
Yeah, it's just easy. Just why is White trying to win this? Why?
I don't know.
Why is the
Some
king?
people like to win.
Or maybe White is just moving around, just creating a GG sign or something.
Drawing messages to their opponent on the board.
Yeah, just GG with the king. Well, because
Hi,
I
it's
like
me.
this.
Do you see me?
Now you can just move the rook forever. It's no big deal. Material is kind of equal, by the way. So if someone has a chance, actually, we also need to talk about the black blockade here. Seems to be impenetrable as well. How can you ever break through?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, do board points matter? Because I think White is maybe insistent on playing this for a win, but that means that we have to maybe then board points do matter.
I
Actually,
mean,
they
this is so locked up, Roland. I don't know if you could beat like, you know, a 600 rated new player in this position. There's like literally nothing to do, is there? I mean, you could sack your rook on c4 or something.
that's true. It's totally true. And actually, well, it did I think it did indicate that because Poland has 2.5 less board points right now. If this will become a draw, it's a 2-point advantage for Peru. So that means
Wow.
in the last game, if they are going to play both for the win for the third spot, then they need board points.
Wow.
So maybe that's why White's trying to play for a win. But it could backfire, of course. It's not without risk.
Right, it's true. If Black played rook a6 here, then with the white rook on a1, it would be awkward for White because rook takes b4 would be threatened.
Yeah.
I don't know what Black's last move was, but that actually was a position where someone could be in trouble.
Yeah, I agree a little bit at least. Yeah, so that's why Rook H1, and it was a draw. So this means we are of course going to update all the standings and all the results, and I think it's confirmed. Peru and Poland both on 11 points, match points, so they will be clashing it out for the third spot. And also, actually, Greece still has a chance to not qualify. If they lose the last round, and Poland and Peru both win, then Greece is out.
Right,
So,
because Greece doesn't have enough board points if they
yeah,
lose the match.
states have a big lead in board points, so they are already qualified. Actually,
Yeah.
if they lost the match versus Poland, then they were also in a little bit of risk in the United States. So
Yeah, if the U.S. doesn't do well in the last round and Greece does, like if the U.S. draws or loses their match and Greece wins, then the U.S. loses that first round bye, which going into today seemed pretty hard to do.
yeah, so there's still something to play for the United States as well there.
Yeah, they
All
got to
right.
wake up. They got to wake up Yip and say, bring back Yip from yesterday. We want the old Carissa Yip.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to go on a short break, everybody. And of course, after the break, we will give you the updated standings and results. And then we'll see what's going to happen in the last round of Pool D. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Yep.
Hello, everybody, and we are, of course, still here. We've got one more round to go in this whole Olympiad top division. I'm still Roland. I'm still here. It's been 11 hours. I'm still here also, of course, but point this way with David. Hello, David. So last round, and we still got a lot of things to play for in this pool, don't we?
Yeah, I was just thinking that Group D got a lot more interesting today with the U.S. giving up some upsets. It's been thrilling seeing Poland and Peru each have a go at them, and really when Poland got that upset, we thought, well, Poland's probably going to qualify, and then Peru managed to not lose to the U.S. either, drawing the match 3-3, and that leaves Peru slightly in the driver's seat on the second tiebreaker going to this final round. It means if they win their match by a score of 4-2, they basically are sure to go through. If they score 3.5, very likely. Poland is going to need to win their match and try and rack up 5 points.
Yeah. We talked about it behind during the break. Like, what would the chances be between Poland and Peru? So let's visualize this for everybody by showing at first the standings. Of course, let's take a look. So Peru and Poland, those are the countries that we need to take a look at, because the USA is more or less already qualified. They got too many board points for either for Peru and Poland to overtake them. Greece is still there. If they lose, and they are most likely not going to qualify if Peru and Poland win. But Greece also is looking very strong in this pool, so they got a really good chance to qualify as well. So the main focus will be Peru and Poland, and if Poland manages to win with a big enough margin, then they overtake Peru to qualify for the next stage.
And also, surprisingly, the U.S. has been so shaky today that if they don't win their last match, Greece can overtake them and get that first round bye next week. Avoid the preliminary round. We didn't really even see that as a scenario coming into today. But the U.S. did have matches against tough opponents in Peru and Poland, so maybe we should have taken that more seriously, that they could get upset twice in one day.
Yeah, and they're playing against their neighboring country, Canada. So Canada might be really fired up to take USA to disrupt their party a little bit like that. Yeah,
I think in one of the OTB Olympiads, Canada did once spoil things for the U.S. a little bit in the final round when the U.S. had already played all the other top teams.
All right. Well, yeah, Canada not with the best lineup, of course. They missed Eric Hansen, they missed Evgeny Bareev, Hamilton, and not amongst other players as well. But who knows? I mean, upsets might occur. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at, of course, the pairings, of course, in round 9. So it's Poland versus Cuba. We'll take a look on the left side, everybody. And Peru versus Argentina. Those are the two matches. And yeah, we talked a little bit about what would be the more easy matchup between the two pairings. But I don't know. It's like Argentina did upset one of the bigger teams. I think they drew against Poland before, or Greece. I think it was Greece. So Argentina has already
you're right.
done an upset there, while Cuba has
Italy
lost all the games against the top players, I think.
Yeah, Cuba just has some bigger scores against Brazil and Argentina. That's why they've got more board points. But Argentina managed to beat Italy and draw with Greece. So
yeah, so
hard to say. I would say probably fairly comparable opposition. So it's really up to, Poland to put up their best round, honestly, and try and sweep this match.
Yeah, they are also, by the way, with a knockout lineup. Duda's here, and I think they're playing with the top players, the Polish team, and Peru, I think, as well. So this could be a very exciting last round of this whole weekend as well. So let's dive right into that. Here you got the first board, Poland versus Cuba. Yasser Quesada Perez with the black pieces versus Jan Krzysztof Duda, a Polish fighter. And I hate to see this pawn always here, because there's always a constant weakness on d3 that White needs to take care of. But I think there's an easy way to deal with that with a move like knight e4 at some point.
Right, and knight e4 is part of white's plans. Looking at c5, that's like the most common plan in this English opening position we see all the time. So I think if we took a bet on whether or not white would play knight e4 at some point this game.
Well, we might do that bet. It's like a 50-50 because knight a4 is sometimes also played.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could maybe say there's also going to be another knight on e4. So I would go for the knight e4 bet if I could. But bishop b2 played, rook 88. So this is the moment of truth. Knight e4, yes or no? Good. You could. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Relatively easy bet, that one. Yeah, I mean, if white hadn't played with e3, maybe they could use a plan other than knight e4, but with their d3 pawn hanging, there's really only so many options.
Yeah, without this e-pawn, but with the e-pawn back, I would maybe have gone for knight a4, but then still, you have to be careful about a few things. The knight's very solid here. Basically, what we have here is a reverse Sicilian, open Sicilian, where white has got a very common structure with a tempo up, but black is extremely solid here as well. So yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Two.
Look what Bartel, what Mateus Bartel has played against Crack Cubano.
I love it. Let's take a look.
You love it?
Opening. French. Of course.
French.
Doesn't matter. Knight d2. Bishop b7.
Doesn't matter because you know where he gets to later.
No, it's because before we had a discussion, is the French a good opening or not? And I said it's a good opening, but on the highest level, the absolute highest level, probably not. But then there was a big discussion in the chat, like, is it a good opening or not? It was kind of fun to follow. Okay, knight c6, short castle, g5. Yep. Yeah, this is a very famous line, by the way. Yeah, because the knight is on d2, g5 can be played, so black can create some space on the king side like this.
Oh my goodness, the white knights are looking sad.
A little bit. They're still safe, and there's no real continuation on the king side for black yet. After f5, b3, I would have taken immediately on f6.
Yes, indeed. In a heartbeat.
And then, well, actually,
I mean, the position still seems okay for black. I mean, white spent all their time retreating their knights. You can't tell what white's done this game.
Yeah, so these are the rounds. Let me paint this. So knight, 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 knight. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's 5 moves to accomplish nothing.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, so black will be able to probably easily play bishop d7, castle queen side, and then attack on the king side with all the time they have.
They're closing down the position. Look at the f4 move. It's like, hey, Mateus, do you maybe want to paint a nice picture with me putting everything on the dark squares and you on the white squares? You know?
Right. Can I trust you to let me play h4 and you won't play g takes h3? You promise?
Promise? But yeah, there's still a lot of play left, of course. I think white is not in any danger because there are no breaks on the king side. So no breaks. But white also does not have any breaks on the queen side. So maybe it's just a fairly equal position, but this was definitely an interesting opening to check. Move on to the next
Before
game.
white played f4, it looked like there might be some more action, but now the action's going to be delayed.
Yeah, now it's very dull. We need to wait for a piece sacrifice somewhere, maybe on d4 at some point. Okay, next game. Monika Soko doing very well for her team of Poland, playing as Lisanda Teresa Orda. Let me finish that.
Monica just came in today and scored 2-0. So, she may be the reason that that they've got a shot at qualifying.
Yeah. So a reminder, everybody: Poland needs to win big time in order to if let's say that Peru wins as well, then Poland needs to win by at least a 2 board points difference
Yeah.
in comparison to Peru. But I just realized something. Poland on board 5 has got I am Igor Yannick, but Cuba has got GM Daniel Carlos Albornoz Cabrera. So that means that Cuba has got at least a title advantage there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check if I can find it. This is interesting, of course, as well, but here you go. Young Capablanca, player from Cuba, very fitting, playing against Igor Yannick.
Yeah, except actually, it's the Polish player who has named himself Young Capablanca as his username.
Really?
Yeah, so Young Capablanca has come to
Ooh.
take his vengeance against his former country.
Oh, that's funny. So, if you don't notice, everybody, Capablanca was actually a Cuban player back in the day, the former world champion.
Yeah.
Looks like a King's Indian gone wrong, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah.
what you would like to have as black, you would like to not allow a knight on b5. So you want to play c6. You want to not, yeah, but then now it's not possible anymore because the knight's attacking the d6 square always. So I'm afraid that this is not looking too good for, well, the young Cuban player against young Capablanca.
Could have also been some kind of Philidor gone wrong, but either way, White's position looks really nice.
I would play f4, e5, try to beat down. I think after f4, everything is protected, and e5 is a real threat.
Wow. I thought you meant your eventual plan was f4, e5, but you're ready to go.
Well, yeah, I was. I don't know. Now that I see the computer, I'm not, but hey, the queen. I was thinking maybe f5 is the reason why. Not sure. Of course.
Well, then you can play e5.
Yeah, this is what I was looking at, but apparently there is something in the position that I don't see. If you take bishop takes e5 and the knight's pinned, so you win a piece, everybody. But yeah, there is probably something good here. But queen e7 is the normal reaction, but then you win a pawn on c7. So
maybe bishop takes b5 here. No, you can. That doesn't do anything good. That removes an attacker on e4, so white can take back with the knight.
What about, is this weird? Knight takes
Bishop takes c3, bring the knight back, and then play for this?
Or maybe not f5, but just...
The queen needs to move off of d8, right? The queen is hurting us.
I want to
take, and queen e7.
Let's see. This is it. Yeah, rook d4 and now knight c5, for example, and you win back a piece. Looks good. Tactics, everybody. Everybody follow, practice some tactics. I play a lot of puzzle rushes, that's why I see those things. Let's see. Bishop f2. Good move. So preparing for f4, that's probably just a bit better. So with the same idea to play f4, but just a bit more calm.
Definitely. And I'll tell you how calm I am. I would play rook d to e1 and then rook a to d1. And then I would look if I could play f4.
Makes a lot of sense. This is a move that's not a good sign because if you play a3, then the knight's completely stuck there.
Yeah, the more my opponent moves the knight to a6, the more I feel like I have time to play rook e1 and rook d1.
Yeah, I mean, even this move is aimed at moving the queen somewhere because c7 is now protected.
Okay.
But it looks...
Settle up and defend your sad c-pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would do this too. Why not? Rook e1, rook d1. Got all the time in the world. I mean, black's pieces are not going anywhere. Okay, so looking good for Poland. Let's take a look at board 5. Alicia Sliwicka is also doing very well for her country in Poland. Of Poland, not country in Poland, but country of Poland. Let's see how she's doing in
f2. Yes, Sliwicka is doing really, really well for them.
That's 6 out of 8, no losses.
Yeah. played every round without losing a game.
How would I make use of the queen? Seems like white got a big advantage somehow, but I'm not really seeing it. I
White has
think
a big advantage here. It looks
somehow.
like a normal position.
Yeah, me too. I guess f5 or I was thinking maybe e5 works, but there's a pawn on f4 that's hanging, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, I'm looking at either g3 or queen g3 here for white.
Queen g3.
Yeah.
Probably that's okay for black because you can take and rook g8, and then
Yeah.
maybe you can counter a little bit. Usually you want to keep the queens on the board, I believe.
I do normally, yes.
Yeah.
Normally I would want to play g3 and queen h5. I just thought maybe here it would be okay to trade the queen and put the rook on h7, but
Sometimes it's okay, yeah. I mean, you also have this f5 idea with bishop c4 trying to undermine his e6 pawn.
yeah, that's critical. I mean, we can say very, very generally speaking, for white to be successful in this structure, you need to strike at f7 and e6. Try and weaken black on those light squares in a way that allows your knights to eventually get an outpost on d5 or f5 or
Yeah, exactly. So what you want is
somewhere.
rook e5, yeah?
But what you want to watch out for white is if you play f5 and don't successfully crack black's light squares, then you give black control of all the dark squares. They get a knight on e5. Their bishop gets an unstoppable diagonal. So
Yeah.
you have to be very, I guess, careful in a sense. You really have to know if f5 is working or not before you play it, because it is kind of your main plan, but it is also a move that's lost many games for white.
Yeah, I think precise is the word you were looking for there. You need to be careful of the counter chances of black, but in general, it's a very good idea to play for this f5 and break on e6. White's taken a long time here, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
A long, long time.
If white plays g3, I would expect h5 from black.
Yeah, that's a very sensible move. You want to prevent this bishop on h5. We could be permanently looking at this f7 pawn.
Yeah.
But if you play h5, I'm actually sometimes even considering e5 and knight e4, but unfortunately there's always a check on the position, so
yeah,
not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah.
So
And with
probably,
h5, I'm kind of leaving the white queen on h3 a little bit stuck there. In some cases, black could play h4 at some point to try and collapse white's, to undermine white's dark squares. I guess collapse would be a strong word, but, to try and get at g3 and f4.
it's a very common Richter-Rauser position, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Way of
Yeah, I'm surprised your computer bar is so excited because it looks really,
too,
really
yeah.
normal to me.
For me too, yeah. The only difference is maybe that, I don't know, there's a queen on f2, but for the rest it looks very normal. Yeah.
Maybe this is just an engine with preferences.
Oh, queen g3 on the board, and black decided not to take it. That's surprising.
That is surprising.
It's not bad either. The queen is pretty good in this diagonal. All right, let's move on. We got a first result. We've got fan favorites. Unfortunately, Nemo lost her game with the black pieces against Tatev Abrahamyan.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And the U.S. continues to dominate its gentler northern neighbor.
Yeah, we got here. I was thinking, why not just take? So that's a full piece.
How did that piece get there?
Oh, there was a trapped bishop on
It was trapped. Uh-oh, Wesley.
Oh, Wesley is black?
I think so.
Oh, wait.
I don't know if I've ever...
Bishop h3. Bishop takes g2. That, it makes things more interesting. All right.
Oh, that's Wesley.
So yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Bishop takes g2 and knight f3.
That is insane. He knowingly had his bishop trapped, probably.
Maybe knowingly, yeah. So c5.
Oh, goodness.
h4. Yeah, he knowingly let the bishop get trapped here. He let white play. Maybe not, by the way. Yeah, after knight f4, knight g6.
Oh, there's no time to get it out. It's possible.
You couldn't play bishop d6. You have to. The bishop can't go anywhere. So maybe he just forgot about that bishop for a second. Although it's Wesley So, of course, he might just have had this whole sequence in mind.
Right.
5, knight g3 looks a bit unnecessary, to be honest, but maybe okay. a3, f4, takes bishop d2, takes bishop h3. That's how it happened.
Yipes.
Cool stuff. Bishop takes g2, knight f3 ideas would make my how do you call it? Would make me very scared. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I would be exceptionally worried at this point as white. It's almost worse to lose with an extra piece than just to lose.
Yeah. So let's take a look at Spicy Caterpillar, which is Ray Robson making an
Robson.
appearance for the USA team, playing against Mark Plotkin. Isn't white a pawn up? Seems like it. Yeah, white's a pawn up. And does black have enough compensation? I would say black has some compensation at least. The bishop looks very, very bad on f8. You would rather have it, for example, on c5. There's no knight e4 ideas. There is knight takes a5 in the air. A5.
I mean, black might not be losing by more than a pawn, but compensation? Like is there something about black's position that's better than white's position?
Well, maybe got some minority attack going on. No, I don't think so. I think I like the knight on c5. It maybe could come to e4. But it
Yeah,
gets
white's going to
countered
trade a
by-
knight on f5, put his knight on d4. I mean, both knights have good squares. The bishop on g7 is not good yet.
No, this bishop is looking very sad on g7. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think only worst square for this bishop is on h8. And then on h6 maybe. I don't know, that's a stretch. But okay, this is board 2. By the way, of course, we're going to check Poland and Peru game. So now I'm going to look how Peru is doing. Peru needs to play against, I think, no, this is Greece. Peru's playing, wait, is this Poland? No. Wait, is this Poland? No, this is Peru. Peru, this is what I was looking
This is Peru.
I like the username of this Corey guy. His username is Machu Picchu. That's cool.
Yeah. You'll also like the username of Jeffrey Xiang's opponent this round. When we get there at some point, you'll see. You'll like that too.
Positional genius. All right. Yeah, I'm not doing this now. Okay.
Very, very simple name. Just by the way, I am a positional genius.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Machu Picchu. Everybody, if you don't know it, it's a famous old Inca town in the Peru country. So yeah, it's a big touristic attraction.
Yeah.
Right. How's this position?
How's he
Bishop
doing?
knight. But this knight can be pushed away. These available.
I feel like white's minor pieces are a little bit missing the boat somehow.
Yeah, the bishop is not doing much. Yeah, you would rather have it on h2, for example. The bishop. Now it's stuck looking at its own knight, and the knight is more or less okay placed here. So the bishop is a bit of an awkward piece. You would want it on h2. Okay, d6, that's the critical move. But what happens if you just try to play around that, like bishop d8, bishop f6, or bishop b8, and then... Now, I guess you need to go to d8, actually, so that you can still kick the knight away with b5.
Because on bishop b8, when you eventually try b5, white will have knight a5.
Yeah, exactly. Knight f5 would be then a very annoying move. So that is why bishop d8 is played. So b5 is still in the air. Actually, what is threatening? Let's play a stupid move. b5, knight a3, b4, winning a piece. So big threat. I guess a4 needs to be played. Not yet on the board. But look at the time difference. I'm not sure how Jorge Corey is with his time usually, but not a good sign so far. 5 minutes down or something in comparison to his opponent, Alain Pichon.
Right.
By the way, I see Alain Pichot very often. I'm curious a little bit about his results. I think he's doing very well as a board one team for. Well, okay, he's doing okay. He's got 4.5 out of 8 against good opposition. So yeah, definitely a worthy board one player.
Yeah.
Not a special
That's-
score though, but definitely okay.
Yeah, I mean, to have 1.5 minutes at this point here with every piece on the board, I mean, you would have to call that most likely a problem, like a mismanaging of the time or an actual concern that you might not have the time you need to play out the game.
Yeah. So Rook A1 is a nice move, by the way.
Yeah.
Pops
So
B5 because after taking, Rook takes, Bishop takes, you got Knight takes B5, winning a pawn.
yep.
So,
So I'd expect Bishop F6 from black here,
yeah,
which was part of the plan you'd suggested. It also, I think, re-enables B5 because of the E8 rook being able to recapture on A8.
for that we can, yeah, for that is why everybody we try to connect the rook so that they are supporting each other. Normal opening idea. So yeah, looking good for black, which is Argentina. And in this position, we've got Peru with the black pieces playing against Argentina player Pablo Ismael Acosta. Pablo Ismael Acosta not having the greatest of parties on the second board of Argentina, only 2 out of 6 so far. And Cruz Sanchez Christian has a score of, now I'm looking at the wrong team, 1.5 out of 2. So he's doing okay. Is black doing okay here? What about e5? Oh,
Queen
there's a
D2.
knight hanging. Yeah. Wait, that's my move. Sorry. This is the current position, everybody.
Okay.
So, okay, rook takes needs to be taken back with the knight, maybe. I don't know. What if I just play a normal move?
That seems like a fairly normal move. Trade the rook. Then the knight has to recapture. You can play knight c4 and just...
Well, you could even take with the rook, actually. Because there's still a knight hanging.
Yeah. And maybe he should. Maybe he should there.
Looks okay for black. Black's a pawn down, by the way. We do need to count that, of course, within our calculations. It seems that maybe e5 is critical. Yeah, this is a very complicated position. I have a hard time finding out what's going on here. I think black has an in-between move of rook d8. Queen goes, and then bishop goes somewhere. Maybe even d3, by the way. No, apparently not. In that case, bishop g5, and things are fairly complicated. Yeah, I played rook d8 because otherwise the d4 pawn would fall as an in-between move, so...
Right.
Okay, but let's see what happened. Takes queen d3 on the board. I'm not sure that I like this. But then again, the knight on d6 is not doing very much. White is threatening knight takes d4. Scratch that. White's not threatening that because of rook c3. But yeah,
Knight
I don't
d4.
see.
Yeah.
Play something like this maybe, or play something like this, but the pawn is in the way. So yeah, difficult position.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Looks about balanced, but lots of potential for either player to make mistakes.
Yeah. So we are trying to update all the results, everybody. So take a look on the left side of the board. We'll try to update all the results as much as we can so that you know how your team is doing in this round. Rook d8.
Looks like the Monica Sachko game is resolving into a drawn endgame. So that's, I mean, that's not going to be updated in the standings just yet, but I'm feeling pretty confident that that's one drawn game in this Poland versus Cuba match.
That I can confidently say the same thing together with you. I'm being solid.
Yeah.
So,
I've basically never seen titled players lose this position.
No, it's just too easy to make this a draw. I think white is trying to play a little bit on time because black is low on time. So we just play king g7. Keep an eye out for e5, e6 problems, but should be fairly easy. You can, if you want, you can also keep always checking. And I think, well, there's one thing you need to take a look at. So I would put the king on g7, but then e5. Okay, what about rook g2? No, with king f4. Okay, it's more difficult than I thought. If the king starts moving, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyways,
it's a pretty simple position, seen many times.
Poland looking very good on this board. Queen up against the rook. So we can probably count this as a win for black. And then let's move on to this board, the youth board.
Young Capablanca with an extra pawn against the Cuban players.
Yeah, it looks like
Again, yeah.
this could be dangerous. The knights are different though. This knight's a little bit awkward, and the bishop is as well a little bit awkward. So
Right.
black does have a little bit of compensation, but not so much because, yeah, I mean the double pawns don't mean much here.
Right. The problem is black doesn't really have any levers, and the queen is busy defending against back rank mate. So
I want to try something like takes, and queen a5 to get in there, but I'm not sure if it works after queen takes c6, for example.
Yeah.
So black is definitely struggling here, wouldn't you say?
A bit, yeah. Okay, they're trying something tactical here. How does this one work out? Takes. Okay, just changing the shape of the position a bit.
Yeah, the extra pawn on the king side doesn't matter that much so far. And black's got a very nice bishop on g2. So white needs to somehow make use of the extra pawn. I don't know exactly how. He could play h4, h5 at some point. The knight needs to
Might
go
have been a good thing for him to try.
This one, h4, h5?
No, this whole transition of trading his good knight for the bad bishop may actually have been a good practical shot.
I think so too, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think white is struggling a little bit to take this home. But black does have a little less time, 3 minutes. Well, a lot less time, 3 minutes at least, 3.5. Oh, by the way, we got some results. Let's quickly take a look at those. We got Mateusz Bartel winning for Poland.
Oh,
it's nice. E2, E1, and mate. Then we got this board. Yeah, this one we just saw. So Zawadzka winning the game with black here.
Yeah. And one of the games we were following, Machu Picchu lost.
Yeah, show winning for Argentina against Jorge Cori. So, yeah. And we got here a result as well, which is a draw between Lucas Coro and German. Well, let's just leave it at that. Against German. So that means 1.5 advantage for Argentina against Peru.
And I see 2 points for Greece. So they're already moving quickly towards winning their match. And finishing up like a fantastic 9 rounds of pool play for Greece. I mean, they've scored 2 points and neither of them comes from Theodoru yet. So I assume they've at least tied the match at this point, since they also have a game somewhere where Theodoro is playing.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this game real quickly. Here we go. With the white pieces playing against National Master Victor Labussière. Did I pronounce that correctly? I don't know.
What's the spelling?
Labussière.
Yeah, Labussière.
All right. Awesome. Okay, so white is got more space. White got all the pawns nicely on black squares so that the bishop is restricted. Black does not have any pawn breaks. Those will weaken up the position. White also... Okay, my struggle would be how does white continue here?
Yeah.
5. I could try to undermine this pawn somehow, but... For example, try to put a knight over here, but... Yeah. So, yeah.
I don't see a breakthrough plan. Bring the knight to c3 to tie the opponent to the a5 pawn. Oh, moves like h3 and h4 I don't like.
Why not?
Because you might need those for Zugzwang 30 moves from now. Like imagine everything gets traded off and, white's king's on b4, black's king's on b6. And then we just need the move h3 to win the game.
All right.
It only makes sense if he's going for f5.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. This extra tempo could win the game indeed, yeah. But on the other hand, it's nicely solidifying the g5 pawn. You could play f5 at some moment to try and get some initiative on the king side if you want. But yeah, it's a fairly boring position. Let's check some results. Oh, f5 on
There
the
it is, f5. The only thing that makes sense of the h-pawn moves.
And of course, just when I say things are getting boring.
Yeah, this one looks boring. Oh, f5. Okay.
Let's talk more about this.
The basic idea is that if black takes twice, white can play knight f4 and take the pawn on h5 with an outside pass pawn.
Yeah.
Black stops knight f4.
Yeah. So it looks like black has got everything under control. If white over pushes, then ideas like this could kill everything for white. So white needs to be careful.
And does white need to respect the possibility of gf5 now, or do we just play king f3 and switch rooks to the e file?
I'll just play king f3. In any case, just for comfort's sake, just to at least prevent bishop g3 ever from happening. Yeah, all right. So we got some results. We got Wesley So winning his game. So the piece sacrifice worked out for him. We got positional genius, Eugene Hua, making a draw against top player Jeffrey Xiong. So that's a very good result.
Goodness, he is a genius. He just drew a 2,700 plus player.
Yeah, exactly. What a genius.
People are screaming that Poland has qualified. I'm not seeing that many results to be sure, but it looks like Peru is in very bad shape in their match.
They are already 3 points down. We've got a loss. Here we got a loss. White won this, so Christian Cruz lost. And here we got 2 draws.
Mm-hmm.
So at least 3 points. So all Poland needs to do is win.
Yeah.
And they are through. Okay, so we need to find Poland real quick.
And Poland has 1, 2, 3, 4. They're winning every single game.
They're winning every single game.
They are through now because Peru can only draw the match. So Poland brought out their best in the must-win situation, and Peru choked for the first time in the competition. Wow.
Wow. So everything is decided then, yeah?
That decides it.
USA, are they winning? Because if Greece wins and USA does not, then USA might not be the first one in the pool.
Yeah, USA is doing all right. Wesley So won that crazy game where his bishop was trapped.
Ray Robson looks winning here as well. Yep, just a pawn up. Queen ending, looks good. Let's take a look at board 3.
Yeah, e5, queen g6.
Pawn up as well, looking good. And then we got this positional genius game, and then we got Happy Farmer. Looking good. Every player looks good in the match.
They're winning just about as cleanly as Poland this round.
Yeah, just about, yeah. Look at that. 1-0 for Poland, 0-1 for Poland, 1-0 for Poland. 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to wonder the same thing as Bowties Live. Like, Peru was looking so good, and then in this final round, they've got the tiebreak edge. They just need to win one last match, and they're through. And they sat Daisy, their top scorer, and Emilio Cordova, who wasn't performing the best, but was, one of their higher-rated GMs.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people are going to wonder about that, given the result.
Yeah, why did they bench their top players more or less? So
is this Slawiczka getting out the brooms, as they say in the U.S. when somebody wins every game in a match?
Okay, so let's recap a little bit already. So that means that the USA is through. That also means that Greece is through. even it doesn't matter if they win or lose this match, but yeah, how are they doing? So we got Italy here. Where's Greece? I need to find them somehow. Brazil versus Greece. All right, this is the first board. Looks like a draw. And they are winning 1, 2, 3 games already. So Greece is winning as well, it seems. So that means the final standings will be USA first place, Greece
Yeah.
second place, and then third place, Poland. These are the countries that qualify for the next stage, in the knockout stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is it, I believe, for the standings there. So of course there were still some games left. All the games are being finished right now. We got an interesting position right here. The Peru match. Peru. Yeah, wait. What's this? The knight on b6 looks funny. It's stuck.
Yeah.
This knight has a nice home on b6, but it wants to move to like the villas on d6 and e5.
I can do better, it says. So rook d3, looking for some knight c4 trick.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c4 trick is now available. Not used. Rook takes e4 is not a good trick because pawn takes e4 will be check.
C4
Do not try that trick at home or anywhere else either.
Rook h8 or rook h7 is coming on the board pretty soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Peru.
Or rook f7 is a minor threat here as well. Maybe not even that minor. All right, the king runs. She's really committed to this rook takes e4 trick. Oops, I hung my f pawn. Oh.
Oops. Oh. And rook takes e4.
As Hikaru once did in a tournament game. Oh.
Oh, yeah. I do that all the time as well. When I'm streaming, I do that sometimes. Oh no.
All right, Decelerated Dragon says, to be fair to Peru's coach, Daisy Corey's replacement did win her game. So that's not the reason why they lost this match.
That's not the reason why. No. Yeah. So they were just unlucky. I think Argentina was more or less disrupting a lot of teams qualifying for the next stage. They upset a few things. I think they drew against Greece, if I'm not mistaken. And
they drew against Greece. They beat Italy. So they were the disruptors here. And Peru's actually looking good in this game to fall only 1/2 point short. Right? It looks like they could well get to 3-3 here, where they needed 3.5. Although, is Poland scoring enough points that they could have surpassed them on game points if they'd won with 3.5? Is Poland scoring like 5.5 or 6? I think they are.
I think they are at least 4, I believe, and
they're on a rampage.
I think they got 5.5 halfway.
Okay, this is over. Rook g2. So it will be 3-3 for Peru. Hey, it's still better to be, a centimeter away, heartbroken, and you've drawn the match than to lose the match, right? I mean, it's better to score every point you can.
I'm sure they are devastated that they did not qualify. But Greece, what a team. They really outperformed themselves in this pool. They played so well, clenching more or less the second place before with one round to go, and even fighting for the first place. They have the same amount of points as the USA. Well, and their big player is Nicolas Theodoru with 8 out of 8. Is that, if I'm not mistaken,
8 out of 9. He lost to Jeffrey Xiong in the first round. He has now won 8 games in a row.
No, he drew the last round, so it's 7.
Oh, okay.
7.5
then.
Yeah.
Wow. It looks like Poland scored 5.5 in this last round, if I'm looking through their games correctly, which means had Peru scored 3.5, 1/2 point more, they would have been tied on game points.
But then Poland would be through because they won the individual match against.
Exactly.
So they needed to win 4-2 to qualify. So
yeah,
they were
so
1 more point short, more or less, to qualify.
I mean, if we could ask Poland, I wonder if they set out on a mission like, hey, Peru might win with 3.5 or so. We really want to try and go 6-0. I wonder if they were really aiming for like, let's not just win this match. We know we're good enough to win it. Let's do everything we can to take chances